Okay.
And hello.
Hello, welcome to Wake of the Fallen Moon, where we start every one of our podcasts with. This is where you guys fill something in.
Oh, okay. With either awkward silence or inappropriate banter.
True.
Correct.
True.
With missing people who we love dearly.
Yes. You're down, Philo, or dear Shishka.
My heart will go on, Philo.
But
He's alive and well.
He's fine. He might be here at some point. We'll see. He's just got some family stuff, so yeah. He might be showing up a little later. He might not. We'll see. But until then, we were off last week because of FWA, and I ended up being sick anyway, so it worked out all for the best. And
are you better?
My ranting about people disappearing for cons was punished justly.
Oh no.
But I'm feeling better now, mostly. But yeah, last we had left off. What the fuck happened last time?
Let me pull up the handy dandy journal. Oh, we did a lot of flashbacks. We continued the flashbacks at the temple.
Yeah.
We got to see a little bit more of Jupe. We got to see more of Allie's flashback. Oh boy.
Everyone, really.
We learned about the temple and Senshi and how he's like a protector wolf spirit, very vengeful, who probably was working with the plants. Or at least, the plants were there to protect the shrine.
And now he's dead!
Now he's dead. We made our way back to the Headless Horseman, reunited with Lady Talon, kind of went over our findings, particularly the fact that we had met Goblet. The big thing is that Julong and Sheesh and Kohaku had some thinly veiled conversations where he revealed that he's the corpse collector. Let's see. And then we traveled a little bit. We ended up in some little nameless town, which probably does have a name that I just didn't write down. And did a little bit of shopping and prep to continue north towards the Frog Province.
Nope, just a little nameless town that is right in the borders of the Frog and Wolf Province.
A little hamlet.
But that is where we pick up with you guys just preparing to head up into the Babushi Mountains and taking the path up to Kosetsu-jin. So you guys already have bought a bunch of winter clothing and stuff back when you were in Kohan. But if there's any other last minute preparations you guys would like to get, rations, any gear, things like that, this is kind of your opportunity to do so.
I think I'm set. I'll go check my inventory real quick, but I think I'm good.
God, I never remember to buy rations. I probably should.
Do we ever use rations?
I was going to say, we usually have Sheesh with us. I trust him to feed us, which I guess might be dangerous, but,
It's okay.
Around.
I'll pick up an extra just in case.
I was going to say, I do have some rations on me.
Stein is also here, and he tends to, spend some silver on, cooking stuff for Sheesh, because she's cooks.
Yeah, I know you guys have been doing a pretty good job of keeping stock every time you're in big towns and stuff.
Yeah. If we've been away from town for too long, I imagine it's we've run out of provisions. We can't make food. I always imagine, it lasted, we get enough for a week at least. We also have barrels and barrels of food. Water. And, I don't know, grain?
Yeah, you've got some horse feed and stuff.
Yeah.
The horses graze for the most part, but once you guys get up into the mountains and into the snowier areas, you're going to need to start using that.
Yeah.
We'll give them feed bags.
Be a little harder to graze up there. Does this tunnel run through, is it underground, or is it like a mountain path?
It's a mountain path.
Okay.
Yeah, the tunnel that Sheesh exited out of is a bit further north from here. Or rather, not north, west, northwest of here.
Probably.
Yes. If
what-
you would like to use that for that, then yes, you can.
What a nerd.
If you want, we all provide.
No, I'm not.
I'm not using. No,
I'm not shitting in your garden,
Why
I'm
not?
not
Ask
shitting in
Jaeger.
your garden.
boy.
Do we eat the wrong things? Is that what?
Yes.
Yep, you eat the wrong things. We'll go with that. I also really just don't want to manhandle your shit.
Just give all your shit to
This is-
Alistair.
Everyone just
rating
shit
it
in a hole, and
legendary.
Alistair will go dig it out later. God, that
Gross.
sounds terrible.
He's our gardener.
Boy.
I'd rather just go buy
Yeah.
it bagged, but this is cheaper. So
Pick up after the horses.
I'm gonna start adding some Oregon Trail rules here.
Dysentery.
I don't want that.
I need a new bucket. What did I use my bucket on? Why is my bucket gone?
What you did to your bucket?
I don't remember what I did to my bucket, but I'll buy some new ones.
Off-Book
How do you-
recently did an Oregon Trail musical, and it was wonderful.
I have gone back and tried to play that game so many times, and it just is not as fun as I remembered.
I mean, it doesn't look fun.
What? Is that just the nostalgia talking? I remember.
Yeah, it is.
I remember
Literally, it was
very
only
fun.
ever fun because it was an alternative to going outside.
Well,
And now you have more than one of those.
I think part of it is it was an alternative to doing real schoolwork, right? Like they had it on the school computers, and we could do that during study hall or whatever.
No, my computer had Doom.
There was no way our computers had Doom at school
How would your computers not have Doom?
because it was.
Oh,
Okay,
wait.
let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Ours had Unreal Tournament.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we had that.
You-
I did that a ton.
If you could go play Oregon Trail in the computer lab instead of going to recess, would you?
Well, yeah, but that's because of who I am as a
I
person.
rest my case.
Yeah.
I rest my case.
I would
No,
play
because
video
we had
games.
Pokemon cards at recess.
I choose video games over real life every time. Every time I do that.
The first time I've ever seen Pokemon porn was in the computer room.
Thanks.
Great.
Someone put it up, I guess.
God, that did not take. We didn't take long to get ourselves off track.
Oh boy,
Drake told us to ad-lib things.
I
Yeah.
did.
This is why
True.
I made a mistake.
we always end up back at porn.
I had not
So-
realized it was porn.
How do you?
So anyways.
Oh boy, never mind.
You guys aren't buying anything here.
I buy some buckets. I'll let you know if I buy anything else, but I don't think I have much.
Okay. You can buy a couple
I'll
buckets.
buy a couple buckets.
What do you use the buckets for, Jupe?
I don't know, fish, carrying things. Who knows? I just like to be prepared because of who I am as a person. I prefer to have a stocked supply.
Of buckets specifically?
Well, no, not just buckets. I've got all sorts of things.
What you got?
I've got some
Lay them out on
sacks.
the floor.
I have a whetstone. I have a bunch of torches. I've got some
Mm-hmm.
glue and a journal and charcoal, fishing tackle,
Mm-hmm.
a net, a couple of mess kits. Yeah,
Couple of mess kits.
I got a handful of candles.
What's that strange polished peg?
Strange polished peg.
Say that 5 times fast.
It's a fishing instrument. You use it for fishing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
It can also be used to doil socks. Is that no? It's not doiling. What's it called? It's darning. It can be used to darn socks.
Darn
What's your
those
language?
Darn,
Yeah, it's the line.
boy.
Oh god. Why do I don't remember buying thieves tools. Do artificers just get those?
Yeah, they just get them.
Okay.
Let's see. I have a book of demons
I should get a lodestone. Does
and a
anybody
box of chocolate.
else already have a lodestone?
No.
No.
What's a lodestone?
Magnet. You know, there's a little one in compasses, but having a bigger one can be nice for other reasons. It's good for getting
I have a
fishing hooks
fancy
out of places.
whetstone.
A fancy whetstone. What's your whetstone like?
It's very rectangular and very, like, I don't know, it's fancy.
Okay,
It's a nice
During-
whetstone.
it's a nice whetstone. I dig it.
During our week here, I've learned how to use land vehicles and blacksmith's tools.
I really do appreciate that. I don't mind doing it, but I kind of
It's
miss being
okay.
able to draw.
I know. I don't need to sleep as much as everyone does, so I'll just learn how to tend.
I'm a man made of envy, and I gotta tell you, I think that might be the thing I envy most about you.
What?
Not having to sleep? Can you
I
imagine?
have to sleep. Well, I don't really need to sleep, that's true.
Barely.
I just have to rest for 4 hours.
I like sleeping, but not having to. Oh man, I would not be relying on tea and coffee anymore.
I'm like, sleeping is like taking a bath, right? I don't want to get in, and once I'm in, I don't want to get out.
Well, I couldn't take a bath for too long. There's so much work to do.
See, I like getting in, but then the water gets started cold and you start getting wrinkly, and then I have to get out.
Well, I'm always wrinkly, so that's not an issue.
Don't you get more wrinkly?
Yeah,
Do you?
Only on the tips.
my fingies
Your forehead?
for it too.
Is the forehead a tip?
Yes.
Sure.
Yep, just the tip.
It is the tip of his head, I suppose.
Correct.
Hey, look what I can do. And Jupiter
What can you
like
do?
scrunches his face extremely tight, so it's all just
Ooh.
like wrinkled in at the front. Closes
Where'd your
his
eyes
real
go?
Tight. Yeah.
Oh, you look like a fingerprint.
Oh, what if your face gets stuck like that? Don't do that.
It's okay. It's okay. He undoes it.
What happens if Ed Stein just kind of climbs up on the barrel behind you and kind of tugs on the back of his head a little? So the front
You do
gets
it.
super smooth.
You do the Homer Simpson with the back
Yeah.
clips.
He
Yeah.
puts a
Just
little
pull it
a
back
little
and clip it.
Yeah. He puts like rubber band or something around. He ties a ribbon around it. Like, wow, you're so smooth. You can't stop smiling though.
It's kind of uncomfortable.
Okay, let's do it.
Hmm. Can we hire a porter?
okay.
I'm still carrying 60 pounds of silk.
You're carrying
Why are you
60
carrying it?
pounds of silk.
Yeah, since day one, yeah.
Thought you
Since
put it in
day
the cart.
one? Why? Where? Where are you carrying 60 pounds of silk?
In my special trunk.
Okay, it's not like on
You've
your
been
person.
dragging it around.
I thought you were carrying like a large backpack filled with silk.
Just sticks
What?
out of the top.
I thought you were pulling a jack on us.
Well, I've taken it with me everywhere we've gone so far, so either I've been
So-
dragging the trunk or I've carried it on my back.
Okay, so we'll have to redo our visions of Kohaku,
Yeah.
the rich man, and just be like he's constantly dragging 60 pounds of silk.
Yeah,
with
he
him.
has a small coffin on his back that he carries everywhere he goes.
Well, mostly it's Stein that's carrying it for me, but
Probably, yeah.
Even better.
It's alright, I've got it.
Why do you need to carry that much around if you don't ever use it?
for gifts and for it's mostly for gifts.
A lot of it is also stuff he wears. There's many kinds of clothes in here. Different.
Oh no, that's
kimonos.
just 60 pounds of raw
Raw
silk.
fabric,
Clothes,
Oh,
yeah.
this is raw silk. Where's your clothes? You said you had lots of clothes as well.
Oh, I have those. Yeah, I have a.
Are those separate? Where do you keep those?
Well, they're also in the trunk.
Okay, this is so
That's,
heavy,
that's the
Kohaku.
other 50 pounds in the trunk is his actual clothes.
Look, I need to have different colors. Different colors mean different things.
Okay.
Haven't there been like dozens of times that you're like, wow, I need a gift for somebody?
Oh, it's okay. I can carry 120 pounds. Should be fine.
100 of that is Kohaku's junk and 20 of it's your own.
This is the problem with the nobility of this country.
Too much silk?
It's too much frivolous accessories.
Well, I feel like we've been keeping it on the cart so far. We do have 2 carts. And, you know,
The difference being between me with this country and Merveille is that our nobles are prepared to die for the protection of our peasantry.
Though ours definitely are not. It's
What's
kind
the
of a problem.
peasantry like in Merveille?
There's quite a bit of a class divide. I mean, either you have so much money that you flaunt it constantly, or you barely have enough money to eat.
I don't know about mainland
That's been a trouble.
Ironsand, but
In Camelot.
our peasantry have to be able to fight. The ocean's a dangerous place. We only made it out of there. Well, I should put it like this. The only people that made it out of there are the ones who could fight. Fight or flee. You have to be good at one of the two.
Our peasantry aren't allowed to wield weapons unless they own land.
They're not allowed to own weapons? What do they do if they're attacked?
I suppose, but usually if they're hired by a lord, then they're given weapons. But usually they provide it to themselves, like rakes.
It's the same here.
Yeah, same here.
So wait, I'd be in trouble for carrying this around. Like, just
Are you a
wait,
peasant?
No, you're a foreigner.
Yeah.
Sure, but if I lived here.
Oh,
I
then no,
suppose,
yeah,
yeah.
you wouldn't be able to carry that, no.
Why would you need a weapon?
Because the world's dangerous.
As soon as you give the peasants weapons, they become ninja, and then they start trying to overthrow the feudal system.
Maybe if they're afraid of an armed populace, then they should be.
I mean, I don't know if the peasantry has weapons. I feel like they could. I don't know why they wouldn't be able to. You gotta fight the things in the woods.
That's what they hire people for. Like mercenaries.
Wild. Wild, wild, wild. I learn
It
something
is
new
wild.
about you guys every day.
Is that good or bad? I feel like that's good.
It's good. Learning is good.
Yeah, what do you think adventurers are for?
Presumably to protect all these unarmed peasants from...
Exactly! Who would give them jobs like killing rats and hunting wolves?
Better for a nation to be protected by its military class than by its, like, priest class or something, in my opinion.
Or like the people who make the food.
Okay. I don't know. I don't know if I'm sold, but I'm intrigued.
I mean, it doesn't have to be sold. You live on a boat. That's
True.
You can just go somewhere else.
That's probably part of it. We don't have, like, walls. Walls aren't a thing. You guys, I guess if you're deep enough in the middle of a city, then, you know, it's not like a monster's just gonna spring up from the water and attack your family one day. Like, they have to get through all of your armed guards. Maybe that is the price of peace, is living in a wall.
Are ships not just floating walls?
Well, I mean, like, sure, very thin walls. They're made to keep water out, not necessarily to keep monsters out.
Very thin walls you can approach from any direction, including underneath, right?
Right.
So, like,
Yeah, multi-purpose walls. They protect you from water and monsters.
but a monster could go right through that.
Some certainly can.
Sounds like an awful wall if a monster can just run right through it.
Well, the problem is, you know, we can't have stone walls on our ships. They would sink.
Well, it's important for walls to be thin. That lets the light in. It's more beautiful.
Also, let sound in. How do you guys, like, you know, do it?
Well,
The what?
you just do it.
You
If
just
you
do
overhear
it?
someone else doing it, it is rude of you to bring that up, so don't. Everybody's happy.
Huh.
Wait,
But this is from the same culture that, like, wears 7 pounds of clothing so that they're modest and covered.
That's Merveille. Do I wear 7 pounds of clothing?
No, you're right. You're right. I'm mixing the
Soap
two.
is quite
They
light.
dress very light here.
I don't think it's so we're modest. It's just because we're showing off how much money we can wear on our bodies.
No,
at the
no,
same
that's
time.
that's Camelot. We cover all the bodies.
Okay.
If
All
you're
right.
nobility, you have to hide your ankles.
Okay, so he, like, points to Stain modesty, and then he points to Alistair nobility, and then he points to Kwaku fashion?
Swap those two. I think I'm fashion. He's nobility.
I see. Okay.
I don't think the word nobility gets thrown out around a ton.
Now you're dressed light. Do they do? So wait, you're from way, way over to the east. What's fashion like there? Do they all dress like you with those cool capes?
Who?
Nara.
Oh.
Wait, who, what, where?
Your people? Do they all have cool capes? What do they dress like? I haven't seen anyone dressed like you.
Oh, well, everyone basically pulls their own weight. There are seamstresses and stuff like that, but I made everything I wear.
You made everything you wear.
Except for the
Except for the clothes.
except for the cloak.
See, this guy gets it. This guy gets it. Each man for themselves.
We also provide for one another. If like,
Of course, yeah.
yeah, if anyone is like, I wouldn't say unlucky, but not as well off as others.
Misfortunate?
Yeah, it's not as fortunate as others. We try and help each other out.
Nara looks like a hero from a picture book.
You do, actually. Very storybook, honestly.
If you like step up on a rock and look slightly toward the distance with a hand on your hip, paint that, you can sell it to many people.
Oh yeah. And then Jupe, you could cast like gale or wind and
Blow you off a cliff. I wouldn't do that.
You see, I'm not a... Oh, no. Boy. I know how to use wind dangerously. I don't know how much I'm allowed to soften the blow.
I can make fire.
Oh, wait, hang on. Wait a second. I think I can do this. Give me a second.
I could do a puff of wind, but that wouldn't really. I'd have to do it constantly.
Oh, hell yeah. Here we go. I can do it. Who needs gust? I have Druidcraft. I make your cloak flap a little bit in the winds. But only a little bit.
Oh, dearie V.
I forgot this was going on.
In order to make his cloak flap in the wind, you have changed the climate of the entire planet. You've changed the fate of the future.
What are you
You
talking
have butterfly
about?
effect your entire inheritance.
Yeah. We do that with every action we take, every breath we draw, every day, everywhere we go. What's different about this one?
I want to do it too, just to make Kohaka mad.
Hey, another hurricane.
No, I'm not
happened across
mad.
the
I'm just
world.
making sure you're doing.
Yeah.
Listen. Well, weather is the domain of the economy. Okay, you shouldn't be fussing with the weather. That's for them to worry about.
Stein just fans Nara with a giant cardboard. He's like, look, I'm changing the weather.
Speaking of weather, what's tomorrow's weather going to be like? I haven't done this one in a while.
Yeah. Cast your spell.
Do it. What is it? D100 or we do? What? How do you do this?
Give me a D100.
How do you know if you're just detecting the weather or if you're changing it?
Does it matter? My perception is that I'm only detecting it, and none of my will influences that. So as far as I'm concerned, and as far as we're all concerned, I'm just detecting it.
But you don't know for sure.
I don't know for sure. Maybe there is some metaphysical force that every time I cast this spell, say, rolls a D100, and the result of that changes tomorrow's weather.
Have you
I
ever
think
cast?
I think perhaps we have nice, fine, shining, boring weather that does nothing unless you cast Druidcraft, and then there's a chance of devastation.
Let me tell
I
you.
think that's what's happening.
Let me tell you. I like it that way.
Let me tell you, that's not entirely true.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
That's mostly true, but not always. You detect that it's going to be a very dry and cold day tomorrow.
Dry and cold. Dry and cold. All right.
Have you ever cast it twice in the same day to see if it's the same result?
Yeah, so it's very odd. A lot of divination spells, a lot of reading of the stars becomes less reliable the more you tap into it. The visions become shaky. We still don't understand entirely why it happens. It makes sense with gods because, they get tired of your repeated requests. That could be mistaken for doubt. But the stars don't understand the concept of doubt, so we're not clear why it happens. This spell, on the other hand, extremely reliable. And he'll just, cast it 7 times in a row. And unless Drake fucks with me right now, it should be the same result every time.
different every time.
No!
If you do it 7 times in a row, do you get a 7-day forecast?
No, it's only like a day ahead. Sometimes less, actually. It's I don't know, it fluctuates.
Said dry and cold though.
Dry and cold.
I'll be right back. I need to go close the lids on the planters and probably get them some water real quick. I'll be back.
Yeah. Good luck.
Oh, actually,
Hmm.
you would just get dry
That's fair.
and warm.
Yeah, we're currently down at the base of the mountain. That's a good
Yeah.
point.
Okay, well they can still use watering then if it's dry.
But yeah, do you guys start heading up the mountains?
Yeah, let's do it. I'm still kind of perusing shop stuff, but I don't think I have anything important.
Wait,
Sure.
is there a shop?
Just if you need like general supplies.
Yeah, very basic stuff. I'll buy a couple extra blankets. I should do that for sure.
I promise there will be a proper shop soon.
Oh
That's
no, I
okay.
forgot
What
to
am I
buy
gonna
extra
buy?
blankets. Jupiter, will you share your blankets?
Yeah, we can. Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Can't wait till they're married.
What? No, what?
You're
And they sees this sinful pre-matrimonial.
oh poor naive little man.
I was going to make some sort of a comment about what we do behind closed doors, but I've already like reached my libertarian limit for the day, so
What's a libertarian?
it's the kind of character I keep accidentally making.
What is
Your
a
quotes
libertarian?
accidentally.
In a fantasy world, though, where monsters lurk, it kind of makes sense to have an armed populace, though. I don't know.
Sure. We don't really have like a proper. I don't know. Half the world is in bartering situations, right? Is there a
Yeah.
proper like actual like international market? Like libertarianism is probably fine in this situation.
I am the international market.
Well, in a
I
world
mean-
where adventurers exist, that's what adventurers are for. If you're
Like
a
you're good to
commoner,
go
you
as
just
soon
die.
as there's like an international military incident, and then you're effed. But until then, you're fine.
Yeah. Anyway, we've already lingered dangerously long on that. To the mountain.
Has everyone rested fully?
Oh, I mean, I don't think we've like long rested.
We did.
Did we?
No, we didn't.
No, you
What?
didn't. You didn't long rest.
Oh, I don't think we did.
I thought
I
we
need
chose
one.
to.
You have the option to if you'd like, but I think
Yeah.
the decision had been that you would push to Kosetsujin and then
Yeah.
do the rest.
I agree. I think we kind of went over it. Like the few of us that still need a long rest are good enough to travel for now, and we're gonna long rest when we get to the Frog Province.
I recall that we decided to. Because at the time, because I already like restored my shit.
I
I wouldn't have done that if we didn't.
No, I recall the opposite. I believe that
Same.
we said we were gonna push on.
If only we had an arbiter who could tell us for sure what's the case.
The cases that you guys did not rest.
Okay. I don't know what I had before this.
You
then.
get most of your stuff on a short rest, anyways.
No, wrong. Everything I have is long rest, and they've been 0 for weeks.
Your key is short rest.
Yeah, key. The only thing I have that is a short rest. My breath weapons, my wings unfurled, my teleports. They're all long rest. You know, all the things that make me a cool monk.
Hopefully, we will get there soon.
I'm removing them now. I'm making them all 0 again. There.
I blew through my Flash of Genius load immediately, and I've just been staring at it wistfully, hoping that I get it again someday.
Yeah, that was me. I went through all of my hit dice
Yeah,
very
honestly,
regularly.
now honestly, the hit dice are the big thing that I think we're all missing. But
Oh no, I'm okay with hit dice because I've been using all my key on that healing.
Yeah, that's true. I keep forgetting you have that now. That is really handy.
I have the
I've had
one
that
new
forever.
hit dice I got from the level up, and that's all I've got left.
Yeah.
It usually doesn't work because I don't have enough key to heal myself at the end of the day.
Well, for what it's worth, as far as rest and healing goes, I am pretty good on mana. If we get into a scrap, I should be able to take care of us for at least a day or two.
Yeah, I am full health though from the short rest, thanks to the key.
Cool.
I have a little bit of mana left.
If we didn't do the rest, I think how long did it take to travel from the inn to where we are now?
That was a 2-day journey, I believe.
Okay, so I should have 2 mana.
Is it the 13th then? I did not mark this travel because I'm bad at this.
But you keep the notes.
I know, I'm working on it. Don't worry about it.
It's the 11th.
Okay, I have it right then. Just kidding.
He did it.
Did it.
Who's a good chronicler? You are.
Sometimes.
Wait,
But
what
yeah.
month is it? I keep forgetting what month we're in.
Waning Veer.
Oh, that's why I keep forgetting what month it is. It's a made-up word.
I do like this system. It's very, like...
I will find the months eventually.
Can we have a There's a calendar posted somewhere
Yeah, there's a calendar.
in the website, right?
I don't know if it's on the website, but if you just go to the Telegram group chat and Control F calendar, it's all there.
Okay.
Alright, cool.
And to see the current day, you can just go to the journal.
Yeah, you guys are in spring, the middle of spring, essentially.
Yep.
Actually pushing towards the end of spring, really.
Does that mean
Pro-
Kohaku's going to change colors?
I
Starting
think
to.
Quark is already like pretty brown.
Yeah.
We might get a little bit darker.
Pro tip, the calendar is basically just the 4 seasons. Ver, Aestus, Messus, Frost, with a waxing mid and waning stage. It's very, like, procedural, and I appreciate that tremendously.
Thank you.
I think Quark's like been changing colors this entire time. I think we're no longer changing because we're set for now.
What
Yes,
was
you should be set till like fall.
He's
We're
brown.
on.
We started
waning.
early spring, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So Kaku would have been like kind of blondish, and now he's kind of like light brown going into dark brown.
Yeah,
Toasted marshmallow.
we're almost to summer.
Wait, we're in Waning Ver then?
Yeah, we're at Waning Ver. We're at the end of spring.
Okay. Oh. I thought my birthday was June 1st. I think it's August 1st.
Don't know my birthday, help.
Everyone knows that if you don't know your birthday, it's the new year.
New Year. No, I can't have another character who's born New Year. Sorry.
Oh, true. Well, pick one.
Let's look at the calendar.
But yeah, for the sake of some expedience, you can move on with your travel. You guys start to head up through the mountain path. The path itself is fairly worn, at least initially, but quickly as you spend the first, say, about 2 days of travel, you end up getting kind of up into some rockier areas and through some kind of light forested areas and up into pretty quickly into areas where you can start to see bits of snow that are still just kind of like lingering and clinging to rocks and the tops of trees, and before you know it, the temperature has dropped pretty heavily. For several of you, this is a very new experience. It's pretty unpleasant. Fortunately, you guys have the wagons, and those help provide a lot of insulation and heat for anybody who can't, who doesn't want to kind of like sit outside and ride the horses and that sort of thing.
I'm probably sitting outside riding the horses.
I will take shifts with you at least like every day or two or whatnot. But
Also, that means I still don't. Actually, that means I haven't changed my. Haven't learned my new tools yet.
oh, true. Then yeah.
Let me switch back.
Then I'm on horse duty.
I still on boats and leatherworking tools.
Very useful out here, nowhere near the ocean.
It is currently the 13th now. It has been 2 days. You guys have had 2 short rests if you happen to need them.
How many days?
2 days.
Sweet, I'm at full mana.
Ditto.
Yay, mana, same.
Is anybody like missing any health at all? Just like little chips? Or are we all good?
Good.
I think we're all good.
If you're on horse duty, are you the pony police?
The pony
Maybe.
police?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm
You're like keeping the ponies in line, so you're like policing the ponies.
maybe. I think that's just called a driver.
Can I use animal handling on horses to help?
Yes.
Okay.
Currently, as you guys are getting up into this mountainous area, you do find that there is several points where the terrain does get to be a bit of a slog, and several times where you guys have to all get out and like help push the carts up certain steep slopes and areas.
Oh boy.
Terrain definitely starts to get a little bit less favorable, even though these roads are traveled fairly frequently by people who need to get up there. You can see that there are markings and little like flag markers to mark the paths, even in areas where it's a little bit more overgrown or overtaken. But there are a couple of points where you can see like snowdrifts have kind of like sunk in and buried the road a little bit, and you have to really work through those. So your travel through here gets slow, even with the assistance of some of your more experienced travelers. But with that said, there are 8 of you, so 8 of you plus a small dragon, so you guys have plenty of muscle to kind of push through this stuff.
Yeah.
But as you guys are traveling, what is the really kind of like jobs that you guys are doing while you're traveling? Is anybody keeping a lookout? Anybody driving? Anybody working on other stuff? That sort of thing.
Jupe, I assume, is on navigation and driving one of the carts.
I'm driving one of the carts.
All right, Talon will take one of them.
Nara? See Nara good with animals?
Kind of.
Kind of.
I'm not good for traveling at all.
This is an animal handling or land vehicles, right? Or can you
yeah.
use survival?
It's either land vehicles or animal handling.
I have raw animal handling.
I have
Which is just
0 in
plus
both
3.
of those.
Talon finally has animal handling and land vehicles.
She learned them when she leveled up.
Yeah, she sure did.
Hell
It's
yeah.
very appropriate after the time that she's been spending doing it.
Yeah.
Um,
It makes sense, knights and horses.
Nara definitely has one of the best perceptions, though, I think.
I think it's Jupe and Nara.
I am
Nara
not.
could be our lookout.
I was gonna say I'm not an expert currently, so he might have me beat.
Expert.
Actually, since Nara's kind of low wisdom, he only has +3.
Oh shit!
Oh, we can work together. I have a +3 too.
I have a +6.
But
Makes
you're
Jupe
driving.
the best of us.
Are
Yeah,
you-
I'm driving.
If we're, what is your survival like? If it is better for me to be on lookout than on navigation, then you could do.
My survival is 3. My animal
Um,
handling is 3.
I have a +6.
That's pretty good. So I'm 8 and 8 on perception and survival, so I can either navigate or look at. I'll fill whatever you guys are not doing.
Same outfill. I'm not very good. Perception is 6.
I don't know why I'm always so convinced that Dash has good perception. I think it's because I keep remembering Reptar.
Oh,
Yeah,
my God,
reptiles
no.
are
Oh, yeah,
way
right.
stronger.
Yeah.
It's so weird that Barbarian had really good perception.
I made Nara a very
Oh
weird
no, Reptar is the
ranger,
fucking cleric.
having low wisdom. I had to take expertise in survival just for him to be good at it.
Okay, that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
Oh, Survivor. Yeah. Survival. That.
It actually makes a lot more sense for you to be navigating in the mountain anyway. I can tell us what direction we're going, but I cannot get us through mountains. I have not done mountains before. Mountains are a new concept.
You live in the mountains, right? That means you might have advantage on this.
Lives near mountains, yeah.
He lives near mountains.
Of mountains.
I live adjacent to mountains.
Mm. Mountains are just like the sea, but solid and vertical.
So different in every single way.
Yeah, they're just like it, just like it.
I live in the woods, so this
There's-
doesn't help me.
They're the same in the sense that they are matter.
We have-
Everything is matter.
We just have 2 carts, right? Or do we have 3?
There's the 2 wagons, and then you have like your little shitty cart that's just like a wagon.
That's
cart.
right. Wow, there is just not a good color for this, is there?
No, sure isn't.
Boy. Okay, fuck it.
What color? What's wrong?
It's okay. I was gonna like set up little boxes for what we're doing, but it's fine.
No, well, if you want to do that,
Oh,
gotta-
we have a-
Oh,
got a full
hey,
map.
yeah. Here you go. Here we go.
look at these names of our horses.
Pesto.
Pesto, fam, war, and death.
W. I love
Yeah,
that.
that's just
I
that.
love that we did pesto, fam, W, and death. We just left
Just
death
left
alone.
Well, I wanted to call him Big D, but
I
Big
like
D
Big D.
is pretty good.
Yeah. Big D. Yeah.
you know, because he's a horse.
Never mind, Big D's bad. You're banned. Go.
so yeah.
True.
Can you make a useless category, please?
You could be like having someone to scavenge or hunt. We could have like cooking duty. I don't know. There's stuff we can do.
That's sheesh. You can do like cart maintenance.
Yeah, maintenance
Maybe.
is actually a good one.
Okay,
Yeah,
I could do that.
You're really good with your hands, and you're super smart.
true.
Mm.
What you with
Shut up.
Yeah, having somebody to help not just repair the carts, but also do any sort of like, it's not really like construction, but you know when if you've ever gotten your car stuck in like mud or snow and you have to like put the boards down to get the wheels over.
traction.
I also
So having
know about-
Alistair be on like that kind of duty to help get through the deeper snow and like trenches and stuff like that would be good.
Okay, that works.
Alistair just throws planks of steel on the ground in front of him. Reels it back in with a rope.
Do we have planks of steel? I don't think we
I
do.
don't think so. We have mutton. Look at these tiny boys.
We're small.
They're so small.
I'm labeling it bosun because I don't know a better term for it. I know we're on land. I don't give a shit.
All right. Who would like to be on navigation?
I vote Nara. I feel like he is best suited for this.
Survival.
Perfect. And yeah, Nara, give me a survival check, and Jupe, give me a perception check. Oh, wonderful. Nara, there are a couple points along the trail where you guys come across some forks in the road and a couple of areas that are kind of just like very kind of just like run down and should be avoided, and you're able to find some safe ways to kind of bypass them, which definitely saves you guys a lot of time. And as you guys are traveling, there's a point where you guys kind of cut off the main road because the main road has kind of been just overtaken by a bunch of deep snow. And as Dara, you find a path that is a little bit more leveled out, where the snow isn't quite as deep, where the wind has kind of blown it away. And you guys start making your way through it. Jupe, as you're keeping an eye out, there's this moment where you just get this like, where you have to kind of like shield your eyes for a moment because the sun has kind of like reflected into your eye in a strange way. You look over at it and kind of like moving your head kind of back and forth, you can see that there's just something about 30 feet away, maybe 15 feet up, like in a tree that is reflective. It's like part of the tree almost seems to be reflecting a light strangely.
Huh. Hey, what's that weird tree? The shiny one.
A shiny tree.
Yeah, you see that, right? Is it like a weird fruit or something? What's glinting?
Yeah, you take a look, and it just looks like a tree that's kind of like snapped about 20, but like, 15, 20 feet up. It's been like kind of snapped in half, tipped over. It takes you a little bit to catch it because only at this like, it just kind of like happened that Jupe was walking at this like perfect angle where the light just happened to catch something very small that's just like reflecting it. Almost like maybe there's something embedded in the trunk, like a piece of metal or glass or something that is just catching the light. It's a little too far away and too small to make out what it is, but you can see that there is something that's catching.
Is it like way off the road, or are we going to pass by it?
It's a little ways off the road, only about 30 feet away from you, though.
How bored am I? Let's find out. Pretty bored. All right, I'm gonna pull one of the carts over. I'll be right back. If this is edible, I have to see it.
If it's edible.
You pull over and walk up to it, and you can see that there are kind of up the tree. There are what appear to be these like little like 3 claw marks, almost like something small like climbed up the side of this tree, possibly on a regular basis. And in the kind of broken off part of the tree near the top, it's kind of like partially hollow inside. And you can see that there is a bunch of, appears to be like silver pieces and jewelry and a couple of gold pieces.
Can I tell how recent the claw marks are? Is there like something still in this tree?
Give me either a survival. Survival check would be most appropriate, I think. Maybe investigation.
13.
13. It's a little hard to say. There does appear to be a bit of snow that's started to cover up some of the markings, so you imagine they aren't super recent, but they also don't look particularly old either. So probably older than a week, but fresher than 2 months.
Hey, what? I think he's going to start reaching in to grab things, and as he does, he's going to call back. I think one of those, like, French fry fryer things, the little fuzzy things, I think they mistook these for acorns or some shit.
What are you talking about?
You know, the little things with the big cheeks, the, like...
You talking about a squirrel?
No, like the fryers, the...
The chipmunk?
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh, a fry fryer.
What's a fry fryer?
You know. The little
Squirrel.
listen, I only know fish. Like the little bastards that like stow acorns or whatever.
Maybe a
Right.
chipmunk.
Yeah,
or a
squirrels.
squirrel.
Squirrels. Or
Ah.
yeah. Both. You see a chipmunk?
No, I don't, but I see its stash, and it's not acorns, it's shiny. There's like jewelry and shit in here.
Well, birds steal shiny things sometimes. Are you sure it's not a really big bird?
Do they?
Yeah, like magpies, some sort of blackbirds, some sort of owls sometimes do too.
He
They
kinda-
like shiny things, so they grab them.
Kind of like looks down at the scratch marks. If it's a bird, I think it's a pretty small one.
Should we go check it out?
Oh, he's already up there, like,
Oh,
he's elbow deep in this tree pulling jewelry.
yeah,
out of the tree.
okay.
This hole is deep and it is filled.
Oh. Okay, here's an important question. Boy, how would I know this? We'll find out. I'll roll and we'll figure it out from there. Does it look like this is a human secret stash, or does it look like an animal just grabbed things and put it in here?
I think on a 13, it's a little hard to say. Based on the markings, you would imagine some kind of an animal.
All right.
Though that's certainly weird behavior for an animal to be like collecting what, as you continue to pull like silver pieces and gold pieces out, and the occasional like platinum piece and a ring and like a couple of necklaces. You're
Could I
like
use
there's
my
200
God.
gold pieces worth of stuff in here.
Oh,
at
Oh
wow.
least.
shit. Could I use
Good.
my organized crime lore to find out if it's this drop?
That's a good
Stash.
one. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say you could give me a roll.
It's not gonna be good.
For what it's worth, I do also have Thieves' Camp.
Oh, 19.
On a 19, you think that it's very possible. However, based on this location would be very kind of like obtuse to get to, and sometimes that's what is needed and wanted. But it would be weird to be weird to put a drop point this deep into the mountains.
I shared.
Like it would just be very inconvenient. That being said, this is like 200 gold pieces worth of stuff. So somebody making it as inconvenient as possible for the sake of securing something doesn't seem unreasonable to you.
Yeah. I just say like it's very likely someone put that there on purpose.
Someone say you saw a magpie?
I didn't say we saw one. I said it could be one, but that sounds like a lot for a magpie.
So what does 0 magpies mean?
As opposed to what?
You
Multiple
know, 1
magpie?
for sorrow, 2 for joy, 3 for a girl, 4 for a boy,
I don't know what I'm.
I don't
What is
recognize
this?
this one. Is it a poem?
5 for silver, 6 for gold, 7 for a secret never to be told,
Huh.
I'm not sure I've heard this rhyme before.
I haven't either.
8 for a wish, 9 for a kiss, 10 a surprise you should be careful not to miss, 11 for health, 12 for wealth, 13 because it's the devil himself.
There's a lot of them. How many are there?
Depends on how many magpies you see. There's no 0 is the point.
Well, right, but like,
Okay.
what does 98 magpies mean? Is there one for that?
Not that I know of, but probably.
Wild. When Stein mentions that it could be a drop point, Jupiter will wise up a little bit and he will start using telekinesis to pull things out instead of just sticking his hand in the hole.
All right.
But
He eats it out.
he doesn't stop. He's still pulling things out. He's just trying to stick
It's
his
like-
hand in the morning.
Oh, yeah, whoever owns that's going to be very mad. And he like pulls up his apron and starts catching things.
Yeah, like you spend 5-10 minutes pulling stuff out with your mage hand and your telekinesis, and by the end of it, it's going to take you a while to like count it out because a lot of it is in silver pieces. But it genuinely probably, by your estimate, like over 200 gold pieces worth of like jewelry and coinage.
Wild.
We've got a few days until we can sell it in town.
For sure.
Unless it was stolen from the town.
I mean, It's hard to tell, but it kind of just looks like it was stashed here by an animal. I don't know.
An
Yeah,
animal
well-
with impeccable tastes.
Wonderful taste. Could be like a crow or something. No crows. Can't they be like
Yeah.
trained to pick up shiny things? I don't know.
Crows are
think
incredibly
so, and
smart.
if there's a whole murder stashing in the same spot,
It's not like a bad omen that they're called a murder, right? Like they're not going to come for us.
No, I just think people who name animals get very enthusiastic with what they name things. What do you call a group of kobolds?
a mess.
A mess.
I'm sorry.
No, a lousy.
Why?
Yeah, true. That is true.
A lousy of kobolds.
A warren.
Lousy. A warren.
The warren's where we stay usually.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Gaggle. I like gaggle.
Gaggle's a fun one, but those are birds, right? Certain birds.
It might be a
Geese?
yappery.
A yappery is good. I do like yappery. It's kind of weird that all fish are a school. We don't have like, like
School
sunfish
of
could
Mata.
be, a ray of sunfish.
What about
Yeah.
octopuses?
Jellyfish are a cloud.
Octopus are pods.
Well, that's true. But those aren't fish, are
Yeah.
they?
Sure, they are. They're fish. They're animals from the sea. They're fish.
That's fair.
Yeah, this is kind of what it looks like.
Penguins.
This is my shitty drawing.
I didn't know jute was a fish.
Wait, where's your? Oh, is it not true? Okay, there we go. Okay, I see.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, it's on top of a stump, kind of.
So like the top, it's like the tree split, and then the center is rotted, and there's just like a hole down into the trunk. So based on this, you guys wouldn't suspect a bird immediately, only because there isn't really a great place for them to perch.
Right.
And you don't see any signs of them having like dug their claws into it.
Well,
Could
if
this
we
be
got
done by the
gold
spirits?
Oh boy, you don't suppose the spirit it's not a. They've had shrines in the past, right? They weren't just stuffing their things in a trunk.
If this was a shrine, you would think there would be a little bit more indication that it's a shrine.
Hey, oh, hang on. If
Not
we're-
all spirits have shrines.
Jupiter kind of like climbs down and starts to sit down. Actually, is it snowy yet, or are we still in kind of like dry area?
There's snow.
Oh boy, he starts to sit down and then he's like, "Oh my god, that's fucking cold." He runs back over to the cart. Okay.
Yeah, I imagined that you were like fully bundled in several blankets when you're doing this.
Yeah, Jupiter actually probably has to waddle his way out there and do like the penguin hop back to the cart. But he will eventually hop back down. Okay, before we take any more, I'll find out if this is a bad idea. And he will take 10 minutes to start fanning out cards and asking the stars if it's okay to steal this jewelry from a chipmunk.
I will.
The plan of action is we're going to take all the cool things in this tree.
You get mostly wheel.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
The claw marks are kind of like this shaped.
Oh, that is strange.
They're kind of like, you can see where they're like kind of pushed in, and it's like a little bit wider where they push in, and then they kind of like drag down, almost like something was crawling its way up the trunk.
Yeah, that is kind of creepy. I don't recognize. Well, I mean, I wouldn't. You don't recognize those tracks, do you? Anyone else? Anyone that knows land animals?
Just shrugs.
Uh,
What's that, Nara?
I'm not sure. Can I roll to see if Nora knows?
Yeah, absolutely. Give me like a nature or survival check.
It's a miserly chupacabra.
I'm gonna roll for nature next, if that's okay.
Not needed. Nara actually has advantage on this roll because you suspect that these are a very small dragons.
Oh, cute!
Oh.
Oh,
It's a little baby horde.
there's a dragon in these mountains?
Yeah, these claw, well, like Nico is quite chunky. These look like more of a Tyrican dragon's claw prints.
No. Guys, I could be wrong. I'm still kind of new to this, but this looks very similar to like dragon's claw marks.
Is a baby dragon's horde. That's cute.
That is pretty cute.
I've never seen another dragon outside of Nico.
Are they extinct?
Does Nico have a horde? Does he like collect socks under the bed?
You know, there have been missing.
Nico collects patience.
So, okay, well now we have a dilemma because the stars say it's fine to take these, but if it belongs to a little dragon, then we're stealing.
It's fine, but is it moral? Is what we're asking.
Ah,
Is it? It's like
Nobody cares.
you probably won't have repercussions for stealing from a peasant, but they'll starve.
Nobody cares about stealing eggs from a chicken.
true, but chickens aren't intelligent.
Maybe we just take the high value pieces and put all the silver back.
Let's just take a little. We'll be polite and only steal from them a little.
It's like when a kid opens a pack of Pokemon cards, you take the hollow and give them the rest. No, not really.
God, why didn't I buy something for this?
If
What would you
Like-
buy for this situation?
is there no other like tracking tracks around the tree, or has it like snowed recently, so like everything's fresh snow?
Yeah, a lot of it has snowed over, so unfortunately the tracks on the tree seem like over a week old, so the snow has kind of like covered part of them, and any tracks that would have been on the ground are like fully covered. You could definitely give me a survival check to see if you can track it from in some other way, like checking for like broken branches and other markings and that sort of thing. Would you have advantage on? There isn't enough for you to like really track them, but you are able to find enough kind of like signs of where they've been kind of like staying, and some marks, some like old claw marks in other trees and things like that. So you're able to at least pick up on a couple of bits of information.
Okay.
One, you suspect that they haven't been here for probably about 2 weeks, you suspect, based on the freshness of some of the tracks. You also can tell, based on a couple of markings that you can see, they appear to be sick.
Aww.
No.
There
But
are
we have
some-
to find them.
there are a couple of points where you can see that they've kind of like they just like stagger a little bit, and there are some signs of a little bit of blood.
Oh,
What if
man.
they've been killed?
Yeah.
If so, this is a victimless crime.
Is like
True.
is at least like the direction of some of the stuff I found? Is it like going down the path that we're going towards, or going down the mountain?
It seems to be definitely like going up into the mountains a bit further.
Okay. Maybe I don't know if this is just to like ease our minds, but like we could take it and maybe hopefully if we find the dragon, just return it.
I was gonna.
Because if it's this easy to spot, like someone else might just take it. Like,
True.
so we're doing the dragon a favor.
It's also, if they're injured or sickly, then it's likely they're headed to the Frog region as well. I know it's very convenient for us, but I actually do kind of like the idea of taking it, keeping it separate in case we run across a sick dragon in the Frog province, and if not, then victimless crime.
Okay.
What if they've been killed?
What if they've been killed? Yeah.
What if they've been killed? 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 What if
Either way, your spell said it's good for us. It might be good for them as well if we find them.
True.
It could be both moral and good for us, which is the best source.
Yeah, let's just go with that. I'm cold and I want to keep going.
Yeah, same. All right.
Yeah.
He waddles back over there and finishes pulling out everything with telekinesis. Keep it in a separate sack for now.
Right? Gonna continue driving. Where do I get a small headshot?
But yeah, you guys head back to the wagon after gathering up the little horde and begin heading off up the mountains.
Get back to driving.
You do, as you guys are traveling, there is a sign that you see posted that is like partially broken.
What does that sign say?
Were you able to make anything out?
It's kind of like, it's essentially like a square sign that's been kind of like split down, probably like almost directly down the center, and you can see that where essentially like some snow has kind of like fallen and shifted and kind of like smacked into it and bent it. You see part of the sign that says in Tyrican, beware of, and then nothing.
Oh, awesome.
Perfect.
Can I look on the ground for the rest of the sign?
Sure, you could give me an investigation check.
Oh no, it's not survival. I mean, it's not perception.
This is more trying to figure out where the snow would have like snapped it and dragged it.
Right. I'm on the case. Ali! I can't find it.
You
Help!
start
I'm stuck in a snowbank.
you start sifting and like fully feel your foot just fully sink through about 3 feet of snow.
This is so
you,
deep.
you guys watch Stein just disappear.
Oh, well, don't do that. We need to keep you alive and not dead.
Wiggling his feet in the air.
Let me help you up.
You drag Stein back.
My hero.
No, that's nothing. But if you're going to try to find where that went, the snow would have fallen probably from this bough here and then landed here.
49.
Uh,
Plus 1. You're wearing
Yeah,
the goggles.
take 30. You guys, Alistair, you're able to kind of figure out where the sign was dragged. And you do find, after digging through a bunch of snow, you're able to find the missing piece of this sign. And it says Avalanche Caller.
Avalanche collar?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Like with an A?
Yeah.
Gross.
Well, can I mend the sign back together?
Yeah, it takes you a little bit, but you're able to kind of like get it at least serviceable.
He helps keep Alistair warm by kind of punching the air to make little tiny gouts of fire.
Thought you were going to say he keeps Alistair warm by punching him.
Yeah, same.
No. It's a
It's
butt
like-
punch. It massages his butt.
You can cook a chicken by slapping it.
I can do this literally. I'll burn immediately.
Does anybody know what an avalanche collar is?
Put it on and find out.
No,
No, wrong collar.
collar.
Killing it with these.
I didn't ask first though, so he might not keep
Oh.
it. I'm bad about that.
Yeah, this would be more of a nature check than a history
Okay.
check.
Okay. 16.
It's the same bonus if you want to just let me have that, but
I'll try and see if Astra mentioned one. Nope.
Yeah, Jupe, you definitely wouldn't have heard of these. Alistair,
Sea avalanches are very prolific.
Yeah.
Just you wait.
Oh no! Stop! Don't say that.
Alistair, there aren't really a ton of stories about or avalanches in Mare Bay, even though you guys have some pretty tall mountains. They aren't really. I guess they would get snow capped, so they.
There was an avalanche of pudding that one party.
Well, the thing is, I don't think I've ever been super close to the mountains, so
Yeah, it
not
doesn't
sure.
really ring a bell for you, unfortunately.
If I had to guess based off its name, it sounds like something that's just gonna make avalanches happen on purpose.
Yeah, it seems like a little on the nose to you at the very least.
Yeah.
Are there like banshees up here?
You know about mountains, Nara. Have you heard of an avalanche caller?
I don't think so. Maybe we have a.
You could give me a nature check, and Kohaku could give me a religion check,
Oh,
Spooky
just for the
ghost.
banshee comment.
I hope it's not a banshee.
Is it Tyreekian religion?
Sure.
A bonus. Delightful.
Yeah, Narcan, same situation. You weren't ever like up in the mountains. You didn't like grow up directly in the mountains. You were nearby, but don't really recognize the name. Kohaku, the mention of banshees. You don't recall ever seeing any ghosts here. The Frog Province is like a very kind of religious province. A
You don't
lot of
say.
people are trained in kind of like clerical magic and things like that. So you haven't ever heard of a ton of like undead out here. However, there were a couple of stories in your brief time here of where you would hear this like wailing that did sound kind of reminiscent of the kind of like classic interpretation of a banshee's wail.
I relay this. It's possible.
Hmm.
well, you should certainly be aware of it. I don't really know what that means other than keep an eye out for it and listen for it, I guess.
Perhaps we should be very quiet. And also, if we hear someone screaming, we should be aware of an avalanche.
Certainly.
What do you do in an avalanche, though? It's
I
can't
don't
really
know.
stop it.
Run the opposite direction? Pack away? I don't know.
No, you turn to face the avalanche, hold out your arms, and let God do as they will.
I hear going limp really helps, but then escaping after that's difficult.
Does shape water work on snow?
No. Well,
Snow isn't water, snow is snow.
to a very minimal degree, it can work.
It certainly wouldn't be enough to save all of us and our carts from an avalanche.
Let's try not to anger the avalanche caller then.
What time of day is it?
It's a little bit after. You would have spotted the port around noon, so it's probably you traveled for a little ways, so it's probably pushing around 3 or 4 o'clock.
Okay. I could certainly try to pick up some spells in the morning that might help if we were to get in an avalanche, but I think for now the best call is to just try to avoid it, and if we do encounter it, not piss it off.
Right. Well, at least we know about it.
Yeah, we can be aware of it now. All right, shall we?
All right, carry on. You guys get one more rest in after a bit more travel. Brings you to the 14th.
Rest.
It's so warm in the bed, and getting out is terrible.
And I need a D100.
From who?
Me.
You've killed
Whoa.
us. You fucking killed us. You
Everyone
ruined
knows
us.
high is good. Divine intervention is a mistake. It
Not in
should
this
be
case.
high is good.
99 Yetis.
True.
Yetis come. 99 Yetis appear, screaming. Who knows?
99 Yetis randomly spawn on locations on this map.
Is it the Yeti from that old skiing game?
Yeah.
Oh god, we're dead.
E3.
Yeah.
Fucking loved that game as a kid.
What a fucking scary memory. That Yeti is
Classic.
terrifying. 99 Luft balloons?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, what
So you
color
guys-
are they?
You guys wake up and you find that the weather has gotten fairly treacherous. There's a lot of like blowing snow. It's snowing very heavily. It's not quite a blizzard, but it's like on the cusp of it. It's very, very cold out. And you guys begin to push on, and even for those of you who like, you end up probably needing to take shifts driving just because it gets so cold. But even for those of you who like stay in the carts, which are very warm and have like little fireplaces that you guys can heat up, there is just a chill anytime like you have to open the doors or the window to like sneak out or anything. It just, a chill fills the place immediately.
Can I use Presto to warm a cubic foot of whatever the seat of the cart is on? That way it's like a heated seat.
Sure.
It'll feel like you pooped.
Well, I feel like it's better to feel like you pooped than to freeze.
I do need all of you guys to give me Constitution saving throws.
Oh no, the
Does-
horses!
Oh
Does
no.
does our cold weather gear help at all?
Yes. You guys
Delightful.
will have advantage on this. The horses, however, do not.
Didn't get cold weather gear for our horses?
Awesome.
Cut. Choop.
Yeah, this tracks.
Wow! Those horses just died.
Choop probably died too.
For I bought extra blankets if the horse want them.
I will lay on him however I need to warm him up.
Jupe, people warned you about the cold, and you sneered in their faces. And you really regret it now. There is just this frigid chill that fills you. It's just that sensation of somebody who's like grown up in one climate and then being moved to such a like drastic extreme difference.
Guys, just
like-
fuck it. We gotta go back. I'll just let me die. Let me go. Let me go. It's over. I've had. Just let me go.
You do see that Famine is looking pretty thin, getting a little hangry.
I'm gonna give him a feedback.
He's not doing so great. Fortunately, Cool Spot is doing great. Cool
Hell
Spot's
yeah,
filling it
Cool
up.
Spot.
Look,
You know, Death and W are not doing so hot either. They're doing a little bit better than Fam, but still not the best. And Pesto is tolerating the cold for the time being.
maybe we need, I don't know. We need to wait this out somewhere. Where there's cover from the wind and try and warm up the horses. If any of them die, we'll have all these carts stuck in the mountain.
It's,
That will be good.
yeah, I kind of agree. Do you think there's a cave nearby or something?
There might be.
Or even some tree cover to get away, break up the wind.
Who can help find Nara? And Jupiter might be able to help find some.
Yeah. Oh, fuck. Oh, Lord. Okay, I can help.
I'm going to make you a hot water bottle. Hold on.
Or maybe we could just find a good spot where we could like erect snow walls to like divert the wind.
What's this?
Yeah.
That
Or
won't work.
if we
Blow it up.
could park the carts in a wall,
Yeah, all right.
get a bigger fire going.
That could help.
You guys start to kind of pull the wagons off to try and like start looking for a place to just like build a big
Pull up.
fire so that you can start to warm things up and settle things in. Give me a Nara and Jupiter, as you guys are kind of like looking for a place to set up. Both of you give me perception checks. Off in the snow, you guys, Nara, you don't see it, but you see something fairly long and small, like a tubular shaped creature that is like kind of scurrying and kind of fighting against the wind as it's moving through. You can just kind of like see its silhouette as the snow is blowing. This like near whiteout is starting to happen.
It might be the dragon.
You said small and tubular? Are we talking like a ferret or a stoat or something? Or is
Like
it
a
Something like
upright?
that.
Is he dressed
Yeah.
up as like a surfer dude?
He's got a Hawaiian shirt and a surfboard,
Hell yeah.
and it's a ferret. But no, like kind of ferret-like, quadrupedal, kind of serpentine body.
You found Kaizul.
We did it.
Kind of.
Come in here, Jaeger guest character.
Boy. Well, that thing might know where some shelter is. I
What thing?
way after I see that animal, I would talk to it, but I think Sheesh is the one with that magic. I didn't prepare on it, counting on him to be here.
Nara, can you talk to animals?
I could give it a go. It depends on the animal if they're willing to talk.
Okay.
Guess. Yeah, Narcast, speak with animals.
All right. Speak with animals. What do you say?
Hello, hello there. Cold weather, isn't it?
Give me a flat charisma check.
Oh no.
And response, no shit, you fucking plonker.
Everybody talks about the weather, but nobody ever does anything about it.
Uh,
14. Not bad.
15. 15 if it matters.
15. Not bad.
Oh, I also need to clear that. There we go.
You see this thing, it kind of seems to perk up. You see its front legs go very straight and it's like back arches and its head turns to you guys. It does look like kind of like a large ferret. And by a large ferret, I mean probably, like 2.5 feet long. But as it turns to you, you realize that it's got this like very large kind of like round head compared to what a ferret would look like. And it just kind of like looks back at all of you. Right then, who are you? Who goes there?
oh, well, my name is Nara, and we're all traveling together. These are my friends. I can introduce you to them as well. But we're a little in some trouble. We're trying to find some refuge from the storm. Do you happen to know the area?
Yeah, I know the area.
Is Can you help us? We'd be more than happy to help you in any way. Maybe we could help each other.
There's a loud kind of like whistling of wind as like starts to drown out your voices, and you hear this thing that begins to like shout back at you. Is like, right then, what you need to know?
Um,
Storm's getting rather terrible.
yeah, that's the point. What do you know which direction we should head in order? Is there a cavern anywhere along this route, or somewhere to
what?
get out of the storm? A cave, somewhere to
Ask
take
for
shelter. Take shelter
Uh,
from the snow,
There's a,
the wind.
you guys watch as its throat begins to kind of expand, and it shouts this banshee-like scream.
Oh,
What? And you guys hear a cracking as a loud rumbling begins to follow behind.
No, it's the avalanche caller.
god damn it!
As the sound begins to kind of follow behind this thing, you guys see this ferret comes bounding in your direction. Its throat kind of swelling back in, and it genuinely looks like just this kind of white ferret, but with this like frog-like face.
Yeah.
And it comes like bounding past you as a long, like, or a massive wall of snow begins to barrel down towards all of you.
Fuck.
No!
Nara's shoulders slump and he rolls it back. It's like, God.
Oh no.
Nico comes over and like huddles next to you guys.
Uh,
What do we do? What do we do?
I'm going to try and unhitch the horses and lead them like behind the carts as cover to see if we can bring it. Trying to make the cart a wall for the avalanche.
How
The big ones, at least.
How is it? Is it like water instantly freezes cold out?
It's with this storm and wind. Yeah, probably.
All right, sick. I'm gonna try this. I don't know if it will work, but this is what D&D is all about. Jupiter is going to first of all accept death and make his final prayers. But then he's going to waddle around towards the front side of the cart, like where the wall of snow is approaching.
What?
And he is going to begin casting a spell. He begins drawing images of like a roiling surf and a sea, and waves, and a big old one, kind of like that one famous painting. I don't know the name of it, but the famous painting with the big tidal wave.
Yeah.
The
and
wave.
then-
A wave?
Is it just called the wave?
It's just called
Yeah.
the wave.
Well, that's
yeah.
pretty sick. Sick. He draws the wave out of stars and paint. And then with one sweeping motion, he brushes both of his hands to the side, and a massive tidal wave is going to just streak from left to right, kind of like in a wall in front of the carts, and hopefully flash freeze to make kind of a bubble or a wall of ice.
Yeah,
Might at least counter it.
I will say that. Yeah, as you drag this tidal wave up, it does kind of like start to like flash freeze up behind it, creating this kind of big sweeping wave of water that creates some kind of a barrier.
All right, sick. I don't
So
know.
cold.
I don't know how long we have, but I will burn as much mana as I can before the wall gets here to reinforce that with more tidal waves, because one wall is not going to hold it.
Yeah. What are the rest of you guys doing in this moment?
Like I said, I'm going to get as many of the horses out and lead
Yeah.
them behind the carts.
Yeah, you cut the reins and start pulling the horses back.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the reins because Ali can fix them later with magic.
True.
Well, somebody's going to have to survive to dig everybody else out. I hold
true.
my arms out. I face the avalanche, and I prepare to jump over it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to wish the artificers had better spells. Does the wave count as an object?
Sure.
That it's frozen.
Once it's frozen, I feel like it probably does.
Can I cast Enlarge Reduce on it to make it even bigger?
Oh, hell
Sure.
yeah!
Yeah.
Hell yeah!
They'll double it in height and in
In
thickness.
the thickness, yeah, the important one is the
Yeah.
thickness, yeah.
Hell yeah!
Good shit.
All right. You make this massive wall of water and ice. Nara, what are you doing?
Shit. Probably won't do much, but just thinking as toes, when you cast Spike Growth, can it be like ivy tendrils with thorns and just trying to like wrap around the wheels and the cargo that we're carrying and like around the
Yeah, trying to anchor them in to the ground.
trying to anchor in place, give them a little bit more, bound a little bit to the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. You throw a spike growth, and the wheels are essentially just like kind of standard wagon wheels with spokes and stuff, and so the vines very easily kind of wrap around and have lots to grab to, and kind of anchor the wagons to the ground. Nico, as he comes over to you, does like bite into the avalanche collar as it's bounding past you guys, and like just has it by the scruff, and it's still like screaming like, "What are you doing, mate? Let me go! Let me go!"
Your bad avalanche collar.
Can you tell it to shoo the avalanche away?
Why'd you do that? Why are you doing this?
I have a loud voice. I can't help it. It's not my fault.
Stop talking to him. You're making it worse.
There's a loud crash as the avalanche
I'm
slams
screaming!
into the kind of snow and ice barrier that you guys have created. You see it piles up and begins to like fully kind of like overtake the wave and begins to spill out over the top, dusting you guys with snow, and you can see it getting slid and dragged. The ice begins to crack and crumble, and there's a brief moment where it does seem to resist the snow for a moment before being barreled through, and all of you are kind of tossed to the sides.
No.
You feel several of you are dragged into the snow and pulled away. Kohaku, you attempt to like leap over. How high can you jump?
90 feet at last calculations, probably a little bit better.
Perfect. You leap over this avalanche, landing on it, and with your monk-like abilities, you're able to kind of like maintain a pace in the snow for a good while, but eventually feel your feet kind of sink into the loose snow, and you get sucked into it as it tosses you to the side. There's this kind of a moment where several of you all feel yourselves suddenly begin to fall, as if you have been pushed off of the ledge of a cliff. And there's a spiraling sensation before you hit. And where you expect hard impact, you fortunately find kind of like the soft, powdery snow, which you sink into deeply.
This is absolutely terrifying.
Yep.
And when the motion is finally kind of like ceased and you feel you can have control of your body again, Kohaku, Stein, and Alistair, you guys sit up in the snow, you can see that there is just a powdery field out in front of you. What would you like to do?
Panic.
Who's missing?
Yeah, who's missing?
You, three of you can look up, and you can see a metal boot sticking out of the snow. But other than that, there is just the three of you:
Which tree?
Alistair, Stein, and Kohaku.
Oh no.
No.
Oh.
Yeah, start
Who
digging.
has a metal boot?
That's probably fucking Talon. It's Talon. I runs over to him. I don't know anyone else who wears a metal boot.
Yeah, you find it, and it does appear to be Talon's boot, and you start digging it out. And as you kind of like put your hand on to pull her out, it leg does start kicking, and eventually scrambling out. You see Talon covered in snow. Cloak is just like covered in snow, and gets out.
I help with the shovel. Talon, you okay?
God, you're okay. And she goes over and gives you a big hug.
Squeezes her back, but her armor is so cold.
Yeah,
How are you still alive? We
she's
have to get.
definitely not wearing the armor at this point.
Okay, cool.
Actually, yeah, she would have just had
Gambison.
yeah, she's probably just got her gambeson on.
Like padded armor, I think.
Yeah, because yeah, she definitely couldn't have had that on in this weather. But she get up, dust the cloak off, try and get as much snow off of it as possible. And you guys kind of look around, and you can see that there's this large stone, kind of like the mountainous rock that goes up probably a good 100 feet from where you guys presumably fell from.
Ooh.
Oh God. Oh God.
I'm gonna
oh
try
God,
to
oh God, oh God.
listen to the ground to see if I can hear any struggling under the snow.
Sure, give me a perception check. On a 22, you don't hear anything else, though you do hear like you don't hear anything under the snow, but you do hear this like the sound of like two blades being run across each other. Not coming from under the snow, but just kind of like ambiently in the air.
Anybody else hear that? What? Is that a Jupiter trick? Where's it coming from?
No, wrong. You're thinking of the wrong Catboy.
Oh.
That's a cricket trick, but cricket's not here.
Yeah. Kind of goes quiet for a second, and then you hear that same kind of like just shing sound a little bit closer this time, though.
Alistair doesn't respond. He's just kind of panically digging in the snow, but to little effect.
Yeah, I definitely heard it that time. What do you think that is?
Somebody rubbing their blades together? Sharpening? Or Remora?
Yeah. Things are kind of quiet for a moment, other than the kind of like the whistling of the wind from the storm. What do you guys do? Alistair, you continue to kind of like dig through the snow, but you don't seem to be finding anything.
I'm back.
So no signs of anybody else.
Alright. They might not be underneath us. We might have been pushed apart and separated.
But what if he is underneath us, though? I can't just not know.
If he is, I feel like you'd hear him. He can control water.
You were just saying earlier water wasn't snow, and
I didn't say anything.
not you, just in general.
Can we triangulate that weird metal sound?
Sure. Give me a. Yeah, there's a point where you. So let me double check thing.
How deep do you think the snow is?
Well, it caught me, so 90 feet at least.
I doubt it's 90 feet.
Or maybe I sank in it when I land.
You sank when you landed. Yeah, you were able to clear the height of it just fine. It's just like the length of it was
Sure.
too far.
Did you see how tall it went? I was behind the car.
Yeah, it's the initial size of it was probably a good 30 feet, and then once it hit the wall, it began to bank up the wall itself and just kind of collect.
And we were pushed down the mountain?
Yeah, at some point, part of the wall kind of cracked, and then some of the snow began to filter in and knocked several of you and pushed the carts, and everything kind of descended into chaos very rapidly, because that's how avalanches go. Alistair, do you have any of those paper birds? Maybe we can send one to one of them.
Oh yeah, that'd work. Yeah.
If we don't, I think Jupiter had some. I'm sure he'll send one if he can.
Well, if he can, if he's under snow, I don't think he can. Yeah, Alistair will just scribble out pretty much nothing on the paper. Just send out one for Jupiter, see where it goes.
Yeah, it goes up the cliff and disappears in some of the fog.
Right.
Well, he's alive and he's up there, so that's good.
Getting there is going to be a little bit of a problem, though. Kohaku, you can hear that slashing sound really close by now, and there's a brief moment of where you kind of catch something just faintly in the wind, and
I hear it too.
Sounds approaching.
Is there some sort of weird spirit that uses swords in the snow? Because that seems weird.
It might be a sickle weasel. They live on the wind.
There is a brief moment where nothing kind of happens, but suddenly there's a gout of blood that comes off of the side of Talen's cheek and her shoulders.
It is Akamai Itachi.
It's invisible. Fight for your life. Hiya!
Don't scream, you'll make another one. Another avalanche.
Holy shit! 20 damage.
So she does manage to kind of like dodge most of the blow, but she does take 10 points of slashing damage, slashing and cold damage. But in that brief moment where it attacks, and Kohaku, because of her very good kind of bead on this thing's, the sound that it's making, the very subtle like clinking of the blades, you do catch the sight of this like almost weasel-like form, though it's got these long like sickle-like claws that come off of the front paws, and it seems to kind of ride the wind, and then as quickly as you kind of like catch sight of it as it attacks, it seems to vanish, disappearing into just snow and wind, which swirl around you all.
What did I say? What did I say?
And for that reason, I'd like you guys to roll initiative.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Don't have
Everyone else is
merit
just
in my
dead, I
ass.
guess.
Yeah. Oh, don't you worry, we'll get to them.
Oh.
I'm sure
boy.
everything is great.
Spoiler alert, I'm starting with you guys and not jumping to them right away because I'm kind of hoping that Sheesh might show up for it.
Oh boy.
Ooh.
But we'll see.
He's just frozen completely as a fish.
Yeah, he's fully dead.
Don't be
He'll
afraid. This
thaw.
trickster's only pretending to be the famous snowflake samurai. Nobody believes in him. He's not real.
Yeah.
Just a story.
It's a sickle weasel. Children's folktale.
Yeah, the snowflake samurai isn't real.
It's a Sneasler.
Sneasler?
Sneasler.
Alrighty, it
Is
is.
that its name?
Sneasler, yeah.
I thought it was a Sneasel and Weavile.
It is Sneasel and Weavile, but they made a new one that's Sneasler.
Oh, it's new.
It's the whatever.
It's the sassy cheerleader Pokemon.
Yeah.
Weird.
All right. Kicking things off is the Kame-Itachi. Which is going to
Oh
come.
boy.
Don't like that it's invisible. Stop.
I need Alistair to make a dexterity saving throw.
Nice.
All right, you take 8 points of damage, 4 slashing and 4 cold, as more of the wind just seems to turn to knives and cut into you.
Fuck, that stings. Ow.
And as it does, you do, again, all of you are able to catch this brief moment where it does, where you can see and make out this thing in the wintry storm. But as quickly as it attacks, it dashes away.
Can we sense its location?
Potentially, with you could attempt a perception check to try and spot it and identify it.
Yeah. That's an action?
Yeah.
Okay.
That brings us to Talon, because side initiative is great, is a wonderful thing.
Look at that. 15, 14, 13. Can Kohaku ever roll? Yeah, 3 plus.
You have anything? Talon is going to take a perception check and try and spot this thing and point it out to you guys. Damn it.
Hell yeah.
Whoa!
So yeah, she will point out that is in this. Says, I can see it over there.
Right.
So for the next round, you guys are aware that that's where it is. It brings us to
Boy.
Stein.
Yeah. Is it difficult terrain to move through here?
No.
Okay. He goes over here and turning his hand like red, like fire. He starts bapping it. 14?
$14 is its armor class.
Exactly.
It is not resistant to fire, which is a damn fucking shame.
It's not weak to it either. So it doesn't melt.
Sure isn't. But it does take full damage from that.
Yeah. And then he does. Is it invisible actually?
It's not technically invisible. It is just
Okay.
hard.
Hard.
It's very hard to see in the storm. It's essentially got like a wintry camouflage.
Okay. But if someone points it out, we know where it is.
Yeah, you guys are at least able to kind of spot it once somebody points it out, but you lose it very quickly.
Right. 15 for 11. And then he's going to use a key point to attack twice more with Flurry of Blow. And it's the end of his turn.
Alrighty. That will bring us to Alistair.
Okay, cool. And I can see it. Great. Well, I can run up here. Might as well give everyone else advantage on it. Or not advantage, disadvantage on anyone else but me. But yeah, punching it in the face. Because it hit me. Well, maybe.
11 misses, but 17 will hit.
Cool. It cannot hit anyone else but me. Well, it can, but it has disadvantage on hitting anyone else. Granted, it's just been kind of
That's fair.
making us
Yeah.
do deck saves, so it doesn't matter that much. But that'll be it.
Alrighty, that'll bring us to Kohaku.
Wow. Let's pop over here. Can I get flanking there? No,
We don't flag here.
it's fine.
It's fine wherever you go.
Yeah, but you know, principles.
That's fair. $14 hits.
14 does hit. 11 misses. 23 will hit. Or 17 points of damage total.
Get dunked on.
Are you at the point where you can punch ghosts?
I am not and never shall be.
Perfect. It does seem a little bit resistant to your fist.
But it's... Oh yeah, the Hilt Strike. Wakizashi's magic.
Yeah, the Wakizashi does, but... brings us to the Kamitachi. It begins to move, and as it moves, you all suddenly lose it in the snow again. God, what does it want to do? It really just likes to behead people.
Who doesn't? Am I right, guys?
Who doesn't love a little beheading from time to time?
Yeah,
As a treat.
that's good entertainment right there.
Where'd it go?
It is going to kind of move through Kohaku. Kohaku, I need to make a dexterity saving throw.
Hell yeah.
Great. You take
Wow.
6 points of damage.
It bit me.
Just very slightly nicked you on the side. Oh my god, where's this fucking icon? No, it doesn't matter. That will be its turn, which will bring us to Talon. She's gonna come over here. But aren't doing too terribly, so she's gonna try and spot this thing again.
Oh God, is this our cart? No, it's not. Okay.
No, no, that's been there for a while.
Okay.
Yeah,
No.
she can't spot it this time. She's kind of like whipping around.
Fair.
It's a tricky one.
That'll bring us to you, Stein.
I'll take the search action.
All right.
Try and find.
God damn it, you guys.
Over there.
Hey.
This is supposed to be a hard fight.
It's a little. I'm gonna mark its location by
You-
kind of running next
You
to
kind,
it.
of, you kind of look around for a bit and you don't see it, but then you realize that it's actually flown up about 20 feet into the air.
Over there! He's just pointing up. It can fly, it turns out. Do I have anything as a bonus action that doesn't need an attack? I have a spell! Is anyone injured? You're alright for now. Nothing that's... I don't have anything that's a bonus action, actually, so I'll just end my turn for now.
Alrighty.
Alistair.
That brings to Alistair.
I'm gonna upcast as the 3rd level and then immediately regret it.
Oh no!
Yep, I'm fucking right. This skip
They
spell is the
own
worst
this!
and it's
Oh,
terrible and I hate
no.
it. Garbage spell, I hate it.
It really is. I don't know how it.
What's your
always-
modifier?
Don't know if it gets one. What does it even add?
That
It
is-
adds your spell attack modifier.
That's only adding 3. It should definitely be higher. It should be your
It should
proficiency
add your
plus
proficiency.
your intelligence.
Yeah.
Okay.
You
Which
might not
is
have said
3
it.
plus. Oh, so it doesn't have my +4.
So yeah,
So
You have...
so-
Yeah.
So it's a 17, a
Okay.
16.
So
Yeah.
16, 16, 12.
That's
17.
why it sucks. It's wrong. Fix it.
yeah, 3 of those hit.
So that is 3 hits. Which
Hell yeah.
is 20 damage.
It's dead.
Not dead.
Oh, I didn't have my stat bonus. Figured it out.
That would do it.
Yay.
It does still
Uh,
suck, though.
Scorching
still
Ray
suck.
will accept your apology in writing, please.
No, it still
does-
sucks.
Let's bring it to you. Go on.
I got Scorching. No. I got Scorching Fist!
You can jump up and reach it, I believe. Can you jump 20 feet?
No, actually, I don't know if I can. Hang on.
What?
You
Bullshit.
just jumped
calculate-
90
How do you
feet.
calculate your... Yeah, what's the calculation? It's your strength, right? Let's see. Plus
Jupe
3,
has a handy dandy jump calculator.
I do appreciate that if you look up jump calculator, it is the first result.
As made famous by that one cool guy on that one cool show.
Yeah.
Several cool shows.
Yeah, true. Actually, I think it was just made famous by Google. But, you know, really, it's just because I'm such an SEO expert making this
I
cool
wanna,
page.
I wanna see the stats on how much it's been used. I bet a lot.
I really should, like, monetize it or something. I don't know. But I feel like I'm doing the world a favor, and I owe it that.
What I like most about you is your humility. What's that?
Me too. I am so humble. It's wonderful.
I'm going to send you angry email.
I already get plenty of those.
But mine is sexy.
That's good. That's a change of pace.
So how high can you jump, Kohaku?
I can easily jump 20 feet. There's no problem. All right. Now I do have to do my ring. I have to spend a key or do my ring to get to 20 feet. How many times? That's actually a good important. That's important.
Unlimitedly. You can use the ring unlimitedly.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but it's an action to activate, right?
Oh no, it's a bonus. Yeah.
It's a bonus. So then I can get
Green's
my health
jump
strike.
is amazing.
So I'll just spend a key. Just
Yeah.
throw a key at it. We increase my jump height. Jump up 20 feet. Blah.
All right, you punch this weasel in the face. Seems somewhat resistant as its airy form kind of just like punching jello. It just kind of like slops around your fist, but it does seem to take some damage.
What about the 2 stabs?
Oh, I totally missed
Why?
those because it got broken up by the shameless plug. How would you like to do this?
Oh yeah. Oh, the hill strike
Uh,
would. You can't hill strike then because you need to use the jump.
It's fun.
bonus
The
action.
walkie-talkie
The 22.
alone is split
Yeah,
up.
it's
good.
20 damage in both of them.
It's just gonna sprint up, leap on top of Stein's head, and then leap off of that, do a backflip, and decapitate it completely.
Yeah, you decapitate it, and as the blade cuts in, you do find that its form becomes slightly more corporeal, and you are left with the body of this sickle weasel.
Can I land in like a whirlwind flurry of snow, and then like a random
Hell yeah.
passerby is like, the snowflake samurai, he's real.
Sure. You know.
As you jump off Stein's head, he gets face planted 2 feet into the snow.
Yeah. I'll dig you back. That's fine.
Did you get him?
We
I
got it.
hated that.
You did it.
What angered the spirit?
I
Why is
don't
it so
know.
unfriendly?
I think it's just angry. It has sickles for its arms.
No spirit is angry for no reason. Except demons.
Maybe it's a demon. I don't know.
Doesn't look like a demon.
Well, there are some spirits who are just like causing misery to people.
Maybe
Born for
like
vengeance.
someone died in an avalanche and now it tries to kill people with avalanches or something.
No,
Yeah.
that's just a demon.
That's the other fellow.
Yeah, that was that stupid other weasel.
Why are
Right.
there so many long things trying to kill us today?
I don't know, but
Stein's,
they nearly did it.
Stein's going to take the sickle weasel and kind of like carry it with him. I think maybe when we find Nara, he could salvage its sickles for special cool weapons.
Demon weapons? Pass.
It's not a demon.
Well, if it's a
It'd be-
spirit, then what angered it?
It might not be a spirit. It might be some other phenomenon. Like, look, it's physical. It might be an animal. But it's dead and bleeding.
It's
Yeah.
warm, right? I don't know.
It is kind of warm still for now. Or is it very cold? It does do cold damage.
Yeah, it's actually kind of chilly. You think that it'll probably like warm up with time, but
Yeah, I kind of put it like, I take out an apron and just kind of lay it on the apron and they drag the apron.
all right. Start dragging this body behind you.
How big is it?
Probably about
Me-sized?
2 feet.
Oh, it's just a really fucking, it's a big weasel. It's a big ferret.
Just a big weasel. Though the sickle claws are like 6 inches each.
Oh,
Huge.
daggers.
Ooh.
Huge proportionally on this thing.
Yeah. They're not really. They're average.
God, this makes me think of people that have really, really long fingernails and they can just do everyday task with them. It's the wildest thing.
Now ripping it off accidentally.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Ugh.
But yeah, what do you guys do? The wind is kicking up. It's very cold.
We have to take
Ugh.
shelter. We have to find everyone else.
We had to find everyone.
This is a conveniently placed cave, but how are we going to get up there?
As you kind of like poke your head over by the cave, you can. It feels warm. The air coming out of there is warm.
It might
Um,
lead to a hot spring.
Can't rest right now. Our friends are probably suffocating in the snow.
Well, it's not rest. There might be a way in there that leads topside.
Maybe. That's probably our best bet to get up there. I don't think we can climb that. This. It's
Yeah.
little-
Hand me a rope.
Hand him a rope.
Or we can go to the gate. It's fine.
Climbing the side of this cliff in this weather is kind of seems like a foolish idea.
Oh, I was just going to jump at the top. But we'll go to the cave. It's fine. It's more fun that way.
You guys kind of poke your head
It's
into the
warmer
cave,
too.
and sure enough, like Stein said, you go a little ways and you do find that there is a hot spring.
Oh.
We need to find everyone else and bring them here.
Do.
You can see you get the that smell of hot springs, that kind of like salty-ish smell,
Minerals.
hot water and the minerals and all that. It's actually like very warm in here.
Oh, this feels nice. Oh, this is good.
Yeah, we should probably wait out the storm here. Us freezing to death isn't going to help anybody else, and if the others, maybe the wall protected them.
I hope so. Do you have any more of those birds?
I have 2 left, yeah.
When the
Speaking
of-
storm ends.
What would have happened if we had taken a long rest at the hot spring before pulling you out of the snow?
I probably could have gotten out of the snow eventually.
Oh,
It wasn't very deep.
I think I was mostly in there for comedic effect more than anything.
I'll take
I'm
it.
glad you're not buried very deeply.
Me too.
Well, let's see if we can somehow. Well, let's see if this place is actually safe enough to den of a monster, because I'm certain things that get cold would gather around warm places.
Yeah, it's possible. Well, you guys are enjoying the hot spring.
Meanwhile,
Meanwhile,
Abandoning your friends at the DM's request.
the rest of you, which is Nara and Jupiter, and our poor dear Shishika, who still has the runs.
do you send that that bird immediately?
Yep, I want to make sure they're still up there.
Okay.
I doubt there's a path through the cave. That'd be fun to
Oh.
find, but
There's a point where, as the ice of the wall cracks and the snow begins to kind of barrel through, kind of knocks the rest of you off the path, and you eventually kind of feel yourselves kind of covered in this frigid snow. Jupe, you're absolutely freezing. Nara, you're doing a little bit better, but you guys managed to crawl your way out. Thankfully, the ice wall did provide some barrier and has actually pretty effectively protected the wagons, though they are partially buried at this point. It'll take a lot of work to get them out. And unhitching the horses has allowed them to kind of take off. You guys get up, and you find that the avalanche has kind of pushed you guys off of the main path that you've been on, and you're in some unfamiliar territory.
Sick, but we ourselves are not covered.
You guys have managed to kind of like pull yourselves out.
Okay.
Okay.
First things first, we start. Oh my god, we can't call, we can't yell. This is the worst. I mean, first things first, we look for signs of our friends, and I assume that we
Sure.
don't find any, but I'll try it.
Yeah, give me an investigation check. You start kind of like looking for signs of like footprints, anything that might indicate where they went. Taking like just a glance around the scenery, you don't see any. You don't like catch sight of them immediately or anything like that.
Oh boy.
But yeah, that's kind of it. It's just it's especially hard because with the avalanche, so much has now been buried, and like the scenery has completely changed shape essentially.
Well, I guess I look downhill. What does downhill look like? Is it like a cliff's edge? Is it a mountain? What does down look like from our perspective?
Yeah. So you guys are kind of like on the side of what appears to be kind of like a what would be a reverse ravine. You guys are kind of like on an upper ledge with kind of a drop on either side of you.
Okay, gotcha. We're on like a almost a bridge sort of setup.
Kind of. And yeah, it seems to descend fairly steeply on either side of you. There's a good amount of room where you guys are walking and able to stand, but it drops a good, probably more than 100 feet. But there's so much snow and like fog and mist and other stuff going on that it's hard to tell how deep it goes.
Okay, well that means they could have been pushed off either side. That's shitty. Boy. After a couple minutes of just looking with her eyes and not spotting anything, I do think Jupe is going to pull out a paper bird. He keeps 3 on him. I'll mark that down to 2. Boy. And he will go ahead and address it to Alistair with just a very quickly scrawled, we're by the carts, where did you go? And he will send it off just to see which direction it flies.
All right, it does kind of go off kind of to your left and begins to dive down, though you do see that as it's flying, it is struggling against the wind, and it definitely is being like pulled off course very rapidly. And while it's making progress, it seems to be slow and a little chaotic.
Okay, but it is giving a heading?
It's doing its best.
Okay, alright. Boy, first things first.
At the very least, it didn't turn to ash.
That's good. That's great. So, horses, what is the status? Are they buried too? Still tethered to the carts?
Stein cut them free. They seem to have fully bolted.
Oh shit, they're
down
gone.
the
Good for them.
Thought they'd be safe behind the car.
Are they like, they're long gone? There's no calling out to them or anything?
I might be able to track them later.
Yeah, you could. They're probably trackable at some point, but they seem to have been pretty spooked and knew to get out of there. I think actually you do find Famine partially buried in the snow, looking quite hungry and cold. As the one who was suffering the most from the cold earlier. He didn't quite get as far away as the others.
Poor Famine.
Jupiter is gonna kind of like waddle over to Famine. And I don't actually know if Shape Water works on snow. I'll leave that one up to you. He'll try it to see if it works.
Oh God, I would say it does in the least effective way possible.
That's fair. Yeah,
It's like just this sluggish, just dragging, rather than like liquid moving.
that makes a lot of sense. It's kind of just like it's a severely weaker version of the spell.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, it would be like when you're shaping water, it kind of gets this like zero gravity effect where you can really manipulate it. And with snow, it's like it's still being affected by gravity entirely, so you're just
Right.
kind of like dragging it.
I like that.
Very like sluggish.
I imagine that is still way faster than Jupiter trying to get this horse uncovered by hand. So very slowly, he's just with back and forth hand motions, scraping bits of snow off, pulling it aside. He kind of like kneels down. He's like, "Come on, bud. Come on. I know. It'd be real easy to give up. Come on, let's go. Not yet."
I wish I could do a horse impression, but he like kind of does that horse like bluster and eventually is able to kind of shake himself free after you pull enough snow away, and kind of like clumps out.
The horse just goes meh.
Yeah, you and me both, bud. All right, come on. I'll call out over to Nara. Any sign of him?
No, nothing.
You do see Nico has this large weasel in his mouth still, and the weasel is still kind of like shouting and like trying to kind of like talk at you, Nara. And Nico just kind of like shakes his head a couple of times and like thrashes this thing around, trying to get it to shut up.
Oh,
Cause enough damage. Just keep everything to yourself for a second.
He goes quiet and just kind of like limp in Nico's arms or in Nico's mouth, and Nico kind of trots over.
boy. Okay, I don't think we're getting the cards out anytime soon. We're gonna have to just wait for the storm.
Julon kind of eventually pulls himself up as well. If we can make it to Kosetujin, the monks there would probably know these mountains well enough and be able to assist in retrieving any of the wagons and the horses. They'd certainly be better equipped for it than us.
That's fine. The wagons are just things, but where are the rest of them? They can't be far. I do take a second. I assume Sheesh is kind of out and about,
Yeah,
even though he's not here. Okay.
he's run off to another tree and he's pooping.
Good for him.
Just dysentery and all.
Boy, are there any tall trees that were like they would have quote unquote seen the avalanche without being fully buried by it? I use the word seen very loosely here because plants don't have eyes, but
A little ways off, you can definitely see that there are some trees kind of dotted about. A little bit further up this kind of like bridge that you guys are kind of crossing. If you kind of go like towards where the avalanche came from.
boy, but that's away from where the paper bird was flying.
A little bit, but it is up higher, and there would be like more of a vantage point potentially.
Okay.
If that's
Sure.
helpful.
Yeah, if it's within like a minute walk or whatever, Jupe is gonna say, "Okay, give me a second. I got an idea," and he'll start running as best as he can in all of his heavy snow gear towards the nearest tall tree.
Yeah, you wrap yourself up and begin trudging through. As you're going, you can kind of see this area where the snow seemed to have like, it's like the bulk of the snow seems to have like fallen from and like landed onto this bridge and began flowing down towards you guys. And there's this like a stone kind of a raised cliff that kind of wraps around and kind of created a bit of a shield that kind of caused the snow to essentially hit it and then come your direction. But if you look up that cliff, you can actually see there's a bit of light that you can just barely make out flickering through the kind of like the whiteout snow and mist and stuff.
I'll call back if I'm close enough that I can yell without causing another avalanche, and try to get Nara and Sheesh and oh my god, what's his name with a J?
Julong?
Julong to follow. I think there's something over here. You guys see that?
Julong will start coming over.
What's that?
See that flickering?
Huh.
I was gonna ask a tree if they saw which way our friends went, but you think that's them?
I mean, could be.
How would they go up? That's wild. All right, let's go check it out.
Well, if it's not them, it could be somebody that could help.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. It's about at this point where just like you can hear this like just this and it's like a bunch of wind, and eventually you were smacked in the face by a piece of paper tube.
Ow! Fuck! Ow! Oh!
It seems to just be a blank paper road.
Huh. I didn't send that. Oh shit! Which way did they come from?
You couldn't tell in the wind. A few minutes, probably about a minute or two later, another one comes like riding in on the storm and smacks Nara in the face.
Did you say anything?
Does it?
Yep. Hey, I hope you guys are okay. There's a cave with a hot spring down here. We're going to warm up, though I don't want to. Meet us here if you can.
Okay, they're down the ravine.
Oh,
Then what's that up there?
I don't know. You hear that though, right? Whatever it
Hear
is. Yeah, that noise.
Oh, that was the flapping of the...
The paperwork going through the
sorry.
through
Okay,
there.
yeah, just kidding. Okay. Okay, shit. Then, how far off is this flicker?
Alright, I can't do impressions.
It's okay. Me either. How far off is the flickering light? Is it?
You know what? It's probably... If you had to, like, follow around the kind of, like, winding path up to it, probably a good 400 feet.
Okay.
400, 500.
That's not terrible, actually. Maybe we can check that out, and then we'll head back down the ravine. If it is somebody else that got stuck in the avalanche, we should help them.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, I've already sent a bird, so they at least know that we're okay. So let's go check that out. It's not far, and then we'll head back down the ravine and try to find their cave.
Alright. You guys begin to make your way up towards this cliff. And as you get closer, you can kind of like make out vaguely some these silhouetted shapes between the storm. And you can see that there does appear to be something of a building up there. And the flickering you can see is kind of just faintly, probably some kind of like a torch or fire or something flickering kind of between the window slats.
Okay. Kind of like a little cabin?
Yeah.
Alright, excellent. I'm gonna start making my way up to that and knock on the door.
Before you can make your way all the way up to it, unfortunately, you hear a roar as you guys are approaching, and you see a large shape of something almost like a large gorilla
Oh no.
stands up and begins to pick up a rock. And I need you guys to roll initiative.
Oh shit.
And before you do, I'll play over to your map.
I don't think this guy's friendly. Oh no, he sure isn't. Oh no, I see what happened to the house. That's not great.
Oh no.
Alright, I'm gonna roll initiative, but then I'll be right back. Just a second.
All right. Kicking things off, Nara, you see this large shape looming up over the edge of the cliff, picking up a large rock. Does not seem particularly friendly. These cliffs are each about. This first one is about 30 feet up, and this second one is about 20 feet up.
Okay, so 20 feet, and how much is right here?
30.
Okay. Um. Hmm. I think. Let me just read something real quick. I think I have something for this. I think sharpshooter bypasses cover a little bit, right?
Yeah, you fully ignore cover.
Sweet. But can I even like see him?
Yeah, you can see him. He's like kind of close enough to the edge of the cliff that you can absolutely see him.
Okay. In that case, I will. How much do I got? I think I got 45 feet of movement. 50. So I'm gonna go basically climb up this tree.
You have so much movement.
Yeah. Nara sure has maneuverability. And he's gonna try and knock a few arrows and shoot at this guy.
All right. Yeah, 27 and 26 will both hit.
Nico. You know what? I don't think Nico can climb. He doesn't have climbing speed.
Doesn't he has a fly speed now though?
Not yet. That's soon though.
I'm pretty sure he does.
Does he?
He just can't fly with you riding it.
Oh shoot! You're right.
You've
Yeah.
been teaching him too.
Yeah. It's
Forgot.
been so long. God.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? Nico is gonna fly upwards about 30 feet. So he'll be about right here. 20 feet that direction, 30 feet up.
Perfect. Campers over. That brings us to Jupiter.
Okay, let's see here. boy. Boy, oh boy. Yeah, I think first step is just getting up to him. And I think Nara has the right idea. Is it difficult at all, or is it just normal movement?
You have a climb speed, right?
Yeah, just like the snow and ice in general.
No.
Okay, sick. Then 10 feet over, and I will climb up the tree as high as I need to get to kind of like either make a jump or literally walk the plank out one of these branches over to here.
Yeah, you're probably going to need to walk the plank a little bit.
I can do that.
Yeah, give me an acrobatics check. Yeah, you're able to kind of like get to about the edge of this branch and be like ready to jump.
Okay, sick. I have cunning action dash, main action dash, and tabaxi dash for a grand total of 180 feet. Let me know how far I get.
Okay. Tell me where you're trying to get to.
Right up to his face. So I continue over this way, do the same thing over here, get up on him.
Okay.
And then if I have leftover movement, behind him.
Okay. Is it 180?
180, yep.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, fucking sick. Hell yeah.
Like like the wind.
Yeah. The tabaxi dash plus cunning action and regular dash adds up.
It's pretty good. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to do that with just 90.
Yeah,
or
to take-
just 120, so I did have
Yeah.
to use my action to get there, so that is my whole turn.
All right. Cool. Well, that changes what this guy was about to do. A tad.
You stop that.
Is his name Tad?
Yeah.
That's a fun name.
This is Tad, the abominable yeti. He's gonna keep following through though. So he's gonna throw a rock at Nara.
Please don't.
19 to hit?
Sure does.
Alright.
How big is this rock?
Pretty big.
Oh god, Nara.
Is a rock or like a boulder?
Boulder. Probably should say boulder in the stat block, honestly, but
It's a large boulder the size of a small boulder.
Oh god!
yeah.
Ah,
1,
Oh
10,
my
10, 10.
lord.
Plus 7.
I do need you to make a strength saving throw to stay on the tree.
should have climbed this tree.
You fall? You fall off the tree?
Yeah, I think Nara, this large boulder, like he picks up one of these boulders, like they're large, crashes through the branches, hits you in the chest, and you get knocked out of the tree.
This was supposed to be the easy fight.
You end up taking 7 points of falling damage.
God!
Damn you, Donkey Kong.
45 damage? Is what Naruto
Yeah. I'd be down. I'd be out already.
was your HP,
What
do you?
Naruto.
Fortunately, that is all he can do this turn.
Are you okay, Nara? Your health? It's plus.
Hold on. The minus doesn't work on the thing, so I could do it manually.
Oh no, weird.
It does.
77 minus 40, 37.
All right. She just comes over and casts Spare the Dying.
It's not dead. It's fine. Can she bow him?
She does have a longbow. She's just going to cast a Hunter's Mark as a bonus action. And then he will try and longbow this guy. Well, I shouldn't roll for anyone.
Oh,
Yeah.
unfortunate.
And he gets to run 40 feet. And that's him.
Does he get one more for being a Gloomstalker?
Oh, he does.
And these should all have advantage.
Oh, shit, you're right. So that one is a crit.
Crit some Hunter's Mark, too.
Hot damn.
An extra 10 points of Hunter's Mark damage.
Nice.
For 37 points of damage.
Hey.
Thank you for looking up.
Oh,
An
extra
I'm dead if we don't
D6
kill
for
this
the-
thing. I'm looking out for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an extra D6 for the crit.
It's already in there.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
He rolled 3 already, and that's a crit plus a regular hit.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, one of them missed.
Yeah, the first
Yeah.
one still missed.
First one's
Makes
missed.
sense.
Arrow just kind of gets caught up in the storm.
I should probably do this. Nope.
Boy. Yeah. He's gonna go over and just. Nar, are you alright? Alright, you're still breathing, and he'll like help pick you up, get you up from prone, and then he is going to use a bonus action to Misty Step. Part way up these rocks.
I would go up there if I were you.
He's gonna try, and he's gonna just like press himself up against the rock wall and hope that he has a little bit of cover. And that'll bring us to Nara.
Okay, after taking a little bit, after getting the wind knocked out of him and a big blow. Hmm. Okay, so climbs 30 feet here, all the way to the top again.
Get back on that horse.
Yep. Gonna fire off a few more shots again.
Whole hand him back.
And then he's gonna 20 feet. Try and get some cover.
Okay, yeah. Come over and then just slide up against this rock.
Nico, on the other hand, will go here. Flying in midair. Yeah, he still needs to like fly 20 feet up to be level with the ground that he's on, but it's like
Yeah.
right here.
Cool. So he's kind of level with the upper section.
Yep, right against the wall.
Alrighty. That'll bring us to Jupiter.
Alright, entirely for flavor and not actually using the action. I like to think that Jupiter gets up here and then tries to do a telekinetic shove on this thing, and it's just too fucking big and strong and it doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
So, afterwards he will use his cunning action to aim, and he is just going to try to slice this thing's Achilles heel. See what we can do.
Alrighty.
17 to hit?
17 does hit.
Alright, sick. Little spray of red. As I cut through, that is my whole turn.
Yeah, you see it kind of buckles as you cut into its tendon, and it whips around. With a big, meaty fist, it's going to try and punch you.
Gentle.
Doesn't want to do that. Yeah, it does. 17, 19?
Oh my god, yeah, those both hit.
Oh shit.
Bye, guys.
Oh no!
Wait, why did you go right next to him?
Because Jupe is a silly man.
Because all of my ranged options are not good against big, strong things.
Wait, why did you have use any movement to run away?
Because movement is meaningless, because it also moves. Oh, Lord.
Oh god, 20.
24, 35. It does take that last little bit to knock me out. But yeah, he just 1, 2, and I drop.
You see you bounce on the ground.
Oh, wait, hang on, sorry. My token had the wrong health. Counting is hard. 35
Oh, okay.
for... Oh, I have 1 hit point. Hell yeah. Let me make sure I did that math right. I think I'm good.
Up at 1 health because of your
Hell yeah.
level up.
Yep, the level up saves me.
Nice.
Hey,
She's
look at you.
going to keep trying to longbow this thing.
Look at you, big man.
That 1 hit point is my cold weather gear. That's it.
Yeah.
It is the padding from this mountain of clothes I'm wearing.
15 damage. Not bad.
I'm a-coming. Don't you die, you silly queen.
Silly queen.
Julong is going to leap on up here. And what does he do here? I have to double check a spell. Oh, thank God, it's just in range. That's unfortunate. Julong reaches out with some magic, and you watch this large, like, white-furred ape-looking creature just begins to grip its head painfully. It takes 10 psychic damage and it has to subtract a d4 from its Dex saving throw.
Hell yeah.
Not that it's going to need a saving throw after Nara's done with it. That will bring us to Nara.
Kill it.
Okay.
Kill it. Kill it.
Nara's just gonna climb up this tree real quick because he heard Jupe getting attacked. And as soon as he reaches the surface right here, he's gonna unleash 2 power shots. -5 to both, so 14 and 20.
14 misses, but 20 does hit. For 27 points of damage, which is more than enough. How would you like to do this?
Hell yeah.
Climbs that tree, flips onto the snow, and draws back the bow as hard as he can, give it as much power, and then plants one right between the eye.
It's a powerful flexing of the bow as tensions drawn, and the arrow sinks fully almost all the way to the fletching as it sinks through this thing's skull. And it kind of goes limp, crashes back into the snow. There's a big eruption of powdered snow that goes limp. And things go quiet.
Oh, fuck.
And by quiet, I mean mostly quiet. Ajub continues to grovel in pain, but you also hear another, this just pained kind of coughing.
I was gonna say, are these dragon tracks?
They sure are.
Oh,
First things first.
yeah, we're coming. Hang on.
Hold on there, bud. He like limps over to you.
You just see he is also working on like, oh, bear. Here we go. Plant berries. Yeah, we're actually pretty fucked. I am gonna go ahead and pop my star form, and I will do the chalice for this one. Oh, just a little longer.
Okay, I think I got upcast cure wounds, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It increases the number of dice.
To 2d8.
2d8 plus your modifier. Yeah,
Yeah, it's too bad.
this
It's too
was
bad.
a lot of damage on you two.
Yeah, this
He hit like a truck.
this was fast, but it was rough. This is why I hate cure wounds. It should have your your mod is 10. Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no!
Well, I'll take it. It's the thought that counts. Thank you. We
Get his new.
yeah. Thanks. Here, tit for tat. Take some of these.
17.
Yeah, 17 for you.
Oh, sweet.
Let's see. Oh, did I build in my... It says Life Seed is built. Oh, that's right. That's Prayer of Healing. Just kidding. Let me do one. So once I'm, like, not dying, I do hear that somebody else is in... It came from this building, right?
Yeah.
Alright, I will go and, like, cast it again before I let go of the tree, but while I'm still eating the next batch, I'll start to head in here and put my head in. Hello? You okay?
You hear a you hear like stuff being kind of like shuffled and like falling over.
It's okay. It's alright. It's alright. We're here to help.
Here's more like
Alright, I will poke my head in and step in.
all right. The door like is barely being held on, so it pushes open very easily. You have like a fucking 18 passive perception or something, right?
Yeah, something wild. 18, yeah.
I hate that I didn't have time to make a token for this guy, but kind of curled up in some of the barrels which have been knocked over. You see what appears to be kind of like a fairly small, long serpentine creature, kind of like an Eastern dragon type face and body. Pale kind of scales and fur, with this kind of like, it's like yellowish white, almost that like pale kind of moonlight kind of color. But it looks very like gaunt and unhealthy.
Nara.
I'm on it. Hold on, I'm looking up to see if I have any more spell slots.
Yeah, if he needs healing, I can do it, but you should calm him down first.
Yeah. Nara like slowly goes up to him and like holds up his hands, like he means like no harm or anything.
Both of your hands?
Yeah.
Dayback, I'm a powerful dragon.
Oh, is he actually speaking common?
Draconic.
Oh, draconic. Okay. It's okay. I'm sure you are. We just making sure you look a little hurt there as he's like clutching his wound from the boulder.
Spits
Foolish.
out teeth.
A foolish observation. I am perfectly healthy, I'll have you know.
Okay. Doesn't look like it from here, but if you say so. We're planning on heading down to somewhere that's a little bit warmer and has some food. It would be an honor to host a powerful dragon like you, and you could go on your way if you'd like afterwards.
I must reach the top of the mountains. If that's where you're going, I suppose I would accept your accompaniment. He's like fully just like staggering, like barely holding consciousness.
Oh man. Here. Is he about the same size as Nico?
Prior to his growth spurt, yeah.
Okay. Nico is gonna go up to him and just kind of nudge him, try and see if he wants to like climb on.
You, a kindred spirit. It's an honor to meet you. And he kind of like very weakly crawls up onto Nico's back and fully just collapses, like arms draped around Nico's neck, just sleeping.
There you go. You just get some rest while we journey down a little bit, and just get your strength back up.
Alrighty. So yeah, Nico has this little dragon on him. He kind of looks at you and like shakes the little weasel. Like, should I just leave this dude?
I forgot that we still have him tagging along. I mean, he listened when I said don't speak anymore.
Yeah, what's the deal with him? Is he like I know you were talking to him, but what did he say? Is he a dick or what?
I don't think he's I'm just making an observation, but I think he didn't mean to do the avalanche. But I don't.
I look
He's
back
just
to it.
loud and stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like me.
We can probably let him go then. Here, actually, if he didn't mean to do it, then first I'm going to hand Nara 5 berries, which you can eat for 5 more hit points.
Thank you.
But then I'll run back over here, touch this tree, conjure a few more. This time when I conjure the good berries, the berries appear in my hand, but I will send the extra healing over to the little dragon. So the little dragon gets 7 hit points. Because I don't want to force feed him while he's asleep. Sounds like a way to choke. And then I'm going to hand a few of those berries to the weasel dude. In fact, I'll just hand all 10, because it looks like Nico's had a way with his neck for a while, so...
Nico puts him down and goes and eats the 2 berries.
Alright, well, as far as shelter goes, I think this looks pretty shitty. Does this damage look like super recent?
Based on the snow and the state of the place, not really. It looks like it was probably like this from quite a while ago.
That makes sense. There is a fire going in it? Oh yeah, the dragon might have started that. He's a dragon.
Yeah.
Hey, what color is this fire-breathing dragon scales, by the way?
Pale, like a yellowy white,
Awesome. I'm so proud for all of us.
kind of like a moonlight kind of color.
Wild. All right. Well, they mentioned they found a cave down there. Maybe we can try to check that out.
Alrighty.
Just, like 2 more minutes by the fire.
Yeah, you guys sit and warm up for a little bit. Back with the rest of you guys. In the hot springs,
Hot spring boys.
what do you guys do?
Hot springing it up, I think.
Fretting.
You do eventually receive a paper bird. It's like covered in snow and like partially frozen, kind of like flaps its little wings as it sits down next to you and unfolds.
What's it say?
Let's see. What does it say?
Oh, I don't know if I actually wrote it down, but if I remember correctly, it was something
did.
along the lines of, "Hey, we're okay. Where are you guys?" I think that was it. I think that was basically it.
Okay, well, if he got mine, then he should know. Hopefully they'll be here soon and not do anything stupid like attack a Yeti.
Ours
Yeah.
mentioned
Yeti
that we
attacked
were
us.
down.
That would be ridiculous.
It'd be wild.
Um,
Hey, but look, we got the guy that was in trouble.
Who did it?
We did it.
hey,
You guys
Kohaku,
found a dead dragon and we found a hot
Huh?
spring. I think we won.
True.
is this are these mountains volcanic?
Gosh, are they?
They
They must be with this hot spring here.
Yeah. There's some mild volcanic activity in a couple of areas.
Yeah, they are. True, in fact. One day they will destroy all of Tiriku.
That's depressing.
It's okay. We are protected by the will of the spirits. The unconquered sun would never destroy Tairiku until we've displeased him.
Do you think you could prevent it from being destroyed with the mandate of heaven?
Obviously. That's one of the purposes of the Emperor.
Is to stop natural disasters.
Correct.
Okay.
Otherwise,
pretty
how
cool.
else do you know you've got a good Emperor or not?
By the choices they make in leading your people.
Anyone can do that. It takes an Emperor to stop a volcano.
Also, good leadership during natural disasters is one of the best qualities to have.
Of course.
True.
Okay, I'll buy it, but I'm not going to believe it until I see you turn off a volcano.
I don't intend to be the Emperor.
Well then, okay.
Stein just pats Alistair on the knee. Pat.
Since everybody else is okay, presumably, or at least a couple of them are, I think I'm going to get into this hot spring because it's freezing and I need to let my clothes dry off.
Yeah. Like, why aren't you in it already? The water's fine. Come on.
Here,
I don't-
I'll
Alistair,
make a
you can sit next to
screen.
me.
I'll make a screen with my cloak.
Thanks, Stein. And she'll go and change carefully and slip into one of the hot springs. Eventually, a little bit of time passes. Jupe and Nara, how do you guys get down the cliff?
How far down is the cliff?
Over 100 feet.
And it is an actual cliff drop. It's not like an incline.
There's a bit of an incline, but with the weather, it would be a tough climb.
Boy.
We do have. I've got 50 feet of regular rope, and then we
Go ahead.
we also have that. Wait, who had the rope for climbing?
Yes. Yeah. I was going to say, I have the rope of climbing, and I also just bought like 300 feet of rope to make hammocks with. Granted, about a third of it is probably turned into a hammock by now.
Still works.
But yeah, we got the rest for sure. We have great climbers and a ton of rope. I feel like we find a tree trunk to kind of secure it to, or a rock or something. And yeah, we've got like, I think 500 total feet of rope, some of which is magical.
I mean, and Fam is like one of the skinnier horses, right? So like he doesn't weigh that much.
I think, bless Fam, I do think he might need to stay up in this cabin. I don't know if horses are very good at climbing rope.
Skyrim, man.
We could lower him down.
Well, I think that we could possibly lower him down. The issue of getting him back up is a real problem.
It's true.
To be honest, at this point, I'm so turned around that I don't even know what direction we're supposed to go.
Sheesh, do you want to talk to Fam and explain the situation to him? See if he wants to stay at this cabin or if he wants to run off and find the other horses?
All right. Fam's my horse, Dad. I'll go do it.
No, you don't have to put him down.
God, I can't do a Sheesh voice. Sheesh will go and talk Fam into staying up at the cabin so he can at least get a little bit of shelter. You guys are able to dig out at least a little bit of the back of one of the wagons so you can grab some of the feed, leave it for him. It takes a little bit of time, but your Sheesh and Julong are able to kind of take care of that while you guys set up a rope down. I'm going to need you guys to collectively, I will call this either I'll call this a skill challenge. We'll call it a very small skill challenge.
Love it.
So you guys can tell me how you're contributing, either just, and this can literally just be you are climbing and using your raw physical strength to climb down, or it can be like, tying the rope effectively, making harness, that sort of thing.
Yep, absolutely.
Whatever you kind of want, or any spells that you're contributing to this. We'll say list 2 out of 3.
Love it. First step is getting the rope ready. I will definitely do that. I would make an argument that my sailing lore applies here. Feel like that?
I would say so.
Sick. And can I also make an argument that the magic rope gives me something, either advantage or a bonus or something?
I'll say that the climbing rope gives you an effective anchor, so you don't have to worry about like the tree coming loose, or if it was like torn up partially by the avalanche or anything like that.
I dig it. All right, then here we go. I might guidance. We'll see what we get. You know what? I think I'll actually inspire that. I'd like to not die today.
Okay.
Oh, that is not much better. Throw guidance on there for... Jesus Christ, Jupiter. It's so cold. It's so cold. How does anyone do this? I don't understand. People live here. There's a cabin up there. Someone lives on that hill right there. They've spent their whole life in this hell. I don't understand.
Well, somebody died on that hill.
Yeah, that's what they get. That's what they get for living in this awful place.
All right. Nara, how would you like to contribute?
Prior to going down, Nara just like cuts down lots of branches and makes a few piles of like campfires around that building for bam, like
Hell yeah.
puts like a torch next to it and say, okay, kick this near a campfire that's about to go out. That'll light it. Then you kick it near another campfire to light that one.
And you gave this horse fire.
We have taught him the Prometheus of horses.
Planet of the Horses comes next. I guess
Paladin's
Nara
name
just
changed to Inferno.
Nara will. Damn, what will Nara do though? You know what? Jupe could go first. Nara will like make sure everything's okay on the top end of like the secure knot and everything.
Yeah, no, that
The
tracks.
anchor.
If the rope fails, I really should be the one to pay for it. All right, here
Sure,
we
it
go.
will fail. You're really good. You're really
Oh.
good at knots.
So you could do either a or I don't know, like an athletics check or something to they're like hold on the rope, make sure it's secure, or be just a survival check.
I did a lot of survival checks today. I'll make sure to hold on to the rope. Make
All
sure
right.
it's yeah.
Awesome. We're gonna die.
Alrighty.
And
All
we
right.
have hero point. I mean, inspiration.
Nara gives the rope inspiration.
So I have a little plan, but before I do it, while I'm still in my starry form, I'm sure they probably took some bumps and bruises too. So I'm gonna go ahead and cast Goodberry twice more. The splash from it should be enough to top off anybody who is still damaged up here. So if you're still hurt, Nara, feel free to top yourself off. Let's see, Chalice 1 and Chalice 2.
Will you heal the dragon as well?
That's a good point, actually. If the dragon still needs any healing, they can take a lot of that for another 25.
You get the sense that a lot of his injury is coming from whatever illness he's suffering from.
Right, it's like a max
Oh.
HP reduction more than a
Yeah.
damage thing. Okay, got it.
Nara, you overhealed.
All right, that puts 30 unused berries in my pocket, and then I will burn my last wild shape to turn into. Boy, what is something that will survive 10 minutes in the cold that's good at climbing? Surely a monkey can make it 10 minutes in the cold.
A polar bear.
Nope, not a polar bear.
Why not?
Julong is going to try and contribute to this by saying, perhaps I'll send one of my servants down first.
You have servants?
Yes, and he will cast Unseen Servant.
Oh,
Yeah. It goes, and you see the rope suddenly starts to kind of like move as something shuffles to the edge and begins to shimmy its way down. And then there's a sudden snap, and the rope falls, and you just all watch as the rope just gets blown away in the wind and storm.
boy.
Well,
Well, this certainly could have gone worse. Perhaps we hold out in the cabin with Prometheus and meet up after the storm has passed.
Yeah, hang on. I think Jupiter does not want to be in the cold any longer. How far is the drop?
Just bungee jumps.
It's over 100 feet. You're not entirely sure because the storm's kind of obscuring any further.
Hey man, we survived it. You'll be fine.
You see, Alistair did said everyone was okay.
Oh boy.
Don't. Just yeet yourself out the side.
How bad do we want hot springs?
Yeah, I cannot emphasize how much I want hot spring.
Just turn into a cow
Survivable.
mid-fall. You'll have the HP to survive.
That is actually genuinely what I'm thinking of doing, is giving myself a hit pool and just throwing myself over the edge.
It's 200 feet high. We'd be dead.
Boy.
Slightly over 100. That's
Wait,
what I heard.
Did
But
I? God, why did I not prepare anything useful? Why do I never have the things that I need?
Everyone just
I
hears
don't
a cow mooing as it hits the ground. Did anyone else hear that?
ground beat.
Just explodes.
Okay, you said we lost some of the rope.
Yeah, like rope snapped and the servant just went sailing down to the
Damn, it
Oh,
snapped.
It snapped?
yeah.
Oh, fuck.
The rope is frozen, I guess.
Boy, that's some shitty rope. Okay.
It got brittle.
Guess we had bargain rope.
It is. Oh, no, it's the good silk rope.
Oh no.
Boy, alright.
Not hair clan silk rope.
It was literally your Hair Clan silk rope.
Then used it wrong.
Yeah. I mean, it's either that or it is the hemp rope used on ships that sail in the winter.
Must have been that.
Boy. Or something cut the rope.
There are invisible weasels.
I
We
was
didn't
gonna-
warn you about that.
I was gonna say, that is actually... Boy, that could be a
Recommend the
problem.
gates going down rope then. You should check the rope to see if it was cut.
Yeah, can I pull it up and check see what happened?
You can like pull up the end that you have and take a look at the edge. Give me an investigation check.
Cool. +5 if sailing applies here. Awesome.
Who fucking knows?
Very hard to tell. The rope is super frayed. It doesn't look like it was just like cleanly cut in a single like motion or anything like that, but it's hard to tell if it was like cut by a blade or just it really was just kind of brittle and snapped and frayed or what.
Yeah, snapping is out. He probably tells Nara it must have been up against like a rock edge or some shit like that.
Yeah, probably just
Yeah.
sawed itself a little bit, and then once part of it went, the rest of it just.
Oh, boy.
Well, I'm sure the storm can last more than a day, if that. Hopefully.
2 months later.
Oh, here, hang on, I can find out. I cast fucking Druidcraft.
The storm will eventually pass.
What?
That's what you get,
Within a day?
presumably.
Okay.
Sheesh will say, I can get us part of the way down.
Oh, yeah?
Not going to be make no guarantees about the safety of this.
What's your plan?
And he will go over to the edge, and I'm not going to flavor this for him because I don't know how he flavors it. But he will do essentially a wall of water and create a slide.
Hell yeah.
Okay, so that's... yeah, no, you're right. That would get us part of the way down. Oh boy. How long is the wall of water?
30 feet.
30 feet? Okay. Fucking hell. Hang on, I'm looking to see if I have anything else.
Like marble drop this shit and make another slide that faces the other direction and zigzag it all the way down.
Wait, if rubbing against the cliffside, like, probably contributed to cutting it. No, never mind. That's a bad idea.
No, I see
We
where
want,
you're going. If we like extend out a bit and then drop straight down so it's not up against the surface,
yeah.
yeah, that would actually be really good.
And can we see the bottom of the crevice, or is it like too foggy in the storm and everything?
Yeah, it just gets too foggy. I will say, give me a. Someone can give me a survival check.
I think you have better survival.
I probably do. It doesn't matter because I'm only going to roll like 5 and under today. But 14 is something.
With a 14, you heard the splat of the unseen serpent. And judging from where you suspect that it fell from, you guess that it's anywhere from about 160 to 140 feet of a drop.
Oh, that's a big way to fall. Can I fly yet? What level do I fly? I think I can only swim still. I can only swim. Damn it.
Here's a little stag in that. Don't unseen servants disappear if they get too far?
Yeah, technically.
What if Brave Nico takes? We drop the
Nico
rope.
can fly. Yeah.
We drop the rope all the way down. Nico drags it to that one cave. If it's nearby, we don't even know where the cave is, though.
Oh, okay, here we go. You're on the right track, though. So the problem with all of our plans moving forward is that most of the rope fell down, right? It got cut and then dropped. If we can get that rope back, I can just retie it. We can move it out like you said. Oh, in fact, I have a plan. Okay, yeah, the plan starts with getting the rope back. So if Nico can fly down there and grab the rope, that's our first step for sure. And then if there's a tree near the edge, I can convince it maybe to lean over and let us use it for an anchor point that is not rubbing against the cliffside. Then we just rehoist the rope from the tree and drop straight down.
It could be worth a shot.
If you guys all look at me and say that you're fine staying in the cabin overnight, I'm not going to push this, but boy, I would love to be at a hot spring instead of a frozen cabin.
Or Fam. Or but yeah, that's fair actually. The faster that we could get down there, recuperate, the faster we could come back up.
Yeah. Alright. And when Drake gets back, we'll send Nico down to fetch the rope.
How's the water, guys? Is it good?
Great. It's very warm, very minerally. It's not portentous of the world's doom at all.
That's good.
More importantly, no ghosts.
That's actually very important. Thank God there's no ghost. Why do I say thank God? Which God? What to think about that?
The best god, obviously.
I was going to say, I think Reveille does
Why do you
just
think they're not here yet?
have a
What are they
monotheism.
doing?
They're buried in the snow. They just had to rest instead of
Don't
searching.
say that. You're gonna make me go up there by myself.
I wanted to go up there. I'll go with you.
They're not here in 20 minutes. I'm going.
Very well.
Drake's back, so hopefully they're here within 20 minutes.
Hello.
Hello. Alright.
Yep.
Step 1 of plan.
If they find us relaxing here in our little bath instead of looking for them, we're going to be in big trouble.
Step 1 of the plan, I think Nico's going to fly down and try to fetch our rope so that we can bring it
Okay.
back up and retie it. But we have a plan first.
Nico's had some practice flying. He might be able to venture into the storm winds, hopefully.
Perhaps perhaps Nico could also find the others if they're down there. Perhaps they could set something up for us to land in softly.
It's true. If they were able to find that hot springs such a short amount of time, it shouldn't be too hard to find.
Let's send Nico down. For the sake of, I guess. God, what what would this be? What would finding a rope be? I guess just a perception check to see if he spots it.
Nico's perception. Huh. Actually, I don't think his sheet has perception. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, monster sheets are just kind of weird. Oh, 12. It takes him a little bit, but he does end up finding it kind of like tangled up in a kind of like barren tree. And it takes a little bit, but he does manage to kind of like unwrap it from some of the branches. And is able to fly up. Getting down isn't so bad. Getting back up through this storm is going to take him an athletics check. It's not super hard. He's getting quite good at flying at this point, but just fighting the winds.
Okay. I think he was going to try and, like, look around for that cave to try and get to the others.
Okay. Yeah, on a 12, he can definitely find the cave as well. I imagine there is a bit of light pouring out of it at this point from the people inside, unless they're bathing in the pitch black. But
He's just going to meet the guys, bounce up and down, yelling at them, and, like, swaying his head towards the entrance of the cave.
yeah, so the three of you see Nico come bounding in, hopping around like a porg.
He'll just try and
They all died.
He'll just try and guide him. He'll try and guide him to the rope.
If no one else does, Taylor will at least come and help come out with the rope and follow Nico.
Hold on. You can use my clothes to dry off.
I'm not even wet yet if you want me to do it.
Oh, yeah. You didn't go in?
No,
Yeah.
I was worried. It didn't feel right warming up when they weren't.
We should check up to see if they're freezing. I haven't gotten in the water yet.
They're probably all dead.
I've been busy holding up my cloak as a screen for everyone. Well, they wrote you a letter back, so they should be fine.
Yeah, but they haven't wrote me another letter since then, so they could have died between that first letter and now.
Yeah, but Nico is here yelling at you.
It's like Lassie in the well. Are they stuck in the well? Is there a
Nico?
well? Why would there be a well way up here?
Hello, Nico. I can't speak dragon despite what I look like. I'm sorry.
Nico screeches.
Oh, I can. Okay. All right, Nico. My Draconic's a little not great, but where are they and what are you doing? Do you need this rope?
He just kind of like bounces up and down like a porg.
Okay. Yeah, I think he needs the rope. Here, how much rope do you
Okay.
have? I've got a lot of rope somewhere. Oh, my rope's all in the cart. Never mind. Do you have any rope, Stein?
Let's see. I think I have standard adventurer's gear. Or did I not buy any? I don't think we start with. Oh, I do. I have 50 feet of hemp rope. And the grappling hook. I actually have 2 grappling hooks.
Ooh, they
It's-
might want one. So if you want to
I
send,
also have climbing gear and pitons. Do they want those as well? Yes, I prepared for climbing. You see, I'm not good at climbing.
just throw them all in a bag and let Nico carry the bag.
All right, I'll just put all of them in the climbing gear bag, I suppose. I'll add the grappling hook and 50 feet of the rope.
Stuff a bunch of stuff into his bag, and Nico will go over and pick it up. Does Nico still have the little dragons strapped to his back? Or did one of you guys take him before he flew down?
One of us probably took him, like
Okay.
keeping him warm.
You got him bundled up in your coat.
Yep.
They grow up so fast.
Yeah. We'll take the climbing stuff and start flying back up. Give me an athletics check for Nico.
Here, I removed these from my inventory.
Uh,
Nico,
yeah.
no!
He gets up about 50 feet, and then there's a big gust of wind that kind of catches his wings, and he gets flung back down, lands, kind of skids in some of the softer snow, rolls over really quickly and like huffs. The rest of you guys see him do this.
Wind's strong, man.
Meanwhile, like 10 minutes have passed since we sent Nico down to like grab the rope and fly up, and he has not returned.
Yeah.
I hope he's okay.
Yeah, this is not good. Oh boy. Lord, every plan I have
Just-
involves. It starts with getting the rope back.
Here's the thing. We have a bunch of blankets. Perhaps we could fashion some sort of descending device.
Oh boy. Descending device? You mean a rope ladder?
I was thinking more of like a parachute.
Like a parachute? Boy.
I never used one of those. Is that how that works?
We take the biggest blanket, each of us holds onto a corner.
Did we see the rope down here at the bottom?
Yes, Nico had the rope with him.
Oh, how long is the rope?
Like, like well over 100 feet tied together.
I was gonna say, it depends on where it snapped, but
It snapped very close to the surface.
Oh,
Kwaku just jumps 200 feet. Oh, this is
Find
where you
well
guys
over
were.
100.
Kwaku, if I make you big, could you jump up there?
That would absolutely increase. It would increase my strength, right?
not really.
No, it
Oh,
No,
doesn't.
it just
no.
makes you twice as big.
It would increase my reach. I'd get 5 more feet of like ledge grabbing reach.
You have advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws. But it's not a strength check jump, is it?
No, my score has to. My actual strength score has to increase to bump my jump up.
Hmm.
I could bunny hop at the top. If I bunny hopped at the top, I'd make 105 feet.
It looks like it's a little bit taller than that.
But I don't know if you're allowed to bunny hop at the top of while you're in the air.
You could push off the air that's there, right?
I don't think so.
No, you totally can. You need to make friends with like a wind spirit that would do that for you. Just make a little poof of air for you to push off.
Oh.
What if I tie the rope to an arrow and shoot it up there?
That would work. Do you want to just do that?
Um,
Yummy.
well,
Talk to us, Drake.
He hits Jupe.
it's right. Like, you know what? Roll me a d20. You want high on this.
You
The
hit a
arrow-
Kodama.
The arrow makes.
Don't know.
All right. Tie this rope to this arrow, pull back, and somehow, miraculously, the arrow manages to fly the rope going up beyond it. Then you hear Julong scream.
Ah, we found Julong.
Well, good, he's alive too. I didn't think about checking on him.
Not
Up a-
anymore.
Up above,
Great pain.
up above,
was
you guys see an arrow has sunk through Julong's thigh
And it has a rope attached
with a
to
rope attached to it.
it. Okay. Jupiter runs over and, like, he's almost not even concerned with Julong. He grabs the rope. He's like, oh god, don't let it go, don't let it go.
No, he'll pull it.
And then once everything is, like, stable and we all back away from the edge, it's like, okay, take these and I'm going to hand him some good berries. I'm going to pull on 5, alright? Get ready to eat. 5,
All right.
4, and I yank.
He snaps the head off first.
You leave it in you.
Well, he went through.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it went all the way
Oh,
through his
shit.
thigh?
I mean, I rolled pretty dang well.
Lord.
You did. That's why it made it to the top.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good shot.
That's a
That went
great
deep.
shot, yeah.
He snaps the thing off, chews on the good berries, like ties his leg to prevent any like extreme bleeding.
True. Okay. Now that I have the rope back in hand, I take it over to the bit of rope that's still here, and I start retying it all together again. But I'm also looking around. Is there like a big, healthy tree right near the edge of this cliff?
Sure.
Sick. I'm gonna cast the most powerful spell in the game and go talk to that tree.
Okay.
Hey, bud. Hey, hey, we need some help.
Hey,
Hey, man.
I see that.
Yeah, we're
There's-
having some struggles.
It's real unfortunate. Friend just got shot.
Well,
I understand what being shot is now. It's wild.
it is wild. Hey, listen, can you do us a
What a
favor?
concept. Do you know the birds shoot me a lot?
They
Especially those fucking woodpeckers.
Oh my god, it's the worst, right? I always hate it when birds peel at my flesh to get at the bugs inside.
Ugh.
Don't you?
So, listen, man, we want to get out of your hair and not cause any trouble for you. Do you think that you could, like, lean a little over the edge for me and hold on real tight to this rope if I tie it around one of your branches?
I don't got many appendages for holding, but I can lean over a little bit, I think.
That's fine. We're just gonna, like, tie it around your trunk up there. That way it's away from the cliff's edge. We think it snapped because it, like, rubbed against the rocks.
Alright.
Is there anything we can do
think
for
that-
you? Do you have wants and needs as a tree?
I kind of wouldn't mind being a little further away from this ledge, because, you know, someday these rocks are going to fall.
True, and the avalanche too.
Yeah.
Listen, man, I am still learning how to do magic, but one day soon I will learn a spell that will let you get up and walk around, and I promise you I will find you, and I will let you do that when I learn how. What's your name, bud?
My name... And he starts to, like, lean over for you, and then the roots come out, and you watch him fall off the cliff.
Here he goes.
Oh no.
Jupiter throws himself
Oh.
over the edge.
Do I need to make a dex save to avoid being hit by a tree?
There's a crashing and a splintering as this thing falls down afterwards. But fortunately, there's a second tree
Yeah.
that's nearby
Yeah.
that hears the whole thing, and it's just like, man, you shouldn't have asked him his name.
Is that? Yeah, totally unfazed. Jupiter just walks to the next tree. Hey, man, what's up? Why is it bad to ask their name?
Yeah,
Is there anything
So-
else we shouldn't do?
yeah. Sometimes God just isn't prepared.
Okay, I got it. I won't ask
What
you
if
yours
God wasn't
Uh,
prepared?
Uh, you know, when you talk to us, we get a lot of intelligence and a concept and understanding of the world that is like far too large for us to normally understand.
then. Sure.
And so the concept of names is actually pretty existential.
Right. So I shouldn't like ask you about your favorite color or anything like that either, right?
No, nothing like that. Nothing that could have ramifications.
Sick. Well then, I will simply ask, do you mind leaning over and letting us tie a rope to you and holding for a little bit
Yeah,
while we
man.
climb down?
That went real well from my father.
Was that your
Oh.
wait, you have a you understand the concept of like genealogy?
Oh, yeah. Well, like, genealogy is a little weird for a lot of plants because we're just kind of like, some of us are just cuttings of other plants. So we're technically the same plant, but we kind of are different,
Is
you
this
know?
this is a cultivated forest? You know what?
Can
Don't
be.
answer that. Don't answer that. Thanks for your help. I'm gonna start tying a rope to you before I ask the wrong question.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Sick, man. Good luck.
Thanks.
Tree extends a branch over the ledge.
All right, and make sure that there's plenty of like space between the where it's overhanging, so it's not rubbing up against any rocks or anything like that. All right, let's do it.
All right. Yeah.
What do I do?
Anyone
We
who's,
wanna...
anyone who's climbing down, give me an athletics check.
Oh, athletics. Okay. Does my climb speed help at all?
Sure.
Or my sailing?
Sailing does not. I'll give you your climb speed, though.
All right.
We could. It might be a domino effect if one of us falls, but we could tether ourselves to each other.
Hell no, we're going one at a time. Hell no. Fuck that noise.
It's not a super high DC, but you know, wind is still blowing.
Yeah.
Chancy.
14.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, nice. No! Fuck.
You guys start to climb down, and as you're climbing down, you guys get about halfway down, and then you see Sheesh fall past you guys.
Oh no.
This is what happens when you're not here.
Can I see him before he hits the ground?
Yeah, just very brief. Like you guys see where the rope is dropped, and as you're looking up, you see the mist part briefly as Sheesh's body comes rocketing towards the earth.
I don't have Featherfall, but I do have Vortex Warp.
Teleport him
grab him and-
faster to the ground.
Oh, man.
Can I just like move him to the ground so he doesn't fall? I don't know how that works. How does the momentum work here?
So it's not a reaction.
Oh, it's an action. You're right.
I wouldn't normally even bring this up, but we literally did establish a precedent for this back in the mine that you do maintain velocity.
Oh well, never mind then.
To be fair, it's fresh snow that's on there. It's not compact snow, at least.
It is fresh
We
snow.
did fall down. That's true.
It is what kind of
It's
prevented their fall.
well, we're
Sheesh,
gonna see
however-
how much damage this is.
Sheesh, however, takes. He doesn't take 20
Okay,
because it wasn't a full fall.
you're gonna roll all sixes.
Hey, he just got home just in time to see his character die.
Cool.
Still alive, right?
Takes 30 damage as he hits the snow, sinks in about 3 feet, and just gone. There's just a sheesh-shaped hole in the snow.
Wily Coyote did. Just-
Yeah.
I know it. I'm going to specify very explicitly. The rest of us go down this rope one at a time. We've already had a problem with the rope.
All right. You guys make it the rest of the way down. and eventually are able to all get into the cave, finally safe from the storm.
Christ, I give Sheesh my remaining 25 good berries.
Why did I fall off a cliff?
It's a long story.
Because I was rolling for you. That's all you need to know.
There was an avalanche. We got split up, and this is us trying to get reunited with the people that fell down.
We did separate encounters because I thought that would be fun.
Hell
And
yeah.
I don't know if it was.
I like it a lot. I actually, that's a big thing I learned watching S&B is that like fights where the party split up are fun.
It was fun, and it also gave me 40 minutes to go catch Pokemon. So I got my shiny Finnegan though, so I'm happy.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Jupiter looks. Jupiter wants to look like relieved and excited to see everyone. He's putting on that face. But what's really behind that face is like he is ready to go collapse in a hot spring. He is ready to die now. He's good. He has had a long day.
You guys all hurry into the cave just in time for the rest of the storm to kind of kick up a bit further. And yeah, you guys are in a small cave with a bunch of these hot springs. You can smell the like sharp acrid scent of all the minerals, and it's just warm and comfortable, and a much needed relief from the day's events.
You guys all right?
Yeah, we're fine, but you look like shit. What happened? I guess you don't look like shit anymore.
Well, I feel like shit. There
We
was, I mean, the
fell off
avalanche, and then we saw some light flickering in the distance. We thought it might have been somebody else that got caught, so we were going to help them. It ended up being like a cabin that some big monster had destroyed, and it attacked us. We beat it, and then we found this guy. Check out, did you get his name, Nara? Her name? Their name.
Nah, they didn't say their name yet.
You can't ask it its name; it might explode.
Sure we do.
I forgot to mention, as you got down to the bottom, the other tree was there, and it does say, wow, that wasn't so bad. I think if I just move my roots a little bit, I'll be okay.
Good news for you. I can't allow you to uproot yourself, but you've already done that, so I think you can move your roots now. For the next, 8 minutes anyway. So do anything you want to do, and then you're going to go back to your normal tree form for a while. And a promise is a promise. Even though you weren't able to help me, I'm going to remember you, nameless tree, and I'll come back and I'll help you move around someday.
Thanks, man. Maybe when I start moving, you can give me a name.
Put that in the wiki. Don't forget.
I'm writing it on my character sheet.
Writing it on my goddamn character sheet.
Notes. Class. Where do I put notes? Background.
Oh, I got
Grievous.
Kohaku's pledges. I'm gonna add Jeep's pledges.
People. Nameless tree.
But yeah, you guys are in this lovely little hot spring. You can take some time, rest, recover.
What'd you guys... What happened?
Well, we fell down here, and I panicked looking in the snow for people, and then Kohaku heard sword noises, and then there was another weasel that had these weird scythe things. I think Stain still has it.
Yeah.
Stein. That one's
That
Stein.
thing.
Oh, are
Yeah,
they
that
in
thing.
the hot spring?
Yeah.
Yeah, this thing.
Oh. Oh.
And it tried to behead us, so Kohaku beheaded it.
Glad it didn't behead you.
Yeah.
So now we know these mountains are demon infested. I'll have a talk to the Frog Province leaders about this.
Was it a demon? Did it disappear afterwards?
No, it's still here.
No, its body's still here, yeah.
I think it's what do they call it? A yokai?
That's a demon.
Yokai is a demon, isn't it?
Something like that.
If it was a demon, it
Yeah.
would have disappeared and left behind miasma.
Well, it's not an animal.
No, that's not entirely true.
Was that not a thing?
No.
Oh shit. Just kidding.
Demons can create miasma, and they use it to fill their layers as a protective measure.
This one doesn't have miasma.
Doesn't mean that it couldn't have produced it.
It's true. It was very cold. It has these wicked claws. I was wondering if we could harvest them, Nara, and turn them into really cool weapons.
Yeah.
Like knuckle claws.
Oh, that'd be a good look on you.
Oh, would it?
Tiny little Wolverine sort of deal.
What's a Wolverine?
It's a weird little animal that apparently has like super sharp claws.
It's like an angrier weasel. but
Yeah,
bigger.
exactly. It's like an angry.
Oh, this one was Angry Weasel.
Yeah, maybe you guys fought a snow Wolverine.
Isn't it more like a badger?
That's right. It's more like a badger.
Oh, that makes sense. Those things can be ferocious.
Most of the horses ran off. I don't know where most of them went. Fam's still around. We left him with a bunch of fire, and I think Sheesh taught him how. Sheesh gave him the gift of fire.
Nara gave the gift of fire.
Oh, was that not? I thought Sheesh used the Speak with Animals.
No, she hasn't been here the whole time.
Gotcha. Just kidding.
It was not.
She's got him to the cabin.
That's right. Sorry. Nara gifted.
Nara was
Nara gifted the horse with the
It was-
fire.
Watch, it's gonna be a mistake. We come back, it's all burnt down.
everything's burnt down. There's just the remains of the house with a horse skeleton inside.
Well, if that's the case, we'll have plenty of.
Horse meat?
What is horse meat called? Is there a word for horse meat?
Horse meat?
Horse meat.
Is it just horse meat?
No, cheval or something like that.
Huh.
It's, hemit.
Yeah, it's called cheval or caballo in Spain.
Caballo.
Mm,
Oh,
yeah,
caballo.
it's a
Caballo
horse
is just horse.
meat. It is just horse, yeah.
Spanish
Caballo
for
is
horse.
Spanish for horse.
Yeah,
What is
just-
cheval then?
probably.
Cheval is French for horse.
Hey, we did it. It's called horse,
It's
or
just called horse or horse or horse. Yep.
Yeah,
Awesome.
horse meat.
We did it. Apparently, in Japanese cuisine, it's called sakura.
It's cherry blossom.
Like
Yeah, the same
Like
word
the
as cherry
flower?
blossom. Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. Because of
Weird.
its pink color, apparently.
Witches? What's called sakura?
Horse meat.
Really?
Yeah.
Most
Wild.
meat is pink, though.
True, that's like a
Mm.
weird
Very
distinction.
similar
Thanks,
to,
Japanese.
Kind of pink when you cook it?
yeah, similar to
Or
beef,
maybe.
apparently.
Why don't they call beef sakura?
Yeah, they call it cherry blossom meat.
We could eat Big D.
You know, that sounds ridiculous. Oh, yeah, we're gonna eat some sakura meat. We cut these trees and there's meat in them.
That'd be kind of cool, right? You cut a tree.
Yeah,
and
the
a
meat
bunch- you just-
trees.
yeah. It's just
No.
cut it into little steaks.
Hard, hard disagree. That does
Checkmate,
not sound
vegans.
cool.
Checkmate, vegans. Even the trees are meat.
Speaking of trees with meat, I might have accidentally made a promise to that tree that I would come back someday and help it move.
Which-
Okay, I'll write it down like I wrote down Kohaku's promises so I can hold you to them.
I didn't have the wherewithal to tell him that that is conditional on me surviving that long. So I guess now I have to stay alive for that tree.
Yep, the tree is definitely the reason you should stay alive.
Yeah. Damn. Well, I'll do my best.
You owe it to the tree. You got to stay alive for the tree now. Sorry.
I owe it to this nameless tree on the pass to the frog region. And no other reason.
Nope, none at all.
Anyway, how close are we? How long has it been? It's been like 2 days. Surely we can't be stuck in this place that much longer, right?
It depends on how long the storm keeps going.
At least it's warm in here.
Oh, what's your weather outlook for tomorrow? Can you do that?
Yeah, the storm should be gone for tomorrow.
Okay.
Give me D100. Give me some more specifics about it. there will be shooting stars visible.
Aww! Yeah, actually,
Ooh.
overnight, it's supposed to get very clear. You might even be able to see some stars. Or, well, some shooting stars.
That'd be cool. I would like that.
Have you seen them? I've heard that big cities, you don't see them as well.
Nope, have not.
Have any
Yeah,
of
the
you?
lights kind of blur them out.
Let's see. Yeah, you're from a city. You're from a city. You're from a city. Is anybody
Well,
here?
I guess the trees get in the way in the forest too. So yeah, I just really haven't had an opportunity.
Yeah. No, oh my god, it's wonderful. It's beautiful. It's why I chose to do all of this. It's why you use them at sea.
Really?
It's, I mean, on a normal night, you see one every couple minutes, really.
Wild. How are they not all gone? I guess there's just a bunch.
Yeah, there's a lot. I don't know how much of it is true and how much of it is folk tales and Watakita stories and stuff like that, but they always used to tell me that it was people who had stuck around long enough to be useful, to serve lessons for the living, and were needed elsewhere. So they just, whoop, off to somewhere else, whatever comes next.
That's fun. That's pretty. We should definitely go look then tomorrow.
Yeah, not right now. I'm warm and I don't want to change that.
Yeah, neither.
Is she feeling any better? He's dead.
He's mad at me for almost killing his character.
Nobody
He's
ever
so-
dug me out of the snow.
Yeah, we did. We did. we expedited it, but we all got in there.
Can we eat snow?
I mean,
Depends on the color.
it's like drinking water, but harder.
Snow comes in different colors?
Not usually.
Sure does. Two different colors.
No.
Yeah,
More than that.
3, at least.
at least 3. Okay.
There's a bunch of red up by that Yeti.
It's true.
Oh, it's true. Forgot about red snow.
I
Probably
mean,
shouldn't
I
eat
could
the red
pour
snow
any
either.
liquid on top of snow and make it that color.
Man.
Like, let's see here. What do I have that's green? Ooh, green tea.
I was
It's not
going to
that
say,
green.
you could do tea in snow. You could make like a cone of snow and drizzle some tea on it.
That actually sounds pretty cool. Maybe not right now because it's cold.
Yeah, hell no.
Yes, we can make some matcha snow later. How about you cool your bones down in these internal cave soups?
Cave soups.
Not a great smell down here,
All
by the
the
way.
syrup's still in the wagons, isn't it?
No!
I don't think the wagons are going anywhere. They were.
I always
pretty-
keep a bottle on hand.
Hell yeah.
Do you?
Yes.
Cooking sherry?
I like to think, yeah, he's got like a bottle of cooking sherry, some maple syrup, and some soy sauce, and we're gonna have soy sauce snow clones down here.
Gross.
Now, what do you got? What do you
Well,
got?
when she fell 100 feet, those bottles shattered.
That was 30 damage. Was the glass embedding itself into Shishi's body.
I've got that cinnamon vodka that I gave you forever ago.
Oh man, I'll
It's
bet
like
that would be good.
6/8 full.
You know,
I
this
will
boy
say-
got some sake.
I will say that she could have grabbed some cooking ingredients from the wagons before climbing down.
I was gonna say we were like it was a planned descent. Yeah.
Um, Talon will take some of the syrup and grab a stick and go outside and make some syrup popsicles.
Yay!
Syrup.
What do you guys think? Do you like my tan? Does that look good?
Your fur?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good look. Did you dye that or is it just normal?
Just normal for this time of year.
That's fun.
Is your body confused because it's cold now?
Well, no, it's warming up.
Yeah, but if we were to like leave you out in the snow, would you turn back to your other color?
No, maybe if I was left out long enough, I think, but I'd probably die from exposure.
Guys, we have a really shitty thermometer.
Takes a long time. It's a hormonal thing.
Ah, I see.
What's a hormone?
Kind of protein,
What's a protein?
like fish and some mushrooms,
Blood.
No, you're vegetarian.
beans. Yeah, I get my protein mostly from beans.
It's
Does that mean your color comes from beans? Are you a bean bunny?
Um,
If we feed you black beans, do you turn black?
I've never been black before.
If we feed you jelly beans, will you turn rainbow?
we just got to get him hot enough. If we get him somewhere really hot, then he'll turn all the way black.
I think it also has to do with circadian rhythm, signaling, and that sort of thing, like length of the day.
You have a lot of funny words.
So Hot Springs nice.
Hot Springs very good.
Who are all of you?
Who's this?
The little dragon kind of wakes up.
Oh,
Oh, hey, I think our
Hello.
friend's awake. Kind of nudge
Who's-
Nara.
who's this?
More vassals have joined our retinue.
You talk like Atropos.
I don't know how to take that.
Well, you say vassal. That's
So-
really where the similarities end.
Alistair's gonna try his draconic again. Hi, I'm Alistair. I guess we're friends now. They found you in a cabin? Or vassal, as you call it.
I have no need for such relationships as I've
Oh no, you're sick.
He's denying friendship and it's making him sick.
He needs leeches. Why are you laughing? It's a legitimate medical procedure.
No, he needs prayer.
That
Yep.
too.
He needs,
Maybe a cleric will help.
yeah, he needs a healer.
Aren't you a healer?
I did what I could for him. He looks a little better, but what he's got, I can take another look in the morning.
Okay. Here.
Oh wait, no,
Soak
I
in
do.
the water.
I'm sorry, I do have it prepared today.
Oh, I was wondering.
Yeah, can one of you ask him and make sure it's all right for me to try healing him? I'll have to touch him.
The druid over there, the almost naked one, he's gonna do some more magic on you if that's okay. See if it makes you better. Is that okay? He has to touch you for it.
Oh, how indecent. It would be unbefitting of one of my status to be touched by a commoner.
He says it's okay.
I am not ill.
If you just allow him this honor of touching someone so esteemed as you.
Give me a persuasion roll with advantage.
Good way to turn that. Oh my god.
There we go.
Very well. I will. I suppose I shall honor you since you slew that awful beast. Come now, rest your hand upon my.
All right, Jupiter.
Save him.
Jupiter starts to make his way over, and he's actually gonna. I'm gonna pop a I have a suspicion for the way that this is gonna go, so I'm gonna pop a different starry for him. The tattoo of a dragon on his forehead lights up. There is a pair of kind of sparkling star wings that pop out from between his shoulder blades, and he will lay a hand on him and cast Lesser Restoration. attempting to cure whatever disease or condition is causing this cough.
You begin to incant the effect, and you find that as you begin to cast it, the symptoms seem to escalate.
Oh no!
Okay, that actually is not what I was expecting. We are still 0 for 3, but this is new. Can I get a sense for what is happening? Is it reacting specifically to my magic? Is it a poison? Do I have any idea what's going on?
Sure. Give me
It might be.
give me a medicine check.
Medicine check. All right, with I believe advantage from the form. I'll double check that in a second. God damn it, Jupiter.
It's
Or
possible that.
Arcana.
Yeah.
Oh, Arcana is much better. Yes, Arcana is way, way better. Oh, it's a little better. Sorry. Forgot my int is bad.
Hey.
Still, though, 21 is good.
With 21 Arcana, the symptoms are hard to define, but the reaction, you get this sense that he is actually suffering from the consumption. Which is,
He's a sorcerer that overdid it.
he is a someone who is developing sorcerer's blood.
Gotcha.
So essentially, the malady that he's being afflicted by isn't necessarily like a hard disease, but he is his body is essentially withering away because he has an overabundance of mana in his body,
Right. He's
and his body just like isn't able to regulate it correctly.
Right.
Would you say that?
Puberty.
Yeah, he's
Would
going
you
through
say that he
magic
has
puberty.
like a lot of consumption, like it's really bad, or would you say more like he has a touch of consumption?
I'm not
More
good.
now.
Do you think getting to use some mana would be good? Get that out of there? Does that help?
Yeah, these are all great questions.
Um,
Not mine was
using mana can help. The issue is that essentially everybody who develops it when they are 7 or the equivalent for their species. And Nara would know based on the way that dragons age, she's probably like much older than 7. But their physical maturity or whatever. So technically, using mana would potentially help alleviate some of the effects, but most of the time, creatures and people at that age just don't have the technical knowledge to expend spells powerful enough that would impact that.
Gotcha.
Or expend it in a way that would be helpful instead of hurtful.
Because normally expending mana is actually letting mana go into
Right.
you more, right?
Right. So standard spellcasting actually makes it worse, but for somebody that was using like key points or something like that, they could. But that tends to be such a minor amount that it's not helpful.
There's something we have to be able to do.
Well, he's not suffering a disease. He's a young sorcerer. This is a normal part of that. There's not a ton we can do except to help ease his pain and hope that he makes it. If he does, he'll be a very powerful caster someday.
Can dragons grant other people magic?
Do I know that?
You could make an Arcana check. Nara could also make an Arcana check.
Uh,
22 and 18. Yeah, some dragons can. Very powerful ones.
Certainly. They typically need to be older, more experienced. I don't really know what that process is like. I assume he needs to be able to control his own magic before he can give it away.
Oh, foolish. I can control it just fine. And now that you understand my malady, you understand the power that I will once wield.
I do. I think there's a way to save him, but this is very precious, and I don't want to risk losing it. And he just kind of taps like the soul stone.
What?
The stone that Atropos is tied to.
Oh,
I'm wondering if the dragon can expel its energy into the stone, hereby giving Atropos more energy while also draining its magic, killing two birds with one stone.
the issue is the same with casting magic. It's just that he probably doesn't have the technical knowledge to do it to a degree that would affect him.
I don't know anything about magic.
It's a sound theory, but again, it's the sort of thing that only a very powerful mage would know how to do. If he's just now going through the consumption, he makes sure to say this kind of quietly and in common, it's likely that he's still learning the basics.
If learning at all.
Right, if at all. Honestly, one of the best things we can do for him is to make sure that he's comfortable and maybe find him a teacher.
Will giving him his hoard back help?
I don't know. Do I know if a dragon's health is tied to its hoard?
You don't think so. However, with that said, one thing that you do know is that the consumption, like a lot of illnesses, are positively impacted by the person's state of mind.
Sure.
Just generally, like being in a comfortable environment where they're home and feel safe and warm and have 3 meals a day and get enough sleep,
Yeah.
and they are in like a good mood surrounded by people that care about them or things that they enjoy. That has a very positive impact on the survival rate, just in general.
Let's make him a cat crate with his hoard in it. Carry it around.
Yeah, like genuinely giving him his hoard back might just like make him kind of happy and might have, at the very least, it would probably have a bit of a positive effect.
Certainly. He also seems to like the idea of us being his vassals, and I don't know if I can actually commit to that long term, but if it helps him
I
to
can
feel
do
better,
that.
Well, can you? Can you be vassal to two masters?
He was born for this.
I love serving.
Arlecchino, the servant class,
He's already-
sometimes to 2 masters.
Sometimes to two masters. Thanks, PDG.
What's that?
You know.
Send me a link to that.
The Commedia dell'arte. It reminds you of the Commedia dell'arte because it reminds me of the Commedia dell'arte.
It's Arlecchino, the servant class, sometimes to two masters.
Oh no!
Don't worry about it. We'll send it later.
Yeah.
Talking about Fire Emblem, horny chess.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
Is that from the Fire Emblem video?
Yeah, it sure is.
Yeah.
Horny chess. That's a fair way to say what Fire Emblem is. And
Oh,
most
it is just
technically-
horny chess. We know it's horny chess. We're aware.
But yeah, that's kind of what you guys know.
Well, his stuff presumably is up in the cart. So when we get back up there, we can make him a little nest. What can we do to cheer him up in the meantime? Do you like games? Does he speak common? I assume not.
It doesn't seem to respond when you guys speak common.
That's good.
So he does seem to eyeball you very strongly.
I guess I'll ask him, do you like games in Draconic? Kids are stubborn and dumb. I hate them.
I have no need for games, but the enjoyment of watching my vassals engage would be humorous
He doesn't like games, but he wants to watch us play games. It seems like.
Okay, I shake a walking-nut in front of him. It lights up. They roll it across.
His eyes go wide and he starts like kind of bats at it.
Doesn't
Oh, I'll
like
tie it on the
games.
end of the string and tie the string
Yeah.
on the end of the stick. There you go.
Go get it. Go get it, young master.
He's kind of like watching it and kind of like takes a couple of swipes at it, but he like fully misses. It's clear that he's like quickly growing delirious, like he's already tired.
Oh no! Let him catch it in the end, so he's satisfied.
Do you think it'd be wise, since he's still sick, to help him get into the hot springs and chill in there for a little bit?
That might help him. Did someone ask him if he'd like to be warmer?
What kind of dragon is he?
Kind of Eastern style dragon.
Did you guys see him breathe fire or anything?
There was a campfire up where we found him in the ruins of a building that looked like it hadn't been touched in a long time. I assume he made it.
Okay. We're just making sure he's not like an ice dragon. We're gonna melt him.
No such thing.
Wait, really?
Have you ever seen one?
Well, I've never seen any dragon except that undead one and this one and Nico.
I just assume it doesn't exist because it's ridiculous.
See, I'm of the opinion that any rumor or story or fairy tale you hear probably based on truth. People don't.
You ever heard of a fairy tale about an ice dragon? Me, I haven't.
Um,
Heard a fairy tale
I
about
have.
dragons.
Lore folkloristics, ice dragons.
They're green or red or sometimes black, and they breathe fire.
You've only heard of a few dragons.
I don't know if I heard any ice dragons. The cave throws itself over the cliffside.
Yeah, rocks fall. Everyone does.
You remember at the start of this session when he specifically told us he didn't prep, so don't ask him any questions?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I have stuff prepped. I just don't. I just didn't know how certain aspects of this would go because I knew I was splitting everybody up.
Hell yeah.
I assumed he just didn't prep dialogue for every tree.
Last time he gave us
Also
a
that.
last time he gave us a dragon that was kind of a dick, we just kind of murdered them. So
Yeah.
Yeah. As he's kind of finishes kind of playing with this book and that, and you guys are talking, Alistair, you've definitely heard of like ice dragons and different elemental types of dragons, and there are many different varieties beyond just like the standard D&D like chromatics and metallics.
ooh, okay. There's a lot of different types of dragons, Kohaku. You're just crazy. There's ice dragons. There's probably lightning dragons.
You're saying this with such
Acid.
confidence, but we just learned very recently that all dragons were extinct and none of them exist anymore. Now, granted, we've seen quite a few, but
Yeah, by that logic, what if the dragons that breathe ice do like they existed but are now extinct?
I can breathe ice.
You can breathe ice.
Yes.
what other
You
solids
understood
can you
me!
breathe?
So
Can, can you breathe fire too? How'd you make that fire in your cabin?
Do not insult me. I am Tang Long, grandchild of Tian Long, fangs that reached God. Building a fire is no difficult task for me.
We've heard that name, haven't we?
Have we?
Oh, good. We goaded him into information. It's perfect.
uh,
Okay, okay. I believe you. I believe you. You can do whatever you want. we have also settled the argument about ice dragons, unless he's lying, but I don't know why a 7-year-old would lie to us.
You don't know why a 7-year-old would lie to look cool.
No, Kami would never
Yeah,
lie.
okay, fair.
I'm just saying, I remember when I was 7, I lied all the fucking time.
Children lie the moment they learn how to, because
It's not a
something
child.
you-
This is a dragon.
See, I was lied to a lot. I was the one who didn't lie and got lied to.
Dragons can be children.
I believe that there are a lot of hateful behaviors that are learned and not innate, but lying is an innate thing. Children are born to lie.
They can't understand reality from truth yet. They think if they say something, it's true.
Okay.
They believe it with all their hearts. That's why it's so.
I don't know if it runs that deep. I think lying is human nature.
This is a dragon.
Well,
Yes, there's no humans anywhere near here.
A Kami.
Human is a catch-all for sapient, but sapient
Oh, wait, no.
nature doesn't have the same ring to it.
Talon's also right there.
Just wait. Talon, it's a dragon.
Yeah.
He just raises his arms up delightedly.
I've been traveling with Nico for the entire time.
Talon,
Another
do you
one.
feel an urge to lie intrinsically?
No, not really.
Well, we've settled that.
I mean, I did when I was a kid, but I think
Ah.
everybody kind of goes through that phase. And they, there's several phases to it. There's the part where kids finally learn that they can lie, but they aren't good at it. And then there's the phase where they start to lie because they can and they become good at it. And then the phase where people either decide to stop lying or they continue to lie for the rest of their lives.
Hey, roundtable question. What's the biggest or coolest or weirdest lie you've told?
I have no need for lies as a son of a. Okay, baby, and Taylor comes over, and just like helps put him like part way into the hot spring.
How deep is the hot spring?
There's a couple little like pools,
Some
but she
puddle
kind of like
ones.
keeps them near the edge.
There we go. Do you mind if we collect the horde and make like a little bunk bed for it?
Okay, but I want to know this lying question first.
Oh, I pretended to be a vampire who lived in Romania, and I lived in the castle, and I was 20 years old. I was not 20, I was 11.
Wait, was that the only part of it that was a lie?
What, that I was a 20-year-old vampire?
Yeah, was the only part of that was a lie your age, or was it all a lie?
What what's all of
Were you
all of
real-
it?
Were you
Am I really a Romanian
from a
vampire?
place called Romania?
My name is Gunther Van Crimson.
Gunther Van Crimson. Where's Romania?
Romania is a country.
No,
It's a
I don't think it
country.
is.
I think you made this up right now, and I also think that this is the first and only time you've ever lied in your entire life.
No, romaine is a
wait.
type of lettuce.
Oh wait, I thought this is Frisk talking.
Oh.
Oh my lord. Stein.
Oh, Stein, you wanted to?
Yeah, it's a
I,
round
like-
table question. I'm curious.
Oh, well, I
Listen,
didn't know
the
what a
dragon-
round.
the dra-
I didn't know what a round table question was.
The dragon said that watching all of us be joyful and mirthful might help it feel better. So here we go. Let's talk
Okay.
about lying.
Biggest lie. Well, you go ahead first. I don't know. I have to think
Oh,
about
I
this.
also have to think of one. Just call it out when you got it. What have I lied about?
What's your lie, Nara?
I need to think about it. I try not to lie too much.
That's true. You must be.
Julong coughs nervously and doesn't answer.
True.
Talon will look at Nara's arm and then just say, I once said that I was a princess and tried to get free bread.
That's a
Bread?
pretty good one.
Okay.
And then
Yeah,
they
everyone knows princesses get free bread.
Yeah.
Taylor, you technically are a princess.
Only not a princess. I'm the daughter of a lord, which is the only reason they actually played along.
It makes
Fair.
you what, a countess? I'm still getting my head wrapped around all of the.
Well, he's not a
nobility
count or a baron.
He's a baron,
Is he? Oh, yeah, he's a baron.
baroness, but not really
here. The young mistress, then.
Young lady.
technically.
Young lady. Well, that's simple. That's kind of fun.
The mistress is the lord's side chick, so it is
That's
not
not
the
used
female
by
version of
Jesus.
master.
What is the? There's a female word for duke, right? It'd be
Duchess.
Duchess.
That's my
Yeah.
mom's name.
okay. So you're your mom's name is Duchess.
Your mom's name is she Duchess Duchess?
Yes.
Fucking hell, treat. I can't believe you would do this to me in my own house.
Is your father Duke?
No,
I should have done that, but I didn't.
just Duchess and Duke. I forget my father's name. He's
Duke-
not pulled
Duke
up on the
Charles.
screen, so I can't see
Well,
it.
it's Duke now. You can't remember your father's name. It's Duke now.
Oh, it's Duke Charles. There we go. Charles Liddell. I guess it would just be Duke Liddell.
Told you, Duchess.
God damn
No.
it.
Duchess.
Charles is his middle name, so his name is Duke Charles Liddell.
Duke's fun to say.
Duke.
Duke'em.
Isn't that like the noise that like ferrets make?
Not- That's what furries say, but
Oh,
furries
okay.
do lots of
I've never
weird
heard of
shit.
ferret.
I've never heard a ferret make a noise.
I
I wasn't
have.
sure.
I have, and that is a very weird onomatopoeia to choose
I feel
for
like
it.
I feel like they chitter.
Yeah, it's like little chittering and squeaks, like
Okay.
very similar to like a mouse or a rodent.
Like that's not what they sound like, but the close approximation.
What's my biggest lie?
The biggest lie that I ever told somebody was I love you.
Oof.
Oh boy,
Dark.
it's a lot to unpack. Who was it?
I thought it was your accent.
Oh yeah, that too. I've made it all up.
Wait, do we know that?
No, I don't.
Okay, I was gonna say that's a big drop if you just said
No, we
that.
do. He complained
He
about
did
it.
mention it.
Oh
Yeah, he mentioned it,
You
yeah.
mentioned the manner.
It's just like you guys don't hate the way I talk, do you?
Yeah.
Aw. Wait, who? I mean, if it's prying too much, that's fine. But who was it? What's the story?
Oh no, I just thought that'd be really fun to say. I still got to think of one too.
you just
It
made
was
that
your
up?
accent.
See, lying is human nature. This is what I said.
I'm not a human. I'm a fish.
I'm not having this conversation. It's a blanket for sapient species.
Why should humans get the blanket? We should call it Haragon nature.
I heard it's because they were made first, way back thousands of years ago.
Doubt.
But I don't know
That
if that's
can't
true.
be true. Dragons were made first.
That's what I always thought too.
So should we all be Dragonoid?
Dragonoid?
Yeah, everyone should be dragons.
I thought it
But
was
dragons
just
don't like that.
I thought it was just that the root word is humanoid.
Oh, it is a common word. I wonder if in Draconic, the Draconic word for humankind is dragonkind. But since common is a
probably.
primarily human language, we say humankind.
Humankind. Oh.
That might make sense.
Okay, but language is a cultural thing, not a racial thing.
True. True.
Also,
Well,
then why should humans be called humans? They should be called humanoid monkeys.
well,
Because there are monkeys.
Well, there
people, and
are
they
monkeys.
look different.
They're pretty far separated from it, though. Like, I don't know. I look more like a cat, and you look more like a fish than a human looks like a monkey.
Human looks like a monkey to me. Have you seen their ears?
I mean, kind of. They do have the funny noses.
Taylor
lips.
doesn't look like a monkey.
I mean, not really, but she does have the lips. Look at that.
Lips.
Can you do that?
That's
thing
a
with
monkey
your,
lips right there.
Can you do that thing with your lips where you like, you know, like like a monkey does?
Everyone.
You
has-
mean like this?
Dance,
The
monkey.
fish- See, is Sheesh a monkey? He's got the lips too.
You do have lips, fish lips. Yeah, but like humans have such like prehensile lips. It's weird.
I feel like that would make them very good at kissing.
Probably. Are you a good kisser? Be honest.
What are you asking?
We're the only Susies that can kiss.
No, that is not true.
Prove it, kiss. he points at like Jupe.
I don't. Well, I don't. Listen. You're getting distracted. Can you do the weird monkey thing with your lips or not?
What do you mean, weird monkey thing? What do you mean?
You know, where you like flange it outwards and make like a weird puffy shape. You know,
No, I
like
can't.
humans do.
You pucker it, and
Everyone's-
it just kind of looks
everyone-
like a weird hole. Orifice.
We all try to do the duck lip.
I told my aunt I'd meet her back in Shinagawa in a year.
Do you not plan
You
to?
will.
Well, I mean, maybe. But what's important is at the time I didn't know if I believed it.
Oh, you lied at the time.
But if you fix it, is it not a lie? Or is it still, it was a lie and then it became not a lie?
It was a lie at the time. I could salvage it.
Okay. Okay.
I hope I
I
can.
think there's a difference between a lie and a promise.
Oh, that's another one. I promised that tree I'd come back and help it move, and frankly, I want to. I want to very badly, but we'll see.
Yeah, I hate to break it to both of you, but if you leave the tree with its roots exposed like that, I think you actually will outlive this tree.
I mean, it was able to wiggle its roots a little bit. How fast does a tree die if it's only got like its little tipsies of roots in the ground?
So if it's only got its toesies in the soil.
Yeah, it's just dipping its little toesies in the soil.
I don't know. I'm a chef, not an obelisk.
I think those toesies can technically grow into another tree, so its current body might die, but it could grow another one.
Wow, that's
I think
fucked
it'll
up.
be like a
That's a little
vestigial
beautiful,
twin.
isn't it?
I don't know. I kind of think it's a little fucked up. It would be like if I cut off my toes and then a new talon grew out of them.
Well, if you do that with a starfish, it does.
Ugh.
Ugh.
Starfish are aberrations, right?
Yeah, they're gross. They're disgusting.
Definitely.
And we
No
got any
way they can be
celery?
peace. I
What's-
think we might.
Celery?
Yeah.
They might be in the cart, however.
Yeah, unless I know she grabbed a bunch of stuff before we came down, but I don't know how much survived the fall. It was in his pack. It couldn't be that bad.
You lost a couple things here and there, but most of it survived.
Did my fish sauce break?
Probably, but you can make more of that.
Yeah. I'll just need to borrow the hot springs for a minute, guys.
God, I was gonna make the joke if you didn't, so I'm glad you did.
I don't give a shit what you do. I'm staying in here.
My biggest lie is I can actually hold alcohol quite well.
Can you?
I thought you were gonna tell me you could read, and I was actually gonna come over there and strangle you a little bit.
I can't read.
Wait. Well, okay. What's the story there? What's the deal?
I don't know. It's just I have a good tolerance, and I didn't think I would.
And you want people to think you don't?
I feel like it paints a terrible picture that I have a good tolerance. It means that I drink a lot, right?
Not necessarily. At least where we're from, being able to drink a lot just means you're healthy, you're hearty. I was, people would kind of make fun of me for not being able to drink much.
I believe it to be a tolerance you build over time as well.
I think it mostly just has to do with how good your body is, how
Yeah.
big you are, and how strong you are, and how healthy you are.
Well,
It
alcohol
also
is
depends on how many yellow humors are inside of you.
maybe that's right.
I
To
don't,
balance it out with white humors.
I don't know if that's. I don't know. That might be true.
That's some
Or was
black
it
and
red?
white.
Humors are
have you-
scientific, but
Have you ever noticed that after you've had a night of heavy drinking and you throw up a lot and you think there's nothing left in your stomach to throw up, but then you still do, it's just pure yellow humors that come out?
Well, I've
You're
never
producing
had
too
that. That's
Oh.
the thing. I've never been drunk enough that's happened.
I got drunk enough for that to happen one time, and I eventually ran out of stuff, and it was just nothing came out, and that was worse than stuff coming out.
What if a baby comes out?
Then we have a different problem.
I don't think that came from the alcohol.
How did I swallow a whole live baby? What was I doing?
Well, your body makes babies when
No.
No.
yes it does. So when you when you have relations,
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm listening.
a baby forms
Uh-huh.
Yep. Where does that
Between
baby
two-
form?
How is
between
baby
two people who love each other very much.
All right.
And after they kiss,
They
Okay.
a
kiss.
baby forms in the belly, and then the mommy pukes it up.
Okay.
Yes, where else is it going to come out?
Okay, so let me make sure I've got this straight. Two people love each other very much. They kiss. A baby forms in the belly, and then they puke it up.
Yes.
And this is to the best of your knowledge how babies are made.
Well,
it's not a baby yet. It's an egg, and then they pick up the egg, and then the egg hatches, and it's just a pair of horse legs, and then the horse legs,
Just the
after
legs?
7 years, just the
What?
legs, and then after 7 years, they grow a body, and then you get a centaur.
But then what happens? Wait, we were talking about.
regular babies. Well, when Lady Serena was pregnant, she was throwing up a lot. And then later, one day, I came back, she had babies.
Oh boy.
I'm just going to move right past this, but we are coming back to
was
it, I
no longer
promise.
pregnant.
Anyone else have a cool lie before I ask Stain if he's kissed anyone?
My father's never raised a liar.
No, never? You've never told a lie?
Never in my entire life.
Never.
I think that's his lying.
It
He's lying to
has
us
to
right
be.
now.
It has to be.
How dare you?
What do you
accuse me of
do?
that?
What do you do?
To my face, you accuse
Hey,
me of being a liar.
Hey, Kohaku. Kohaku. Do you think I'm big and strong and manly and beautiful?
In your own way.
That's beautiful.
I'm pretty sure I've asked you if you were drunk before, and you said no when you were.
That's because you don't know how to recognize true drunk.
Isn't
Do I not? Okay.
Isn't it a lie when you accept a gift from an enemy just as part of a pleasantry? Because
No, because a gift can be a boon or an insult.
Boy. All right, I give up. Who else we got? No, we didn't get Sheesh. Yours was a lie.
Do you guys like my
Maybe
Shakuhachi
that was
playing?
the biggest lie I ever told.
Wait, what was?
I said maybe that was the biggest lie I've ever told.
I doubt that.
Had you all going for a second, though.
You did. Honestly, I was invested. You have no idea. That really cut. I was into it. I know you're, or well, yeah, maybe I don't want to pry too deep. I know you've got something going on. The intrigue of it having been a lie was, well, intriguing.
What does your normal accent sound like?
Can't even remember anymore.
So this is your normal accent now.
I suppose it is.
I like it. It's very posh.
It is very eloquent.
Thank you. I had it beaten into me.
I'm sorry it was beaten into you.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I was gonna say to you something terrible like it got results, but I can't even bring myself to do that. I'm sorry.
Metal is made stronger by beating it.
It is apparently an effective form of teaching.
Flowers are made stronger with gentle care.
So do you want to be a flower? Do you want to be metal? I suppose.
I want to be metal.
Yeah, flowers aren't strong. Metal is strong. Easy.
I would love to be a flower.
I've been hammered down, and now I must sharpen myself.
And then we can pour acid on you.
Please don't.
Flowers smell nice and they're pretty. I would like to be a flower.
It'd be nice. Flowers.
They're also
Not all of them.
medicinal. Some of them are medicinal, and some of them are poison.
And all of them are delicious, almost.
Especially these weird yellow ones that are like kind of spicy, but like in a weird wasabi sort of way that clears your sinuses.
What are those called, Sheesh?
What are they?
Mustard, I think?
Well, there were mustard greens down there, but that's not what this flower was. What the fuck was it?
I can't remember
I
it.
don't remember.
Oh, that's
what...
frozen pea.
Shut up.
You just said you didn't know about the different colors of snow. You can't say that.
Oh no, I didn't know it was like a flower. I just said it was frozen pea,
Okay.
like crystals, not snow.
Gross.
Did we already get everyone's birthdays?
I don't
I've
think
decided that
we have.
I was born on the equivalent of Halloween.
Oh, okay, all right. What's the equivalent of Halloween? Do we have a Halloween festival? Tell us more about your prepared lore, Drake.
Lantern Nights.
Hey man, I actually have this one prepared.
Hell yeah!
Yeah, he has a calendar.
Didn't we literally do a Halloween festival?
Me having a calendar does not mean I have all the holidays. However,
What's Valentine's, right?
the
Sucker.
the Halloween equivalent came up in the 2.5 game.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Flamine was in a costume. I remember that shit. I was a chef.
Yeah,
Um,
I could have been born in that day. No, that's too long ago.
It's like what,
It is.
40 years ago?
Macis the 15th,
Macis the 15th.
called the Halloween.
That's pretty soon. No, that's not. That's pretty far. That's like the exact opposite side of the year.
It's pretty far still. It's October, so
All right, Macis the 15th. So yours is a way off.
When's my birthday?
Yeah, who's got
Look
the-
at the calendar.
Who's
I know.
got the nearest birthday?
okay. Kohaku's
Yeah, well,
is,
people.
Kohaku's is mid-Astus.
Okay, yours is pretty soon.
Mine's waning Astus.
Yours is a little after. Mine is probably the farthest.
Because it just happened.
It just happened, yeah.
Right.
Those are the only ones that I have. Oh, actually, Shisha's birthday is on the 21st of waning Macis. So it's just like a week after Hallows Eve.
We have a... Okay, all right.
Did I like roll for that?
I think we rolled for him, yeah.
What about
Some
Nara?
people did.
What's Nara's birthday?
October?
Okay, so we got two summer babies and 3 fall babies. We got a ways still in. It'll be the summer babies next. What about
If you
Taylor?
figured, oh yeah, when's her birthday?
Talon's birthday. Do you want to know Talon's birthday?
Oh, my birthday?
Yeah, Talen's
Okay.
birthday.
The day I was born? My calendar birthday?
I might actually have this marked down.
Somewhere.
Sure
I know
don't.
we're the same age though. So we both either turned 19 this year or turned 20 this year. Eight, 2.
Gonna be another fall baby.
What's your lie, Nara?
She's the 2nd of mid-Macis.
Excellent.
Oh, that's when Christmas is, right?
No, it's fall.
Oh,
Frost is like winter, Christmas.
gotcha.
Nara's would be the 9th of mid-Frost.
See, my technique is easy. I gave myself a birthday on a holiday. So you could just, I say, I'm the equivalent of Halloween.
Yeah, you just made me make up a holiday.
Thank you for making up a holiday. Well, you made it up in C point.
Yeah, unfortunately, I already had it made, but
So you're pretty close to me. You'll be the second to last.
We missed yours.
Oh, well, mine gets missed every, 8 years, so.
Oh,
Well,
Oh,
7
you're
out
a
of
leap-
every-
Are you
I
a
didn't mean
leap
we missed
baby?
yours. We had New Year's for yours, right?
Um,
Oh, wait, yours is April.
No, it's Wax and Frost. It's a little bit
Wax
before the new year.
Are you a leap year baby?
I am. Technically,
Are
I'm,
you
like,
only
3
3 years old?
Yeah, I'm like 3 years old, and you're all going
With
to jail.
this simplistic calendar, do we need a leap year?
We do.
yeah, I do because I actually built a like coded a moon cycle thing.
Oh.
We like
And-
our patterns,
yeah.
but the moons and sun, they don't give a shit about our patterns.
I did a shit ton of unnecessary research into making sure that the moons all followed correct phases and like
That's really cool.
actual
You're
astrological time cycles and stuff.
you're a really cool nerd.
Thanks, man.
Wow. Kawaku's birthday takes place on a big holiday, the Great Tomato Festival.
That's fun.
I'm looking forward to it. So
What
mark that
happens-
down, Drake. We got a Great Tomato Festival.
Great Tomato Festival.
What happens during the
Okay.
Great Tomato Festival?
The Great Tomato appears to some people who believe enough, and
Uh-huh.
everyone else like sort of eats tomatoes, and we celebrate tomatoing each other.
What is tomatoing each other? What does that word mean?
You know, you take a tomato and you chuck it right onto somebody.
Oh, it's like a food
So it's
fight.
not
just-
like
we just-
grapefruiting.
You ever heard of painting the town red? That's
Yeah.
that comes from that.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's fun. Okay. Let's take
Yeah.
a big food
Must
fight.
crush the tomatoes, or it'll
it's a
hurt.
big food fight. Yeah,
What
it's
does
good.
what does the Great Tomato do to those to whom it manifests?
It offers them a secret blessing. Only those who have been blessed know what the blessing is.
I
Hmm.
cannot wait to discover what sort of blessing a Great Tomato would give.
I'm kind of excited.
Yeah.
I would love to meet the Great Tomato. I've never heard of this day before.
I think I believe in the Great Tomato, but we'll see.
You think you believe?
Why would
Well,
you
how
not?
can you know for
Spirits
sure?
exist.
True.
Spirits and
So
gods
you
exist.
probably
Why
just-
would you not?
But
Tomato.
you can't have
spirit.
even an inkling of doubt, or the Great Tomato won't appear to you.
Yeah. Every year they would host a play called The Muck of Mirkmere,
Mhm.
Excellent, excellent.
and it's all about a man who can conjure tomatoes.
Oh,
Oh. That seems like a very niche power.
Seems like it would
Yeah.
be very useful for maybe killing someone with an allergy at the last moment.
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
Yeah,
does anyone have a tomato allergy?
I wouldn't know.
Some people do.
Oh, I
You've
guess
never
I'm
had a
allergic to
tomato?
anything.
I've only
What's
heard about
Nora's
tomatoes.
lie?
Huh. I guess tomatoes are an inland thing. That's weird.
They're like a temperate inland thing. Yeah, they are native to like America, the southern regions of America.
Huh.
Europe and Africa didn't have tomatoes for a very, very long time.
Wild. Maybe I've not had a tomato either then.
Granted, this world is different. Maybe tomatoes are all over here.
If there's a tomato festival that's somewhat near my location, I probably have had a tomato.
They're also a red vegetable, and I know very little about the Red Queen, but it seems up her alley that she would import every
Yeah.
red vegetable that she possibly could and then try to
Tomatoes
cultivate
are
it.
a fruit.
Okay, not a vegetable, but
It is both a fruit and a vegetable. Vegetable is a bigger...
Can't be both.
It sure can. Vegetable is a bigger circle that has fruit inside it.
It's like
It
the square
is-
rectangle thing.
Plants
It is
can't
a
be
berry.
non-binary.
It is also a berry, that's correct.
true. It's also
So,
delicious.
do berries encompass fruits, or do fruits encompass berries?
Berry is the smallest one, and then fruit, and then
Okay.
vegetable.
Okay. Wait, so all fruit are vegetables?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
That's ridiculous.
Atropos, what's your biggest lie?
I don't believe I've told any.
Demons can't lie.
You're so honorable.
There's just never been much of a need.
It's true.
You told me that despair would be the death of me.
Was that a lie?
Are you prognostic?
What's a prognostic?
It's a gland under your. Oh, never mind.
Different thing.
I don't see stars in your eyes, little friend.
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps it won't be.
I think it's more like a warning.
I'll take a warning, but a warning can still be a lie.
It could be the death of you.
There we go. Can I get I know I don't speak his language. Can I get a vibe for how what is his name? Tenglong is he doing chipper? Is he feeling good? Would be amenable to a request right now, or is he still warming up?
He's fully asleep.
God damn it!
He's drowned.
And he's got like his back legs and his tail in the water, and he's just like fully sleeping.
All right, understood. I'll let him sleep. I have so many questions for him. All right. Who hasn't done a lie? Did we get Nara's?
No. He's being really quiet. I bet it's a big one.
Oh, but it's a good one. It can also just be a fun one. It doesn't have to be like a, wild conspiracy.
Really nasty one. No.
Did you say nasty?
Gnarshty with a G.
That's how people say it.
Gnarty?
Gnarshty.
Nasty.
Is this like a dialect thing, or am I pronouncing it wrong?
It might be a dialect thing. It's kind of regional from town to town. They have different dialects. I kind of like the way nasty sounds.
Is it because it sounds like Nara?
No.
Hey!
Nasty.
Hey, forget this question. Hey, Stain.
What are you
Stein.
doing?
Hi, Stain.
Stein.
Stein.
My name is Stein.
I'm sorry, I've had a little bit to drink. Stein.
What? What have you been drinking?
Because I'm cold and it warms the blood up. It thins the blood so the heat travels faster.
Cinnamon also helps, so we're drinking cinnamon vodka. It helps
True.
twice as much.
Stein, who's your favorite?
Favorite what?
He just waggles his eyebrows.
Lady Talon.
Okay, who's your second favorite?
Just thinks about it. Atropos.
Who's
They're
your
actually
third
kind of fun.
favorite?
What do you want from
Tell
me?
me
I
about-
love everyone.
Tell me. He leans over and he will whisper, and he's actually whispering quiet enough to not be heard by other people. Tell me about Nara.
Oh, that's a lot of tongue.
Christ. I'm not using my tongue to whisper to you. Ugh, gross. That's your ear hole. No.
No. He flickers his ear up and down. And it's like, tell you about Nara.
Yeah, what do you think about him?
I think he's really cool. He's got a dragon arm and dragon eyes, and he's a good father.
He has a whole dragon.
He does have a whole dragon. He's going to what's the word I'm looking for here? To fix the entire race of dragons by making more.
I don't have a whole dragon, guys. Nico's is his own
Yeah.
dragon.
I don't want to like
Yeah,
phrase it
Nico's a
wrong.
whole dragon.
Right, you're not his owner, but you're his caretaker. That counts for something.
He's also got great poise and form, and he's very honorable.
I don't want to thrust responsibility upon you, but if we're using that as the definition, you kind of have two dragons now.
Like, goodness, why must your language be so vulgar?
But which word?
Thrust.
Stein.
You can't say my name.
Sorry. I had a big talk with the other guy shortly before he went away. And yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
What did he say?
Oh boy.
Wisdom.
Well, we were talking about why he comes out and why he doesn't sometimes and what we think the root of that might be. And also, he asked me about my illness a little bit, and he also talked about you a little bit.
All right. He knows about your curse.
He does. He seems to have picked up on some things. He doesn't know anything useful, and that comes across as a little more mean than I intended to, but I mean, I've been looking everywhere for useful information about it, which is why I'm here with you guys. I'm still looking. Anyway, he mostly just wanted to know what I knew about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're getting off topic, though. He was talking a lot about you and what he thinks the distinction is between the two of you. What makes you come out, what makes him come out.
I think it's very much like going to bed.
Uh-huh.
Like, I don't sleep anymore. I used to. when I close my eyes, I wake up. That's what I remember, and I imagine he's who's awake when I'm asleep. And I figured it was the same with him. I suppose it's not accurate now.
Can I ask you something that I think I already know the answer to?
By all means.
Do you care about the other guy?
Of course, he's me.
If the only way that the other guy ever got to come out is if people were mean to you, would you let people be mean to you?
I can control whether people are mean to me or not.
Assume that you could.
Then why not? It wouldn't be fair. This body is, I suppose, his as much as it is mine. Though I don't experience much meanness in my life.
Yeah, you don't, do you?
No, the worst thing I think that's ever happened to me was, well, it's a blessing as well. I stole some bread, my fault. That was on me, I was hungry. And people didn't quite like that, and they were going to stone me to death, and that wasn't very nice. And then Talon and Lord Tavern saved me. So it was a blessing in disguise, but it was also rather mean for everyone else. Pardon my language.
Jupe visibly wants to say or do something, but he eventually kind of decides.
Are you
it's-
okay? You're shaking.
Yeah, some other time when we're not all freezing to death and trying to stay warm, I think I'd like to try something, but I don't think that this is the time or place.
Would you like my blanket?
Not currently. Maybe when we get out.
All right.
Guys, I'm really sorry. My real name is Ganora.
Have you
I
been
knew
pronouncing it wrong this whole time?
I knew it.
Is there an
Damn it.
apostrophe in there?
No, that's a lie.
Damn.
Damn
That's
it.
your
Yeah.
No, the real truth is that the G is soft.
There's a G in his name?
It's Janara.
Do you even know which one the G is?
Not really.
Actually,
I just want to feel like I'm a part of it. That's my lie, I suppose.
Did you know that your name backwards is kind of the color you are?
What? What's my name backwards?
No, not you, Nara.
Oh,
oh,
how do you say your name backwards?
orange.
Raga!
Red.
Rana,
Red,
right?
Red a pudge.
Redaputch. That's not a color I've ever heard of before.
Retzilla sounds like a dragon's name.
It
Retzilla.
does. It sounds like a very fat dragon.
Stein is just knights, which is kind of fun.
Reddit Pooge.
Redapooge.
Who's Redaputch?
Reddit Pooge.
Redapooge.
What about Alistair?
That's Retzilla?
Retzilla?
Retzilla? Retzilla?
Huh?
Retzilla?
What about Kohaku?
Ukahak. That's fun. You sound like you're a volcano.
What
Perhaps
about-
I am.
Sheesh backwards is.
Sheesh.
Cassis.
Guys, we all have some great backwards names.
We do.
What's Talon's name backwards?
Niliot.
That's Akusis.
The goose.
My full name backwards is a lot more fun.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
It'd be like
Nabazak. Oh my god, Nabazak's fun.
Nabazak is good. Akusis.
Akusis.
Nabazak Akusis.
I don't know why that's really funny. What's Atropos backward?
soap opera. No,
Soap opera.
Supporta.
support.
Porta.
Soap
Excellent.
Okay, Hakusi's Nabazak is like a really fucking cool like.
Yeah, it
legit
actually is a
name.
very cool name.
sounds kind of Middle Eastern. Vaguely.
Nabazak, definitely the most dragon name here, for sure.
Mhm.
Maybe I'm a dragon.
Are you a dragon? You have to
Maybe.
tell us if you're a dragon.
Yeah, the scams.
I don't know. I would know if I was a dragon, right?
No.
Nara, would I know? Are you a dragon, Nara?
Hakushi, she's. You sound like a spell.
Nold
Right.
Net.
Who's
As-
that?
Tanglon.
Oh,
So you guys settle in for the night.
I got away with it. Ha!
Wait, did you
What?
tell your lie?
Nope.
Tell us your goddamn lie, Alistair.
No.
sleeping till you tell your lie.
You settled in for the night. I need somebody to give me a survival check.
Do we know what
Nara.
this? Do we know what this task is?
It's to essentially get to Kosetsujin.
Oh, okay,
Uh,
it's a travel thing.
Yeah, for travel. Kind of
Oh, thank-
expediting stuff because we're running short in time.
I
We
think-
bring the dragon with us, by the way.
Presumably.
Yeah. We put a box. Do we make a box with all of them, their belongings in it?
Sure.
It's up to
want.
you. We should hide the baby dragon from everyone, right?
I mean, that's what we did with the other baby dragon that we had.
Yeah.
Drake gives us another NPC so he can kidnap them.
This is small enough to kidnap you.
Don't you worry.
We read your mind.
You guys. It's kind of tough. You guys have really lost your bearings. The avalanche really screwed things up. But you guys are able to eventually kind of set yourself on a bit of a path. It's kind of tough, but you start making some progress, and eventually, night comes. I do need all of you guys to give me Constitution saves to fend off the cold.
But we're next to hot springs.
You guys are
It's
traveling.
while we're traveling.
Oh, right. This will travel.
The next night while we're watching stars.
Yeah, after you guys woke up.
Yeah,
Got our horses back, yeah.
this tracks.
Jupiter again.
No, you don't have horses.
Jupiter.
We don't have horses.
Horses ran off. Those horses are gone except for maybe Fam.
Game.
Oh, I thought we were gonna track them.
Wait, our horses ran off?
Yeah.
Damn.
We're gonna need to get new ones to go get.
Even
Our-
cool spot?
Yeah, well, it was they
Oh.
run from the avalanche or they get caught in it and die. So
Yeah. I suppose
We
we,
might
could try
find
and
them
find
later.
them.
Cool
Yeah.
Spot was doing the best in the cold, so he might just be like there.
He's
Okay,
probably
we're gonna
become
find
their
him-
leader.
We're gonna find them at the Frog Province, just like chilling.
Nah, they're all dead.
you guys head. Eventually, night falls. Jupiter, Talon, Sheesh, and Tunglong are all freezing.
I thought he was an ice dragon.
He is due to the consumption and the illness. He's like really suffering from the cold
Oh no!
and just
Can
the
I-
inclement weather in general.
Can I wear Tunglong in my coat to keep him warm?
Yeah, I assume he's like kind of tucked up on somebody, but even with that, it's just suffering from it. Like the wind and the snow just kind of like cut through your clothing. The rest of you guys are doing as best you can. Those of you who failed, which was Sheesh, Talon, and Tanglong, I'll take
Exhausted?
6 points of cold damage, and you gain one level of exhaustion.
Gross.
We're nearly there. We're nearly there.
Let you guys find a place to bed down for the night. And as Jupe had said, as night comes, things start to clear up finally, and you guys do begin to see some shooting stars up in the night sky.
Wow. Have I seen shooting stars before?
Probably not.
They're very rare, no?
Yeah.
I don't know how this world works. If you have a clear view of the sky, it's once every few minutes. But if you live in a city, probably not.
Stein looks
I don't think-
horrified. Someone's killing the
I don't think
stars.
it's once every few minutes. Once every few minutes during a meteor shower.
Friend, someone is killing all the stars.
Well, I've heard you're just seeing stuff that's happened a long time ago.
They're falling.
Some people say you're supposed to make a wish when you see one. But I feel like if that was the case, there'd be a lot more wishes being granted.
Oh, I immediately wish for Lord Tavern's health.
Is it like a quiet wish or one you do out loud kind of deal?
It can go either way. It depends on who you ask, right?
Right.
Do you wish out loud, Stein?
I do.
Talon will also wish for that.
I wish for Jupiter's health. We're halfway there. Hopefully we can find something in the Frog Province.
He looks like the cold is going to strike him down. We have to save him.
Yeah. On the one
You
hand,
sure you don't want to go inside?
No, I wouldn't. I haven't seen this in a while. It's nice. It reminds me of home. He looks like he's dying, but he also looks like he is just transfixed on the sky. He is very engrossed in all this.
I bet Jupe sounds like Samus right now. Philo's cat. That's how he talks.
She's sleeping right now.
Oh.
I assume at this point you guys have built up a big fire and are just like huddled pretty close to it.
We certainly have built a fire somewhere, but if we're watching the stars, we are not near that fire, or at least I'm not.
That's fair and reasonable.
Oh, is it because there's light pollution?
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, too much light.
How about we all huddle together for warmth?
Sure.
It's like a blanket.
Exactly. I bought a bunch of extra blankets.
Yeah, buddy. Heat.
But yeah, you just sit up and watch the sky, and very frequently, like every couple minutes, there's a couple of streaks of light. There is a point as you guys are watching that you do notice a very large shape of something kind of flying through the air.
How far off?
It's a little hard to say just because of the size of it. You could give me a perception check.
Son of a bitch.
Uh,
Oh wait, I have a
do
thing. I have a thing.
this
Hang
one?
on. I already rolled. I'm sorry. Just kidding.
Can I do perception as well?
if you want to use your thing, you can.
I'll burn it then. That's a 27.
Okay. On 27, it's probably half a mile out. And based on that, you can tell that like it's not flying very fast. It almost seems to just be kind of like floating through the air, and it's got a very like large and long body, which seems like unfit for flight, frankly.
Almost serpentine.
No, too like bulbous, almost whale-like.
Ooh. Is it? Oh boy. I don't have. I'm sure I have no idea what this is.
I mean, your best guess is it looks like a
It
whale.
looks like a whale in the sky. Do I know any stories about star whales, sky whales?
You could give me a history check.
I should have saved my roll for this. Damn it.
Not a one.
Damn shame. What is that? It's not a dragon, is it? It's not the right shape to be a dragon. I know they're not common. I'm just paranoid after that one.
Do we see it too?
Yeah, after 2 points it out, you guys can see it's a little bit hard to make out just because it's so dark. But after he points it out, every once in a while you can kind of catch a glimpse of it, the kind of silhouette of its body.
What is it?
Right over there, look. It's like a. I
Hmm.
mean, if I didn't know any better, I'd say it looks like a big old fish or a whale or something, but it's up there.
Hmm.
A sky whale. Skyfish.
But actually,
Folkloristics. Is that a word?
yeah, Alistair, you've definitely heard of stories about sky whales. They tend to reside up in cold mountain areas, and they're just this kind of strange, magical creature that is essentially just a whale that is like very light and flies through the air and said to devour clouds and occasionally will land. They tend to be very peaceful. Um, so they're not anything to worry about, but some people believe them to be good luck.
Oh, it's a sky whale. I didn't think those were. Wow, they're actually real.
A sky. What the hell's a sky whale?
Well, it's like a regular whale, but instead of being impossibly heavy, it's impossibly light. They say it like eats clouds. It's kind of like krill, but you know, they live off clouds instead, so they're not dangerous to people.
What's krill?
They're like little tiny shrimp, and if you don't know what shrimps are, they're like water bugs.
I've seen shrimp
Okay.
by the docks. I've heard of whales. I didn't know they could fly.
They normally can't. I don't know how sky whales can. I'm assuming it's just the lightness.
The influence of its
But
powers as a kami.
You think it's a god?
Obviously, it's a god.
Okay. Whenever I can fly here in a couple of months, I need you to call me a god and mean it.
Birds fly, and birds aren't gods.
Okay, well then how come this whale's a god because it can fly?
Whales can't fly. That's what makes this one
It's a
kami.
sky whale, so it can fly.
Ugh.
So a fish
Anyway,
a fish can swim, but it normally can't walk. Does that mean I'm a kami?
by Kwaku's definition, I suppose it does.
Jupiter.
Unbelievable. Somebody back me up, please.
As this conversation is happening, Jupiter is like kind of wiggling free of the body pile and is pulling his sword, still in the scabbard. He's just pulling it from its side.
No, you'll die.
No. Hang on. And he's gonna like he holds it up in front of him, kind of at arm's length, and tries to compare the shape of this weird sky whale to the hilt of his sword. Does it look anything like it?
A little bit. As you kind of move the sword back and forth, you can kind of line it up, and it's very similar.
What are you doing?
I don't know. What is it? You said they're friendly. They're nice. They're
They're sky whales. They're said to be lucky by some people. I wouldn't say friendly, but not dangerous.
huh.
Whales aren't. It's not like a dolphin. It's like a whale.
I immediately wish for the health of my loved ones. On the sky whale.
Did you do that out loud?
Yeah.
Are you supposed to wish on it?
I don't know, but if you're supposed to wish and meet, then like, what are those? Sky rocks? Meteors? Then why not sky whales? They're very rare, right?
Good. I think praying to it is perfectly appropriate.
Sure. Dear Sky Kami Whale, please ensure the health of my good friend Jupe and my Lord Tavrid, and of course my friends, as we undertake our trials. Amen.
Jupe takes a second and clears his throat, and then in Iron Sandic, dear flying sky whale, whatever the hell you are, I just don't want anyone to hurt.
You guys sit quietly, watching this majestic beast and the lights in the sky, all making your wishes, praying for a brighter future, a better tomorrow. A happy ending that may or may not come. Eventually, as the night passes, you all return to the campfire, huddle up close, all tucked under blankets, which you pile on heavily to try and protect from the biting cold.
I'm actually starting to be concerned that some of us won't make it in the morning. I
You're gonna
think
wake up to a Jupesicle.
this is a desperate moment, and I wouldn't normally suggest this, but I think we should actually strip down to our skin and like cuddle together. Everyone.
If it was anyone else making this suggestion, I would immediately call you out, but I actually don't
What's
think
that supposed to mean?
I actually think that's a pretty good idea.
You look awful. Pardon my French.
Thanks.
Does that work better? I thought what having clothes on would make you warmer, but
If we pile the clothes on top, it's all about insulation, right?
okay.
We keep all the heat inside and keep all the cold out. Or rather, keep it from escaping. Is that how heat works?
Yeah, it's like a wall that keeps heat in, or cold in. It keeps whatever is in.
But yes, the less heat leaving, the better. We have to cover our faces and all that.
Okay.
Alright, then yeah. We'll huddle up, pile on every blanket we have right next to the fire, and I assume every couple hours we wake up to light a new fire, somebody on watch.
Yeah. I want all of you guys to make Constitution saving throws with advantage because of your prayers.
Our prayers and not the nakedness.
Thanks, Sky Whale.
Thanks, Sky Whale. I love that I'm 3 for 3 for advantage just not mattering.
This didn't help.
10 is better than 0, though. That's for goddamn sure.
Everyone, 3 of you got dead. Oh, the horses. One of them is a 1.
Someone did great. Oh, that's not D1. Just kidding.
She's fine. I think Jupe just died in his sleep. I think we've lost Jupe.
Uh,
I'll sleep in Jupiter if I have to. He's not dying.
Like a tauntaun.
let's see. Jupe, Nara, Alistair, and Tonglong all take 1 point of
No, talk
cold
long
damage
again.
and a point of exhaustion.
Fuck. That's the speed one, isn't it?
Yeah.
No,
Oh
that's-
boy.
That's 3.
Is it okay?
What's one? Just disadvantage on attacks and
No,
Checks.
ability
threes.
checks.
It's checks, attacks, speed.
Oh yeah, no, it's disadvantage
Oh.
on ability checks, speed
Two is
half,
half.
and
Three
then
is attacks and
Oh.
saves, yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Guys, if I
Uh,
reach level 4, I'm gonna have like 20 hit points.
Oh god, any hit could kill you out here.
God.
In that case, Julong will carry you, Jupe.
That's. Oh, you know what? I should be turning into like a bear or some shit overnight. That's what I should be doing.
What happened?
Well, yesterday I used it on the stars. I'll do it tonight.
Oh,
for
that's
sure.
fair.
If I make it through today, I'll turn into a bear tonight.
If a bear has to make con saves to survive winter, a polar bear specifically.
I don't know if I've seen a polar bear.
Oh, you probably haven't then.
You've seen a sky whale now.
Oh my.
Can you turn into a sky whale?
Well, it flies.
They
It
are
is
not
definitely
beasts.
CR bigger.
It doesn't fly; it floats. It's different.
I hadn't even heard of a sky. Where did you hear about this?
I just read it in stories and stuff. I do read a lot.
You do. You're kind of a. I don't know if anyone's told you this, but you're kind of a nerd.
You know, a couple of people may have said something about it.
You're amazing, Alistair.
I don't know. I only bring it up because I based this on a drawing that she did once, and she put this thing on it, and it doesn't look like a normal whale. It's got like a, I don't know. It just kind of looks like it. Maybe it's nothing. But if she knew about sky whales, why wouldn't she tell me about sky whales? Sky whales sound cool as hell. Or maybe I just forgot.
Maybe. I don't know. Sometimes when you talk about good luck charms, they aren't lucky anymore.
Huh.
I could see it being that.
Maybe she just drew a very shitty whale.
I don't know. Maybe if it runs in the family. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Wow.
Your drawings are very good. I'm sorry.
Wow.
Your drawings are very good.
No, my drawings are not very good. You don't have to lie to my face about it, but her drawings were wonderful. And she was very good at drawing.
Yeah. Next morning, you guys wake up and prepare to travel again. There'll be a
Everyone
survival-
wakes up, right?
Oh yeah. Okay, no one died overnight.
Important clarification.
Do a survival check.
Let me
Oh.
roll this first before I do the survival check this time.
Good call.
Nope.
Six.
Nope.
Not today. What is? Does anyone have a good survival besides me, or is it?
Nara.
Nope.
I think
Plus
Nara
two.
also has disadvantage.
Yeah, mine's going to be disadvantage for sure.
Uh,
It'll be +8 disadvantage.
It might be. Listen, focus on recovering. I'll try and help with my survival. It's only a +3.
So I
It's
got
better than disadvantage. You have it too?
+3.
Yeah, we could both try and pick up for whoever has exhaustion. I've weirdly succeeded every single one of those.
I need to make a tea that cures exhaustion.
Oh my lord, that would be wonderful.
I believe that's Menk.
Who's doing it?
Me and Sheesh?
All right. Do it up.
Good luck.
16.
All right. Between the two of you, this is not great.
We're short. We're so short.
You do your best,
Go up to our chests.
and you guys you do come across a couple of points where the snow is just like super deep, and you trudge through anyways. Both of you can just kind of see Stein's horns and Sheesh's frilled fin
Okay.
poking up over this mountain. Both of you are like, this is definitely the way we're supposed to go. And you carry on. Is we'll have to rest for one more night.
All right.
All of you guys give me con saves.
I turn into the biggest, fattest bear that I can. Actually, I haven't seen a bear. I turn into the biggest, fattest saber-toothed tiger that I can.
Okay.
Cute.
So there are gonna be 2 con saves. There's gonna be one for this travel day, and then one for while you're sleeping.
Awesome. Here we go.
Okay. 2 con saves, yeah.
Yeah, and you guys can have advantage on the sleeping one while you're all huddled up together again.
Okay. Advantage of the sleeping one. Nice.
I got to know the result of the first one to figure out if I have disadvantage on the sleeping one tonight.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Ooh.
I just remembered my days of living in a river. I'm like, oh yes.
So
I
here's
just
mine.
I just slow my internal heartbeat.
Oh no!
Not the
I get
external.
2 levels of exhaustion. I lead once, and I mess it up.
If we put this, whatchamacallit, the heated tea kettle under the blanket,
That might help.
it could just constantly be heating
No.
every 5 minutes.
Honestly, potatoes would be ideal.
So while you guys are traveling, you guys are doing pretty good. But Talon and Kohaku, both of you take 3 points of cold damage and gain a level of exhaustion.
Oh, thank God I'm good.
You are just
Oh.
barely good.
Just made it. All right, here we
Yeah.
go with advantage. Let me go figure out the bears.
I didn't
score.
fail.
Now, oh, you did as well. Sorry.
Yeah, 4 and 3. 3
Yeah.
damage, right?
Yeah, 3 damage, and then one more for at night. All of you guys have advantage on this one.
Oh, I already rolled. I got a natural 1.
Well, you have advantage, so you're at 9.
Oh yeah, 9. Okay. I'll fail, I think.
So I got 21.
Dean is better.
Okay.
Oh, you dropped 1. Okay.
We're all snuggled up to Sabretooth Jupe.
Yeah, another con save from Sheesh, Alistair, Kohaku.
Wasn't it just 2 each?
Yeah, I rolled a
Oh,
23,
yeah, you-
26 and a
sorry.
21, 11.
Sorry, I didn't see that you guys had. I missed your first one. That's why. I'm sorry. I'm stupid.
They had gotten all broken up, so it's okay.
Yeah. I was waiting
Uh,
for everyone to roll
yeah,
theirs before I
you
rolled
guys
2
were-
of mine.
Very good. Which means
Jupe straight up dies.
actually everybody's okay overnight.
Hey!
Oh.
Yay!
Maybe the weather is better tonight.
In the morning, first of all, who has 3 levels of exhaustion?
I believe I have 2.
I have 2.
I think I have 1, and I don't know how those go away.
1.
All right.
Need a long rest to remove them.
I need one less survival check
From everyone?
from everybody, or not from
Survival or oh,
survival from whoever is leading.
I think everyone has disadvantage, so it would be Jupe who's the best.
Yeah,
Jupe.
If we all have disadvantage, it should probably be me.
Oh, there's a ring of warmth.
I might also be able to skip the disadvantage. Let's find out if we're lucky.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're very lucky.
we have Jupe do it.
Yep, 20, 25.
Jupe, as you just feel this like this presence in your mind as you're guiding everyone. You just get this sudden sense and a bearing as you think back to the sky whale and the way that it was flying, its direction, and eventually you kind of find your way back to the path. You spot a couple of markers, and you guys are able to get back onto the proper path. And following that, you guys pretty quickly are able to reach the. You kind of come around a bend up onto a plateau on one of the mountains, and overlook, and down a ways off still, but you can see a large, what appears to be almost like a. I'm going to show you a map of it, which is not very accurate, but it almost looks like a strange kind of like Tibetan monastery of sorts. But it's a lot of brickwork, and it's a little bit like some of the monasteries in Doctor Strange. Kind of like these very large structures, very beautiful and elaborate, with different balconies and sections all kind of like coming off into this massive kind of fortress structure.
Whoa.
Oh, hell yeah.
Wow.
Oh man, I bet they have fire and warmth.
So,
Oh,
yeah.
they do.
And this isn't 100% accurate, but it was the best I got with the resources I had.
Help!
But yeah, you see this kind of structure rising up off in the distance. You guys still have a little ways to travel, so I need you guys to make one final con save.
Oh no, you might die.
Oh my lord. No, I've seen the whale. I'm free.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
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 You're all right. You only have one level of exhaustion.
Seems like I'll
With
have two
three more cold damage to Kohaku and all three of the NPCs.
Oh no.
As long as Soba's still alive and Petty saw.
Wait, no idea. But yeah, eventually you guys, frozen and shivering, ice and snow caking your cloaks and your clothes, you arrive at the front gate to Kosetsu-jin, this massive structure. And as you approach, you can see there are balconies where you can see these really beautiful displays. There's a bunch of people that appear to be doing some kind of martial arts training, and so it's just all these people kind of like in unison going through these different forms, and it's this like weirdly beautiful, almost like an art performance to see them all. But they're all in fairly loose clothing outside on this balcony, which is like feels insane to all of you as you're bundled up in these cloaks.
These people must be crazy. Why are they outside? Where are their cloaks?
Maybe they're used to it.
Maybe it's magic? If they have magic warmth on this whole city, then we need to get in there as fast as we can.
All right, let's hobble in through.
You head over. The gates are open. You guys are able to walk through, just without issue. There's a bell that chimes as you enter. You can see there's a younger, probably like teenage-looking human up in a tower, and he seems to bang a bell as you all enter to announce your presence. And as he does, a few minutes later, you start kind of walking up the main staircase, and the front doors and the main entrance to the monastery opens up. And where you expect someone of any of your heights to be on the other side, you're kind of surprised to not see anyone initially until you look down and you see this genuinely like maybe a foot and a half tall old frog man in a big cloak that has like kind of fur that's very ratty and jagged and poking up out of it.
Greetings.
And where normally I would pull you guys to the NPC page, but I'll keep you on the map for now, and I'll just show you guys his headshot on here.
Where?
If I can click it for.
Oh, look at him!
So
Oh,
old
He's so
and cute.
old.
So he's very small, like genuinely, like only a foot and a half. And he's got a little, like, gnarled or kind of like tree root staff that he's using as a walking stick.
I bet he could kill me in one touch.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, he's a master of the
level
Demok for
20
sure.
monk. He says, "Oh, welcome back, Lord Kohaku. It's a pleasure to see you again." And you would know this to be Shinobu Hojo. Jeez, we've been playing too long. I can't speak.
The pleasure is mine.
Oh, so you've brought friends this time.
Yes.
Very
And several of them require the expertise that can only be found in your country.
Jupiter just kind of timidly raises a hand.
We would be more than happy to be of aid. Now, come along. You all look like you're frozen. Must have had a terrible journey. And he gestures and, like, quickly hobbles inside.
Have you seen Shoji, Chuji, or Yoki anywhere lately?
No. I'm afraid not, but you do. And before he gets cut off as something strikes you, Kohaku, straight in the chest. And you hear this voice, Kohaku, you jerk, where have you been?
Oh.
Do you see your former bride-to-be, Tomo?
Uh-oh.
Oh, yes, and her as well. I meant to ask about her as well.
Whoops.
I've been waiting here so long. Where'd you go?
I went south to crap. What was that place's name? I've been all over the country.
Shinagawa.
Ah, yeah, Shinagawa.
Why would you go all the way down there?
Well, it's not very smart of me to stay in one place at the moment where people can easily find me for a variety of reasons.
She looks up and she's got like tears in her eyes and cheeks all puffed out. And then she looks over and notices Talon. I can't believe you would cheat on me with a foreigner.
God.
I will cheat on you with whoever I please.
And she
Fucking wild.
And I expect that to be your case for you as well.
her cheeks puff up and she just like pounds out your chest a little bit. You jerk.
I am very sorry. I'm so sorry. I will make it up to you, I promise.
That's the thanks I get for bringing your stupid sword all the way up here.
You did?
And she like wipes her tears away.
Yeet it
Oh.
to the lake.
That is so thoughtful. I can't believe it. It's brought a tear to my eye. I have missed you so much. Tomo?
Don't put a question mark on that sentence.
Oh no!
You should take that sword and throw it in the gorge. He doesn't deserve
I have
it.
only met a few times.
Yeah, but if you're engaged, you probably should commit the name to memory, don't you think?
She
I have, I was correct.
We see in the upper left corner nobody like that. Everyone will remember this.
And I think that is where we will wrap up for now.
Excellent.
But I am going to reveal one last thing that is not related to this. It'll come up later, but for the
The
sake
death
of just
counter.
like, for the sake of like your own preparation, so that we don't have to do all this during session. I'm going to reveal this shop that is available here.
Hell yeah.
Ooh.
A shop. I am poor.
There are a couple things that are still that you need to make duplicates of, but yeah, there's a big magic item shop. You find Nijo there, and he is selling some things.
Oh, that's fun.
Nijo.
Does Sheesh get a discount?
No,
What if I make him more fish cakes?
nope. These are the prices
Fish
for this.
Ayaki are not fish cakes. They're different.
The cake's shaped like fish, though.
Yeah. He calls his butt.
Hey.
What's
What?
wrong, Nijo-kun? Could it be you're craving my fish cake?
No.
Wait, you're telling me you're single? That's wild.
So if you go into the documents and under items, there should be a thing that says Nijo Store. Which hopefully you guys can see.
Not visible yet.
Ooh.
I see it.
I
I
see
see
it.
beads of force and a clockwork amulet. And that's it.
Oh, I found it. Just
Oh,
kidding.
never mind. There it is. There's more.
Just kidding.
Oh, they're appearing slowly.
I was gonna say some of them aren't actually in the store and are underneath the store.
The
I
ones
think.
the ones that aren't in the store are items that you guys have.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Just the ones in the
I
store.
guess no one be using the Ring of Warmth.
Yeah, I noticed that earlier, and I'm like, wow, one of us should probably be using
Hi, dibs.
that.
And could we put that in Jupe for a while?
Yes, please. Let me go ahead and tune to that bad boy.
We do have a moonstone shard. It's just sitting there menacingly.
I think those are Kohaku's. Can't remember. Kohaku bought them for himself.
I don't remember.
Maybe. I know he wanted to put them in this sword.
Yeah. Something like that.
I think we were holding on to it specifically for when he got his real sword.
They're selling a damaged Amulet of Health. Does that make him be fixed?
Possibly. And frankly, even if it doesn't, that is still like, 26 extra hit points for Jupe.
That will save Jupe's life.
Let me just go ahead and prepare that. Let me unprepare Icy Ring.
What? Well, Dreamwalker's orb just sounds like a Jupe item. Let me see what it is, though.
Ooh, martial arts fraps.
Heat of Force is so fucking good.
There are duplicates of a couple of these items, and you guys can hit me if you want to buy multiples of some of them. A lot of these are just like one-ofs, but there are a couple that have multiple.
I love the Clockwork Amulet. It's one of my favorite rules as written items.
Oh, I can't afford the martial arts wraps.
Neo, you can buy the Pokeball.
Is there a Pokeball?
Yeah.
Oh, the
Beat
Beat
of
of Force. Yep.
Oh shit, there actually is an Amulet of Health. I cannot be Thackeray again. I have to not do it. But I probably should. It would be
Oh,
wise.
but what if I buy it for you?
If you buy it for me, I'll let you do it. Oh wait, does it? Yeah, it does. Okay.
Talon will buy you martial arts wraps.
I'll give her my money. I'll need a little bit. Talon, I only need I have 90 gold.
We do have some stuff that we can sell too.
Oh, we should probably sell things first and decide if we need to see if Tenlong, if Tenlong's alive. Probably, I'm not sure if he survived the night.
He did survive the night.
Okay, good.
All right. We're letting him keep his hoard, I assume.
Yeah, if it helps him feel better. Don't want to murder a baby.
I still think we should have just given him silver, but
I'm kind of the opinion that we shouldn't sell the cult ritual dagger. I feel like
We need that, maybe.
I don't know if we. I don't. Maybe we will. I also just think it doesn't look good on us to sell it.
it does kind of look sketchy to sell it. Yeah.
Okay, we'll just hide it.
I don't know how we feel about dragon bones. Is it weird to sell dragon bones? Would that get us in trouble?
I feel like we should keep that for Nico.
So you're worried about what people would think about you if you sold something.
Yeah, legally. I don't give a shit about my reputation. I care about the law. And only when it affects me. I don't care the rest of the time.
Okay, you see where I'm going, right? Just saying.
Yeah. What else do we have? Da, 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 da. What are Boots of the Winterlands? Could we have been using this the whole time too?
Mm-hmm.
We haven't been looking at our items. It's our
Damn it.
fault.
I literally gave you so many things in preparation for this journey, and none of you used any of the items.
Jesus Christ, it really is just boots that make you warm. Fucking hell. Yeah, hell,
We
guys.
also have Ring of Warmth. There were 2 of these.
Well, I have attuned to the Ring of Warmth now, but somebody should attune. So, fair warning, maybe it is. We pulled it off the skeleton. It's the one that we think might be like cursed or haunted or some shit. But
Would you like me to try them first?
if you feel
like
like
a poison, like a poison tester.
it. I mean,
Well, if we're in the Frog Province, there's got to be someone who can remove the curse, right?
Sure. If it's fine, then someone else can wear them.
Yo, I want that power bracelet.
That's probably good for you. It'll increase your strength, right?
No.
No. You just
Oh.
get some cool things you can do with charges.
Yeah, it's
Oh, that's cool.
cool utility.
Yeah. Strength modifier. Neat.
A Charladon or whatever you pronounce it, Stride. That's the one where you like shoot fire and go really fast, right?
yeah, you go really fast and you hurt everybody you run past.
The big deal with those is that they aren't attunement. So
Yeah, I noticed that. Noticed that immediately.
If I can have 35 gold from Talon, I will be swell.
I think she could swing that.
Thank you, Talon.
How do,
I'll
we,
buy the things.
how do we feel about selling these things?
From Temple to Senshi, Feign Death.
Oh, do we have 2 sets of that dragon stuff? That I had that in my inventory. That's fine if we sell it.
Oh, no, yeah, that's fine. I'll mark it as in your inventory. If you want it for anything, then hold it.
I think I can make something out of it later and it'd be good, but I don't know
Yeah.
if making stuff out of dragon bones actually does anything in 5e, other than it's cool looking.
To know that we have these items in our inventory, it's just going to be under our name, right?
Typically, when somebody recently takes a fresh item, I just mark, hey, it's in Jupe's inventory, and then once it's been in there a while, I remove it from the list. Like if you go into Party Loot, you can see like, oh, this is held by Jupe, this is held by Alistair, this is held by Corbin.
Oh no, I mean like there are articles of items here, and the ones we own are usually in our little tabs.
Oh, like the little item cards?
Yeah.
Sometimes maybe that's up to Drake. I think it's a huge hassle having to like ask the DM to move cards around every time you take an item.
Biscuit did it every time without
Well,
a complaint.
and-
Yeah, I would personally, I would be happy to move the item cards and would like it just also for my own bookkeeping because it makes it easier for me to know where they are.
You know who's got what.
That's
Yeah. Could you move the fucking hand wraps to my tab, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Also, importantly, There are 3 hand wraps available if anybody else wants them.
I got one. What do they look like? What do they feel like?
They're cloth wraps.
Yeah, they're just kind of cloth wraps.
Boy, I really like the Streamwalker's orb. What else we got?
Yeah.
What color are they?
Just kind of like a white, just like standard white hand wraps.
Ooh, they feel so nice.
Oh, the power bracelet's fun.
Yeah, for anyone with strength.
Well, if you'll excuse me, I need to go have sex with my wife.
Good luck with that.
Are you buying
Clue
the?
reference?
Are you buying the power bracelet?
Don't kiss each other. You might make a baby.
I might.
Be careful.
No, you have to pee in their pee part in order to make a baby.
No,
Oh,
that's
right,
not how
right.
that works.
Silly of
Oh
me.
my lord. Oh, this Rod of Healing is super good too.
Yeah.
Okay, we should figure out how much money we have first. So let's see. We're not selling Dragon Bones. Do we feel good about the?
We can
Rest
sell
of
the
that?
dragon bones probably. I don't know what
Sure.
I use them on anyway.
Okay.
Everything else should be fine.
All
The
right.
dragon,
Right.
the bones. I don't know. I feel like they could be fed to Nico for no reason. Just,
Why,
just,
why are you
just
trying to
maintain their
keep it themselves?
because
Scales.
the prophecy said that Nico.
We're trying to amplify him.
Yeah,
True.
we're amplifying him.
If he eats the bone dragon, he steals the strength.
We gotta find a fabricator. Wait, you're the fabricator.
You're the fabricated the bone into him.
So here's my main problem.
Hmm.
I have only 3 attunement slots, and one of them is Ring of Jumping, and one of them's probably my sword, so I only got 1 left.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. Like, if I take this Amulet of Health, which I should, that means I am down 1/3 of my attunement slots for the rest of the game, which is exactly what happened on Fekri.
When do I even get my extra attunement slots?
Don't worry. What if you are cured and your constitution goes up?
I mean, maybe, yeah, but you know, who knows?
To make this decision, I really need to know. I need my sword to be identified.
I will get you your sword before next week.
Okay. Then I'll tell you what I'm buying next week.
Oh my god, I have to get to level 10 for that? Ugh.
You guys get 200 gold pieces for all that stuff except for the dragon bones, which you don't sell.
Each? Wow.
No, total.
Split that between us.
I'll hold on to the bones then, if we can't sell them here.
Yeah. How many of there are? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Hey, that basically pays for it. I give Talon 30 back.
Perfect.
Oh my god, where did this gold come? Okay, I apparently have some gold to spend. Sick. Hey, I didn't buy anything at the auction.
Yeah.
Okay, sick. I can buy some things. I can buy some things for sure.
You'll get that Pokeball, though.
Wait, which Pokeball? What's the Pokeball? I missed the Pokeball.
The
Oh,
Bead of Force.
the Bead
But
of
it's
Force.
It's a one-time use.
I do love Beads of Force.
It doesn't say it's one time use.
It is one time use.
It's one time.
It's a
use.
consumable.
Yeah, it doesn't say on that card, but it's a rules as written item.
It's still good, though.
It is still great. I think Bead of Force is one of my. I have a lot of
Yeah.
favorite items. but,
Until you miss once.
yeah, the fact that it is a fixed DC is kind of annoying, but
But
That's,
what if I just use it on myself and avoid getting melted by stomach
Well-
acid?
true.
Yeah.
It doesn't say it activates when you miss with it, so maybe you can just go pick it back up. Try again.
Maybe.
Well, you keep comparing it to a Pokeball, which explicitly doesn't work after you throw it.
Well, yeah, it says it explodes on impact and is destroyed.
Oh.
Really, though, the best use of it is a willing target because a saving throw represents an attempt to resist the effect, and if there is no attempt to resist, there's no need for a save.
Just take 5
Think about how
before
fast you can get from the top to the bottom of a mountain with that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, boy,
I think you'd still hit the wall.
the old double jump from World of Warcraft. Okay, I'm getting the Dreamwalker's Orb for real. It would be stupid for me to not buy this Amulet of Health. It would actually be dumb.
I just
can
want to
buy
see
it and
what.
fix it for you. That way, it's actually better.
You think you could do that?
I fucked with it long enough. I think I could. It's a rare item though. When can I do that?
It will be super rare or very rare if you fix it.
Oh no, I'll have to talk about God about how repairing that would work.
A potion of mana. They're 35 gold each.
Do they have more than one? I just assumed there was only one.
They do. They have 3.
Oh.
Those are good for you folks.
3 potions of mana are available. 2 potions of greater healing are available, and 4 regular potions of healing are available.
God, I'm getting out a calculator. Math.
There are 3 beads of force are available, and there are 2 clockwork amulets. There are 2 of the fire stride boots. 3 of the martial arts wraps, and everything else is 1.
Oh, I'm so close. What can I sell?
Which one are you buying?
I want the Dreamwalker's Orb, the Amulet of Health, and the Clockwork Amulet.
How much do you need? I can't give it.
I am... What am I? 30... Well, you know what? I shouldn't spend any of this money until I find out if they have a medicine that costs 700 gold. So I'll just kind of put these on the
Hold
shelf.
on to it.
Yeah, I should probably not blow all my money right before I go ask for help.
Yeah, you can ask Nijo to put them aside just in case you come back.
I forgot this is America.
Allow me to not... Allow me as your DM to pull back the curtain for a moment and say that I would not make the way to succeed at your story quest just throw some money at the problem and then you're cured. I don't support the American health system.
I mean, that was basically Mustard's questing motive, and I loved it. That was wonderful. Just like save up 20,000 gold and your adventure's over, and like, cool, awesome. But no, I get it. I get it. Jupiter does not know that yet, so he, even if it is only for flavor, he doesn't buy anything today. He's gonna wait until after we talk.
Oh, Clockwork's not. Oh, okay.
The Clockwork's not attunement, which is the only reason it's good. Yeah.
It's not attunement, and also it's just any attack roll.
Any
not
attack,
like a melee
becomes
attack
attuned.
roll.
Yep, exactly. Yeah. If you absolutely need to land one attack, it is perfect. And
assuming a 10 is within your...
Yeah.
Right?
Yep, for sure. Probably not on bosses, but like a 10 right now is a 16, which hits almost anything except a boss at this level anyway.
Yeah. Would it hit that Yeti?
Would have hit the Yeti for sure. And in fact, that's with my... It'd be an 18 for somebody who's full martial. 18 hits almost everything at this level.
It's 19 for me.
19 for you. Oh yeah, you have +1 weapons and shit, yeah.
These new wraps, +1.
But yeah, if that is the case, I might try to either sell something or borrow a little money from folks.
Oh, but I could just buy us the Clockwork Amulets, then we match.
We would match. I don't want you to spend a ton of... Boy, we're gonna have a we need to put a label on this if you're spending 300 gold on quotes us.
It's only 200 gold.
Okay. Sure.
But I would take a label. A label would be...
Oh boy, let's maybe talk to the healer first before we do the labels talk.
Okay.
Does Nijo sell other things that aren't on this list? For example, is it possible that Nijo maybe will subtly sell me like a gift that is perhaps good for an angry wife?
Possibly. He
What
might
about
also
the
sell
50
you
bolts of silk that you have?
He might also be willing to sell you lubricant for your chair.
I wouldn't use it.
Of course he wouldn't.
But yeah, he would have some like mundane things as well.
Yeah, but is he savvy enough to sell it to me just by my holding my hand behind my back and like waggling my fingers? Like, gimme.
No, certainly not. Could always buy that bead of force and use it on her.
True, just kind of roll her down the mountain.
Go home.
You're free. Hey, do we actually want
No, I can't. That's how I intend to get down the mountain.
do we actually want to keep 4 katanas for any reason? And a buckler?
We
Where did
had
they come
4.
from?
Need
I
any
only used 1.
So that's
Didn't we take those
3
from the
katanas.
samurai crabs?
Yeah.
We did, yeah.
Ah, then they should be melted down and reforged.
Oh. Oh no, I got one from the very first bandit we fought.
When did we get 18 paper birds?
All right, that one you can sell. You can sell the bandit sword.
Oh that no, I had Alistair refix it.
Oh, okay.
I did fix
It's a-
one up. Yep.
It's a servant sword now.
You got the paper birds were from the inn.
Headless Horseman.
Yeah, we have a lot of them.
We do. Actually, that should be down to 14 left in party loot because I keep 3 on me.
You
I used
shouldn't.
1.
Yeah, I was wondering if I should keep some of these, but I can't. Right?
Can you lower it to 12 so I can have 3 in mine too?
Yeah, 12. Cool, we're at 12.
Should some of us each all have these so we can find each other?
It's not a bad idea to grab and keep them on your person.
Do they work if you can't write?
I think you have to be able to write the person's name at least. I
I
don't.
think so.
Magic. I mean, what makes magic is that it understands intent. So
Is
I,
it alright if I use your like icons I make for you in the
Yeah,
riddle?
that's a great question. Maybe.
You do need to be able to write their name.
Can the other guy write?
It's like a death note.
The other guy can write. Oh my lord! How do I not remember this? I think the other guy
That's-
can write.
Yeah, he can.
Yeah, he can write.
Yeah, he can. Yep, which is why it's so frustrating that he can't.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I forgive you.
Thank you.
I just wish I could teach you.
Hey, so here we go. The thing that I was talking about back in the cave a couple nights ago.
You look like death. Maybe we can save it till next time.
Well, I'm not going to do it right now, but I need to get your consent now so that I can do it later, right? Because doing it right
Well,
after
what are
that-
you going to do?
I'm going to be mean to you
Okay.
to try to bring the other guy out. I think he only comes out when people are mean to him. Or to you, I should say.
You're doing this for a good cause?
I'm doing... Yeah, I am. I think so.
I think there's a hole in your theory because when I thought it was bonks in the head, I beat him across the head. That was fairly mean, and nothing happened.
You might be right.
Maybe
But
it
we
doesn't
could beat him
count if he
across the head some
deserves it.
more.
I am suspicious that it might take more than a friendly bonk. I think somebody needs to show you actual
What?
malice.
You've never beat me on the head before. The character that was Stain you beat in the head.
Oh, true. That
The
was
one
in
with the visor.
That was in the ant hole.
That one reappeared when Stein appeared frightened and didn't know what to do. And the other guy immediately jumped on the Ant Queen and started beating her ass, injuring himself in the process.
Yeah. Well, shit. Okay. I wanted to get your permission ahead of time because I think it's going to be less effective if you know I'm doing it to you. So I guess this is me asking your permission, and then in advance, I'm sorry for the mean things that I might do to you at some point without warning.
Okay, I forgive you.
I know you do. That's
Great.
what makes all of this so weird.
And now that we've reached Kosetsujin, I can get a proper servant. You're dismissed.
It was an honor to serve you while it lasted.
Well, I wish I could say the same, but it was actually quite garbage.
My apologies.
Not enough, but enjoy your next life whenever you may find it.
I'll enjoy this one.
Wow, Kohaku, what has come over you?
I am trying to turn it. We're experimenting.
We're experimenting. Oh, that was good, actually. You got me.
It didn't work.
No, it didn't. You're right.
I waited until you got his permission, then I helped.
I like it. I like it. Nice work.
Your new servant is too polite.
This is how I normally act.
It's kind of a pushover.
Maybe you can't fake it.
I'm
You
not-
actually have to be mean.
I'm not a pushover.
Let's shove him on a locker and pee in his shoes.
I don't wear shoes. I have sandals. They don't hold P.
Yeah, but if we get it on all the straps.
Wait, let me be very clear here. I'm as anti-shoes as it get, but are you walking around with bare feet right now?
Sandals.
It's fucking freezing, Stein.
They're lined.
I'm wearing shoes. If anyone is not
Oh,
wearing
no,
shoes in this party,
Oh no! They're wrapped. My feet are completely wrapped.
they're
I'm only
completely
wearing
wrapped.
sandals.
Okay,
Yes.
I got you. Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
The emphasis.
God, as payback for counting my that 2 weeks ago, I'm going to start counting your squeaks.
They are not squeaks. They are honks.
They're honks.
They
you're
are
right.
hunks. And it's a point of pride.
It's the same tone as swoos.
Kind of, yeah.
Smoose.
It is pride. It's a new chair, and I can't return it. So we're dealing with it.
How much do we get for 4 katanas? Or sorry, for 3 katanas?
3 giant crab katanas.
And a
mind you.
buckler.
No, those shouldn't be sold. Those should be melted.
Well, we'll sell it to somebody who can melt it.
Well,
I don't want to waste the effort melting them down and reforging them to get the same price.
You
So
can get them for sell them for about 5 gold.
Sick.
Oh. you're okay with
Yeah.
dealing a grave injustice to an honorable warrior. I guess that's fine.
Do we need to tell them to melt it down? Is this a thing we should do? What's the deal here? How's this work?
It should have been buried with the crabs when we buried them.
It's 4 katanas, not 3. Was it 3? 4.
I thought you said it kept on.
it's 3 because you kept one.
No, one is from the bandit leader a long time ago.
Oh, okay. So
So we do get
5
4.
divided by 3 times 4. Oh, math is so hard.
Yeah.
6.66. Okay.
I can't wield a giant crab sword, guys.
That makes sense now that you say it out loud. Thought maybe you wanted him to resize it, just chop off the end.
We've had this crummy bandit blade for a while, and I've been having you polish it and shine it and sharpen it and re-wrap its hand wraps,
I can't get.
and it's pretty now.
I can't bring myself to get rid of the strange key. It's gonna be good one day.
It's gonna be useful at some point, yeah.
Why is it labeled strange key?
It just has a 5% chance of unlocking any container, but then once it works, it
Oh,
disappears.
then I guess you might as well try and use it every single time you can, right?
Well, we need to save it when we don't have normal ways to open the container or the door.
Fair.
Specifically, it might save our ass the first time we come across an arcane lock or something that we can't just lockpick.
I want that Rod of Healing so bad, but I don't have the slot for it, so there's no sense in buying it.
So the Rod of Healing is a battery, right? We equip it at the end of the night, we use it to heal, and then we change back to our regular gear in the morning.
Yeah.
I don't plan on attuning to it during the day. It's a battery for the nighttime. And I forgot that's another thing I want to buy. Yeah, boy, there's a lot of good stuff here. I'll hold on to my money for now. We'll see how the talk goes, and then I might...
Yeah, if you buy the Rod of Healing, I'll happily attune to it for you as your heal bitch.
It might actually be better for me to do it with my dragon form, but we can pass it around as needed.
Yeah.
We're getting dangerously close to me. Oh, no, we're not. I forgot that's still a ways off. I was thinking of Thursday game. Pretty soon I can change between my forms at will, and that is when my healing starts to get very bonkers.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
I want to just buy everything.
Yeah, there's a lot of great stuff here. I'm kind of leaning towards... Oh, I want it all. I mean, I have to buy the Amulet of Health. It would be stupid not to. And then I'm kind of torn between the Rod of Healing and the Dreamwalker's Orb. And then maybe the Clockwork Amulet is my third. But we'll see what kind of money we get when we are done here.
Do you guys want to sell the Orb of Gonging?
I wouldn't
I made
mind,
use of it.
but I feel like it has come in handy a few times. So I don't know. It's up to you.
I've used it every chance that I could.
Are you still using that Ring of Minor Telekinesis? You don't need that.
No,
right?
we can get rid of that. You're right. Yeah, we should sell
yeah.
that. Okay, so Ring of Minor Telekinesis. Where is that?
It just gives you Mage Hand, right?
Yeah, and I have a better one.
It's in my stuff still, apparently. I thought
Gotcha.
I got rid of it. Yep, so we can get rid of that.
So for the Ring of Minor Telekinesis, Nijo will give you guys either 125 gold pieces, or he will give you 150 gold off of an item.
Oh,
Oh, done.
easy choice. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and buy the Amulet of Health now with that discount if people are okay with that, and then I will split 4 or 5 shares of 150 with everybody else. So let me see.
So it's like 30 for everybody else.
You're gonna give us more money?
Oh wait, hang on. 6. There we go. So each of you add 25 gold. I add an Amulet of Health. I pay the difference, and I keep the amulet. Yeah, all 5 of you guys get 25 gold.
Sure. I give 20
for
to
me.
Talon.
She says, "You've really given me more than I need. You should hold on to it."
Are
Especially
you sure? What
Yes.
if he accidentally needs some tavern is going to be? He's like
if-
panicking.
if I need more, I can come to you. I promise.
Okay. Should I keep this then? Are you certain?
Yes.
Yay!
You should keep those wraps. They'll keep you safe.
I have the wraps. I'm very happy with them. Look how clean they are.
They're very nice.
They feel so light.
Oh, wait. Can I even use this herbalism kit, or do I just have it and I'm unable to use it?
I don't know.
I think I bought it thinking that just anyone could use it, and then it's not actually a toolkit, so you have to be proficient in something.
Yeah, herbalism kit is a toolkit.
Oh, is it? Okay, cool.
Yeah. Used for herbalism checks.
That means I could make little tiny potions.
Thank you all for playing.
Absolutely.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
We're
Sorry,
Thanks for hanging out and running.
sorry this was such a long session. Everybody watching.
hell no.
Don't ever apologize for it being a long session.
For real.
To anyone watching.
They
I know a
probably
lot
see
of-
the timestamp if they're watching it later. They know how
People
long-
who are listening, though, I'm sorry we're not more descriptive.
But yeah, a couple new NPCs gotten.
We did it. We got a little tag along.
I need to
The
tag
frog.
along, and you have Tomo now, and Sweet Shinobu. I
Fucking
need to axe some of the NPCs.
No.
Tomo question mark.
That part,
Tomo?
sorry, why am I involved in any of this? Dalen.
Oh, yeah. Do you like Kotaku?